Chapter 1 of Japan, An Attempt at Interpretation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Japan, An Attempt at Interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. Difficulties. Perhaps all very marked national characters can be traced back to a time of rigid and pervading discipline. Walter Budgett. 1,000 books have been written about Japan, but among these, setting aside artistic publications and works of a purely special character, the really precious volumes will be found to number scarcely a score. This fact is due to the immense difficulty of perceiving and comprehending what underlies the surface of Japanese life. No work fully interpreting that life, no work picturing Japan within and without, historically and socially, psychologically and ethically, can be written for at least another 50 years. So vast and intricate the subject that the united labor of a generation of scholars could not exhaust it, and so difficult that the number of scholars willing to devote their time to it must always be small. Even among the Japanese themselves, no scientific knowledge of their own history is yet possible, because the means of obtaining that knowledge have not yet been prepared, though mountains of material have been collected. The want of any good history upon a modern plan is but one of many discouraging wants. Data for the study of sociology are still inaccessible to the Western investigator. The early state of the family and the clan, the history of the differentiation of classes, the history of the differentiation of political from religious law, the history of restraints and of the influence upon custom, the history of regulative and cooperative conditions in the development of industry, the history of ethics and aesthetics. All these and many other matters remain obscure. This essay of mine can serve in one direction only, as a contribution to the Western knowledge of Japan. But this direction is not one of the least important. Hitherto the subject of Japanese religion has been written of chiefly by the sworn enemies of that religion. By others it has been almost entirely ignored. Yet, while it continues to be ignored and misrepresented, no real knowledge of Japan is possible. Any true comprehension of social conditions requires more than a superficial acquaintance with religious conditions. Even the industrial history of a people cannot be understood without some knowledge of those religious traditions and customs which regulate industrial life during the earlier stages of its development. Or take the subject of art. Art in Japan is so intimately associated with religion that any attempt to study it without extensive knowledge of the beliefs which it reflects were mere waste of time. By art I do not mean only painting and sculpture, but every kind of decoration and most kinds of pictorial representation, the image on a boy's kite or a girl's battledore, not less than the design upon a lacquered casket or enamelled vase, the figures upon a workman's towel, not less than the pattern of the girdle of a princess, the shape of the paper dog or the wooden rattle bought for a baby, not less than the forms of those colossal Nio who guard the gateways of Buddhist temples. And surely there can never be any just estimate made of Japanese literature until a study of that literature shall have been made by some scholar not only able to understand Japanese beliefs, but able also to sympathize with them to at least the same extent that our great humanists can sympathize with the religion of Euripides, of Pindar and of Theocritus. Let us ask ourselves how much of English or French or German or Italian literature could be fully understood without the slightest knowledge of the ancient and modern religions of the Occident. I do not refer to distinctly religious creators, to poets like Milton or Dante, but only to the fact that even one of Shakespeare's plays must remain incomprehensible to a person knowing nothing either of Christian beliefs or of the beliefs which preceded them. The real mastery of any European tongue is impossible without a knowledge of European religion. The language of even the unlettered is full of religious meaning. The proverbs and household phrases of the poor, the songs of the street, the speech of the workshop, all are infused with significations unimaginable by anyone ignorant of the faith of the people. Nobody knows this better than a man who has passed many years in trying to teach English in Japan to pupils whose faith is utterly unlike our own, and whose ethics have been shaped by a totally different social experience. End of chapter 1. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 2 of Japan. An attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strangeness and charm. The majority of the first impressions of Japan recorded by travelers are pleasurable impressions. Indeed, there must be something lacking, or something very harsh, in the nature to which Japan can make no emotional appeal. The appeal itself is the clue to a problem, and that problem is the character of a race and of its civilization. My own first impressions of Japan, Japan as seen in the white sunshine of a perfect spring day, had doubtless much in common with the average of such experiences. I remember especially the wonder and the delight of the vision. The wonder and the delight have never passed away. They are often revived for me even now by some chance happening, after 14 years of sojourn. But the reason of these feelings was difficult to learn, or at least to guess, for I cannot yet claim to know much about Japan. Long ago, the best and dearest Japanese friend I ever had said to me, a little before his death, "When you find, in 4 or 5 years more, that you cannot understand the Japanese at all, then you will begin to know something about them." After having realized the truth of my friend's prediction, after having discovered that I cannot understand the Japanese at all, I feel better qualified to attempt this essay. As first perceived, the outward strangeness of things in Japan produces, in certain minds at least, a queer thrill impossible to describe, a feeling of weirdness which comes to us only with the perception of the totally unfamiliar. You find yourself moving through queer small streets full of odd small people, wearing robes and sandals of extraordinary shapes, and you can scarcely distinguish the sexes at sight. The houses are constructed and furnished in ways alien to all your experience, and you are astonished to find that you cannot conceive the use or meaning of numberless things on display in the shops. Foodstuffs of unimaginable derivation, utensils of enigmatic forms, emblems incomprehensible of some mysterious belief, strange masks and toys that commemorate legends of gods or demons. Odd figures, too, of the gods themselves, with monstrous ears and smiling faces. All these you may perceive as you wander about, though you must also notice telegraph poles and typewriters, electric lamps and sewing machines. Everywhere, on signs and hangings, and on the backs of the people passing by, you will observe wonderful Chinese characters, and the wizardry of all these texts makes the dominant tone of the spectacle. Further acquaintance with this fantastic world will in no wise diminish the sense of strangeness evoked by the first vision of it. You will soon observe that even the physical actions of the people are unfamiliar, that their work is done in ways the opposite of Western ways. Tools are of surprising shapes and are handled after surprising methods. The blacksmith squats at his anvil, wielding a hammer such as no Western smith could use without long practice. The carpenter pulls, instead of pushing, his extraordinary plane and saw. Always the left is the right side, and the right side the wrong. And keys must be turned to open or close a lock, in what we are accustomed to think the wrong direction. Mr. Percival Lowell has truthfully observed that the Japanese speak backwards, read backwards, write backwards, and that is only the ABC of their contrariety. For the habit of writing backwards there are obvious evolutionary reasons, and the requirements of Japanese calligraphy sufficiently explain why the artist pushes his brush or pencil instead of pulling it. But why, instead of putting the thread through the eye of the needle, should the Japanese maiden slip the eye of the needle over the point of the thread? Perhaps the most remarkable out of 100 possible examples of antipodal action is furnished by the Japanese art of fencing. The swordsman, delivering his blow with both hands, does not pull the blade towards him in the moment of striking, but pushes it from him. He uses it, indeed, as other Asiatics do, not on the principle of the wedge, but of the saw. Yet there is a pushing motion where we should expect a pulling motion in the stroke. These and other forms of unfamiliar action are strange enough to suggest the notion of a humanity even physically as little related to us as might be the population of another planet, the notion of some anatomical unlikeness. No such unlikeness, however, appears to exist, and all this oppositeness probably implies not so much the outcome of a human experience entirely independent of Aryan experience, as the outcome of an experience evolutionarily younger than our own. Yet that experience has been one of no mean order. Its manifestations do not merely startle, they also delight. The delicate perfection of workmanship, the light strength and grace of objects, the power manifest to obtain the best results with the least material, the achieving of mechanical ends by the simplest possible means, the comprehension of irregularity as aesthetic value, the shapeliness and perfect taste of everything, the sense displayed of harmony in tints or colors, all this must convince you at once that our Occident has much to learn from this remote civilization, not only in matters of art and taste, but in matters likewise of economy and utility. It is no barbarian fancy that appeals to you in those amazing porcelains, those astonishing embroideries, those wonders of lacquer and ivory and bronze, which educate imagination in unfamiliar ways. No. These are the products of a civilization which became, within its own limits, so exquisite that none but an artist is capable of judging its manufacturers, a civilization that can be termed imperfect only by those who would also term imperfect the Greek civilization of 3,000 years ago. But the underlying strangeness of this world, the psychological strangeness, is much more startling than the visible and superficial. You begin to suspect the range of it after having discovered that no adult Occidental can perfectly master the language. East and West, the fundamental parts of human nature, the emotional basis of it, are much the same. The mental difference between a Japanese and a European child is mainly potential, but with growth the difference rapidly develops and widens, till it becomes, in adult life, inexpressible. The whole of the Japanese mental superstructure evolves into forms having nothing in common with Western psychological development. The expression of thought becomes regulated, and the expression of emotion inhibited in ways that bewilder and astound. The ideas of this people are not our ideas. Their sentiments are not our sentiments. Their ethical life represents for us regions of thought and emotion yet unexplored, or, perhaps, long forgotten. Any one of their ordinary phrases, translated into Western speech, makes hopeless nonsense, and the literal rendering into Japanese of the simplest English sentence would scarcely be comprehended by any Japanese who had never studied a European tongue. Could you learn all the words in the Japanese dictionary, your acquisition would not help you in the least to make yourself understood in speaking, unless you had learned also to think like a Japanese, that is to say, to think backwards, to think upside down and inside out, to think in directions totally foreign to Aryan habit. Experience in the acquisition of European languages can help you to learn Japanese about as much as it could help you to acquire the language spoken by the inhabitants of Mars. To be able to use the Japanese tongue as a Japanese uses it, one would need to be born again, and to have one's mind completely reconstructed from the foundation upwards. It is possible that a person of European parentage, born in Japan and accustomed from infancy to use the vernacular, might retain in after life that instinctive knowledge which could only enable him to adapt his mental relations to the relations of any Japanese environment. There is actually an Englishman named Black, born in Japan, whose proficiency in the language is proved by the fact that he is able to earn a fair income as a professional storyteller (hanashika). But this is an extraordinary case. As for the literal language, I need only observe that to make acquaintance with it requires very much more than a knowledge of several thousand Chinese characters. It is safe to say that no Occidental can undertake to render at sight any literary text laid before him. Indeed, the number of native scholars able to do so is very small, and although the learning displayed in this direction by various Europeans may justly compel our admiration, the work of none could have been given to the world without Japanese help. But as the outward strangeness of Japan proves to be full of beauty, so the inward strangeness appears to have its charm, an ethical charm reflected in the common life of the people. The attractive aspects of that life do not indeed imply, to the ordinary observer, a psychological differentiation measurable by scores of centuries. Only a scientific mind, like that of Mr. Percival Lowell, immediately perceives the problem presented. The less gifted stranger, if naturally sympathetic, is merely pleased and puzzled, and tries to explain, by his own experience of happy life on the other side of the world, the social conditions that charm him. Let us suppose that he has the good fortune of being able to live for 6 months or a year in some old-fashioned town of the interior. From the beginning of this sojourn he could scarcely fail to be impressed by the apparent kindliness and joyousness of the existence about him. In the relations of the people to each other, as well as in all the relations to himself, he will find a constant amenity, a tact, a good nature such as he will elsewhere have met with only in the friendship of exclusive circles. Everybody greets everybody with happy looks and pleasant words. Faces are always smiling. The commonest incidents of everyday life are transfigured by a courtesy, at once so artless and so faultless that it appears to spring directly from the heart, without any teaching. Under all circumstances, a certain outward cheerfulness never falls, no matter what troubles may come, storm or fire, flood or earthquake. The laughter of greeting voices, the bright smile and graceful bow, the kindly inquiry and the wish to please, continue to make existence beautiful. Religion brings no gloom into this sunshine. Before the Buddhas and the gods, folk smile as they pray. The temple courts are playgrounds for the children, and within the enclosure of the great public shrines, which are places of festivity rather than of solemnity, dancing platforms are erected. Family existence would seem to be everywhere characterized by gentleness. There is no visible quarreling, no loud harshness, no tears and reproaches. Cruelty, even to animals, appears to be unknown. One sees farmers coming to town, trudging patiently beside their horses or oxen, aiding their dumb companions to bear the burden, and using no whips or goads. Drivers or pullers of carts will turn out of their way, under the most provoking circumstances, rather than overrun a lazy dog or a stupid chicken. For no inconsiderable time one may live in the midst of appearances like these, and perceive nothing to spoil the pleasure of the experience. Of course, the conditions of which I speak are now passing away, but they are still to be found in the remoter districts. I have lived in districts where no case of theft had occurred for hundreds of years, where the newly built prisons of Meiji remained empty and useless, where the people left their doors unfastened by night as well as by day. These facts are familiar to every Japanese. In such a district you might recognize that the kindness shown to you as a stranger is the consequence of official command. But how explain the goodness of the people to each other? When you discover no harshness, no rudeness, no dishonesty, no breaking of laws, and learn that this social condition has been the same for centuries, you are tempted to believe that you have entered into the domain of a morally superior humanity. All this soft urbanity, impeccable honesty, ingenious kindliness of speech and act, you might naturally interpret as conduct directed by perfect goodness of heart, and the simplicity that delights you is no simplicity of barbarism. Here every one has been taught. Every one knows how to write and speak beautifully, how to compose poetry, how to behave politely. There is everywhere cleanliness and good taste. Interiors are bright and pure. The daily use of the hot bath is universal. How refuse to be charmed by a civilization in which every relation appears to be governed by altruism, every action directed by duty, and every object shaped by art? You cannot help being delighted by such conditions, or feel indignant at hearing them denounced as heathen. And according to the degree of altruism within yourself, these good folk will be able, without any apparent effort, to make you happy. The mere sensation of the milieu is a blessed happiness. It is like the sensation of a dream, in which people greet us exactly as we like to be greeted, and say to us all that we like to hear, and do for us all that we wish to have done. People moving soundlessly through spaces of perfect repose, all bathed in vapory light. Yes, for no little time these fairy folk can give you all the soft bliss of sleep. But sooner or later, if you dwell long with them, your contentment will prove to have much in common with the happiness of dreams. You will never forget the dream, never, but it will lift at last, like those vapors of spring which lend preternatural loveliness to a Japanese landscape in the forenoon of radiant days. Really, you are happy because you have entered bodily into fairyland, into a world that is not, and never could be, your own. You have been transported out of your own century, over spaces enormous of perished time, into an era forgotten, into a vanished age, back to something ancient as Egypt or Nineveh. That is the secret of the strangeness and beauty of things, the secret of the thrill they give, the secret of the elfish charm of the people and their ways. Fortunate mortal! The tide of time has turned for you, but remember that here all is enchantment, that you have fallen under the spell of the dead, that the lights and the colors and the voices must fade away at last into emptiness and silence. Some of us, at least, have often wished that it were possible to live for a season in the beautiful vanished world of Greek culture. Inspired by our first acquaintance with the charm of Greek art and thought, this wish comes to us even before we are capable of imagining the true conditions of the antique civilization. If the wish could be realized, we should certainly find it impossible to accommodate ourselves to those conditions, not so much because of the difficulty of learning the environment, as because of the much greater difficulty of feeling just as people used to feel some 30 centuries ago. In spite of all that has been done for Greek studies since the Renaissance, we are still unable to understand many aspects of the old Greek life. No modern mind can really feel, for example, those sentiments and emotions to which the great tragedy of Oedipus made appeal. Nevertheless, we are much in advance of our forefathers of the 18th century as regards the knowledge of Greek civilization. In the time of the French Revolution it was thought possible to re-establish in France the conditions of a Greek republic, and to educate children according to the system of Sparta. Today we are well aware that no mind developed by modern civilization could find happiness under any of those socialistic despotisms which existed in all the cities of the ancient world before the Roman conquest. We could no more mingle with the old Greek life, if it were resurrected for us, no more become a part of it, than we could change our mental identities. But how much would we not give for the delight of beholding it, for the joy of attending one festival in Corinth, or of witnessing the Pan-Hellenic games? And yet, to witness the revival of some perished Greek civilization, to walk about the very Crotona of Pythagoras, to wander through the Syracuse of Theocritus, were not any more of a privilege than is the opportunity actually afforded us to study Japanese life. Indeed, from the evolutional point of view, it were less of a privilege, since Japan offers us the living spectacle of conditions older and psychologically much farther away from us than those of any Greek period with which art and literature have made us closely acquainted. The reader scarcely needs to be reminded that a civilization less evolved than our own, and intellectually remote from us, is not on that account to be regarded as necessarily inferior in all respects. Hellenic civilization at its best represented an early stage of sociological evolution, yet the arts which it developed still furnish our supreme and unapproachable ideals of beauty. So, too, this much more archaic civilization of old Japan attained an average of aesthetic and moral culture well worthy of our wonder and praise. Only a shallow mind, a very shallow mind, will pronounce the best of that culture inferior. But Japanese civilization is peculiar to a degree for which there is perhaps no Western parallel, since it offers us the spectacle of many successive layers of alien culture superimposed above the simple indigenous basis, and forming a very bewilderment of complexity. Most of this alien culture is Chinese, and bears but an indirect relation to the real subject of these studies. The peculiar and surprising fact is that, in spite of all superimposition, the original character of the people and of their society should still remain recognizable. The wonder of Japan is not to be sought in the countless borrowings with which she has clothed herself. Much as a princess of the olden time would don 12 ceremonial robes of diverse colors and qualities, folded one upon the other, so as to show their many tinted edges at throat and sleeves and skirt. No, the real wonder is the wearer. For the interest of the costume is much less in its beauty of form and tint than in its significance as idea, as representing something of the mind that devised or adopted it. And the supreme interest of the old Japanese civilization lies in what it expresses of the race character, that character which yet remains essentially unchanged by all the changes of Meiji. Suggests were perhaps a better word than expresses, for this race character is rather to be divined than recognized. Our comprehension of it might be helped by some definite knowledge of origins, but such knowledge we do not yet possess. Ethnologists are agreed that the Japanese race has been formed by a mingling of peoples, and that the dominant element is Mongolian. But this dominant element is represented in two very different types, one slender and almost feminine of aspect, the other squat and powerful. Chinese and Korean elements are known to exist in the populations of certain districts, and there appears to have been a large infusion of Aino blood. Whether there be any Malay or Polynesian element also has not been decided. Thus much only can be safely affirmed, that the race, like all good races, is a mixed one, and that the peoples who originally united to form it have been so blended together as to develop, under long social discipline, a tolerably uniform type of character. This character, though immediately recognizable in some of its aspects, presents us with many enigmas that are very difficult to explain. Nevertheless, to understand it better has become a matter of importance. Japan has entered into the world's competitive struggle, and the worth of any people in that struggle depends upon character quite as much as upon force. We can learn something about Japanese character if we are able to ascertain the nature of the conditions which shaped it, the great general facts of the moral experience of the race. And these facts we should find expressed or suggested in the history of the national beliefs, and in the history of those social institutions derived from and developed by religion. End of chapter 2. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 3 of Japan, an attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The ancient cult. The real religion of Japan, the religion still professed in one form or other by the entire nation, is that cult which has been the foundation of all civilized religion, and of all civilized society, ancestor worship. In the course of thousands of years, this original cult has undergone modifications, and has assumed various shapes. But everywhere in Japan, its fundamental character remains unchanged. Without including the different Buddhist forms of ancestor worship, we find 3 distinct rites of purely Japanese origin, subsequently modified to some degree by Chinese influence and ceremonial. These Japanese forms of the cult are all classed together under the name of Shinto, which signifies the way of the gods. It is not an ancient term, and it was first adopted only to distinguish the native religion, or way, from the foreign religion of Buddhism called Butsudo, or the way of the Buddha. The 3 forms of the Shinto worship of ancestors are the domestic cult, the communal cult, and the state cult, or, in other words, the worship of family ancestors, the worship of clan or tribal ancestors, and the worship of imperial ancestors. The first is the religion of the home, the second is the religion of the local divinity, or tutelar god, the third is the national religion. There are various other forms of Shinto worship, but they need not be considered for the present. Of the 3 forms of ancestor worship above mentioned, the family cult is the first in evolutional order, the others being later developments. But, in speaking of the family cult as the oldest, I do not mean the home religion as it exists today. Neither do I mean by family anything corresponding to the term household. The Japanese family in early times meant very much more than household. It might include 100 or 1,000 households. It was something like the Greek genus or the Roman gens, the patriarchal family in the largest sense of the term. In prehistoric Japan, the domestic cult of the house ancestor probably did not exist. The family rites would appear to have been performed only at the burial place, but the later domestic cult, having been developed out of the primal family rite, indirectly represents the most ancient form of the religion, and should therefore be considered first in any study of Japanese social evolution. The evolutional history of ancestor worship has been very much the same in all countries, and that of the Japanese cult offers remarkable evidence in support of Herbert Spencer's exposition of the law of religious development. To comprehend this general law, we must, however, go back to the origin of religious beliefs. One should bear in mind that, from a sociological point of view, it is no more correct to speak of the existing ancestor cult in Japan as primitive than it would be to speak of the domestic cult of the Athenians in the time of Pericles as primitive. No persistent form of ancestor worship is primitive, and every established domestic cult has been developed out of some irregular and non-domestic family cult, which, again, must have grown out of still more ancient funeral rites. Our knowledge of ancestor worship as regards the early European civilizations cannot be said to extend to the primitive form of the cult. In the case of the Greeks and the Romans, our knowledge of the subject dates from a period at which a domestic religion had long been established, and we have documentary evidence as to the character of that religion. But of the earlier cult that must have preceded the home worship we have little testimony, and we can surmise its nature only by study of the natural history of ancestor worship among peoples not yet arrived at the state of civilization. The true domestic cult begins with a settled civilization. Now, when the Japanese race first established itself in Japan, it does not appear to have brought with it any civilization of the kind which we would call settled, nor any well-developed ancestor cult. The cult certainly existed, but its ceremonies would seem to have been irregularly performed at graves only. The domestic cult proper may not have been established until about the 8th century, when the spirit tablet is supposed to have been introduced from China. The earliest ancestor cult, as we shall presently see, was developed out of the primitive funeral rites and propitiatory ceremonies. The existing family religion is therefore a comparatively modern development, but it is at least as old as the true civilization of the country, and it conserves beliefs and ideas which are indubitably primitive, as well as ideas and beliefs derived from these. Before treating further of the cult itself, it will be necessary to consider some of these older beliefs. The earliest ancestor worship, the root of all religions, as Herbert Spencer calls it, was probably coeval with the earliest definite belief in ghosts. As soon as men were able to conceive the idea of a shadowy inner self, or double, so soon, doubtless, the propitiatory cult of spirits began. But this earliest ghost worship must have long preceded that period of mental development in which man first became capable of forming abstract ideas. The primitive ancestor worshippers could not have formed the notion of a supreme deity, and all evidence existing as to the first forms of their worship tends to show that there primarily existed no difference whatever between the conception of ghosts and the conception of gods. There were, consequently, no definite beliefs in any future state of reward or of punishment, no ideas of any heaven or hell. Even the notion of a shadowy underworld or Hades was of much later evolution. At first, the dead were thought of only as dwelling in the tombs provided for them, whence they could issue from time to time to visit their former habitations, or to make apparition in the dreams of the living. Their real world was the place of burial, the grave, the tumulus. Afterwards there slowly developed the idea of an underworld, connected in some mysterious way with the place of sepulture. Only at a much later time did this dim underworld of imagination expand and divide into regions of ghostly bliss and woe. It is a noteworthy fact that Japanese mythology never evolved the ideas of an Elysium or a Tartarus, never developed the notion of a heaven or a hell. Even to this day, Shinto belief represents the pre-Homeric state of imagination as regards to the supernatural. Among the Indo-European races, likewise, there appeared to have been at first no difference between gods and ghosts, nor any ranking of gods as greater and lesser. These distinctions were gradually developed. The spirits of the dead, says Mr. Spencer, forming, in a primitive tribe, an ideal group the members of which are but little distinguished from one another, will grow more and more distinguished, and as societies advance, and as traditions, local and general, accumulate and complicate, these once similar human souls, acquiring, in the popular mind, differences of character and importance, will diverge, until their original community of nature becomes scarcely recognizable. So in antique Europe, and so in the Far East, where the greater gods of nations evolved from ghost cults, but those ethics of ancestor worship which shaped alike the earliest societies of West and East date from a period before the time of the greater gods, from the period when all the dead were supposed to become gods, with no distinction of rank. No more than the primitive ancestor worshippers of Aryan race did the early Japanese think of their dead as ascending to some extra-mundane region of light and bliss, or as descending into some realm of torment. They thought of their dead as still inhabiting this world, or at least as maintaining with it a constant communication. Their earliest sacred records do, indeed, make mention of an underworld, where mysterious thunder gods and evil goblins dwelt in corruption. But this vague world of the dead communicated with the world of the living, and the spirit there, though in some sort attached to its decaying envelope, could still receive upon earth the homage and the offerings of man. Before the advent of Buddhism, there was no idea of a heaven or a hell. The ghosts of the departed were thought of as constant presences, needing propitiation and able in some way to share the pleasures and the pains of the living. They required food and drink and light, and in return for these they could confer benefits. Their bodies had melted into earth, but the spirit power still lingered in the upper world, thrilled its substance, moved in its winds and waters. By death they had acquired mysterious force. They had become superior ones, kami, gods. That is to say, gods in the oldest Greek and Roman sense. Be it observed that there were no moral distinctions, east or west, in this deification. All the dead become gods, wrote the great Shinto commentator Hirata. So likewise, in the thought of the early Greeks and even of the late Romans, all the dead became gods. M. de Coulanges observes in La Cite Antique, this kind of apotheosis was not the privilege of the great alone. No distinction was made. It was not even necessary to have been a virtuous man. The wicked man became a god as well as the good man, only that in his after existence he retained the evil inclinations of his former life. Such also was the case in Shinto belief. The good man became a beneficent divinity, the bad man an evil deity. But all alike became kami. And since there are bad as well as good gods, wrote Motowori, it is necessary to propitiate them with offerings of agreeable food, playing the harp, blowing the flute, singing and dancing, and whatever is likely to put them in a good humour. The Latins called the maleficent ghosts of the dead larvae, and called the beneficent or harmless gods lares, or manes, or genii, according to Apuleius. But all alike were gods, dii manes, and Cicero admonished his readers to render to all dii manes the rightful worship. They are men, he declared, who have departed from this life. Consider them divine beings. In Shinto, as in old Greek belief, to die was to enter into the possession of superhuman power, to become capable of conferring benefit or of inflicting misfortune by supernatural means. But yesterday, such or such a man was a common toiler, a person of no importance. Today, being dead, he becomes a divine power, and his children pray to him for the prosperity of their undertakings. Thus also we find personages of Greek tragedy, such as Alcestis, suddenly transformed into divinities by death, and addressed in the language of worship or prayer. But, in despite of the supernatural power, the dead are still dependent upon the living for happiness. Though viewless, save in dreams, they need earthly nourishment and homage, food and drink, and the reverence of their descendants. Each ghost must rely for such comfort upon its living kindred. Only through the devotion of that kindred can it ever find repose. Each ghost must have shelter, a fitting tomb. Each must have offerings. While honorably sheltered and properly nourished, the spirit is pleased, and will aid in maintaining the good fortune of its propitiators. But if refused the sepulchral home, the funeral rites, the offerings of food and fire and drink, the spirit will suffer from hunger and cold and thirst, and, becoming angered, will act malevolently and contrive misfortune for those by whom it has been neglected. Such were the ideas of the old Greeks regarding the dead, and such were the ideas of the old Japanese. Although the religion of ghosts was once the religion of our own forefathers, whether of northern or southern Europe, and although practices derived from it, such as the custom of decorating graves with flowers, persists today among our most advanced communities, our modes of thought have so changed under the influences of modern civilization that it is difficult for us to imagine how people could ever have supposed that the happiness of the dead depended upon material food. But it is probable that the real belief in ancient European societies was much like the belief as it exists in modern Japan. The dead are not supposed to consume the substance of the food, but only to absorb the invisible essence of it. In the early period of ancestor worship, the food offerings were large. Later on, they were made smaller and smaller, as the idea grew up that the spirits required but little sustenance of even the most vapory kind. But, however small the offerings, it was essential that they should be made regularly. Upon these shadowy repasts depended the well-being of the dead, and upon the well-being of the dead depended the fortunes of the living. Neither could dispense with the help of the other. The visible and the invisible worlds were forever united by bonds innumerable of mutual necessity, and no single relation of that union could be broken without the direst consequences. The history of all religious sacrifices can be traced back to this ancient custom of offerings made to ghosts, and the whole Indo-Aryan race had at one time no other religion than this religion of spirits. In fact, every advanced human society has, at some period of its history, passed through the stage of ancestor worship, but it is to the Far East that we must look today in order to find the cult coexisting with an elaborate civilization. Now the Japanese ancestor cult, though representing the beliefs of a non-Aryan people and offering in the history of its development various interesting peculiarities, still embodies much that is characteristic of ancestor worship in general. There survive in it especially these three beliefs, which underlie all forms of persistent ancestor worship in all climes and countries. First, the dead remain in this world, haunting their tombs and also their former homes, and sharing invisibly in the life of their living descendants. Second, all the dead become gods, in the sense of acquiring supernatural power, but they retain the characters which distinguish them during life. Third, the happiness of the dead depends upon the respectful service rendered them by the living, and the happiness of the living depends upon the fulfillment of pious duty to the dead. To these very early beliefs may be added the following, probably of later development, which at one time must have exercised immense influence. Fourth, every event in the world, good or evil, fair seasons or plentiful harvests, flood and famine, tempest and tidal wave and earthquake, is the work of the dead. Fifth, all human actions, good or bad, are controlled by the dead. The first three beliefs survive from the dawn of civilization, or before it, from the time in which the dead were the only gods, without distinctions of power. The latter two would seem rather of the period in which a true mythology, an enormous polytheism, had been developed out of the primitive ghost worship. There is nothing simple in these beliefs. They are awful, tremendous beliefs, and before Buddhism helped to dissipate them, their pressure upon the mind of a people dwelling in a land of cataclysms, must have been like an endless weight of nightmare. But the elder beliefs, in softened form, are yet a fundamental part of the existing cult, though Japanese ancestor worship has undergone many modifications in the past 2000 years. These modifications have not transformed its essential character in relation to conduct, and the whole framework of society rests upon it as on a moral foundation. The history of Japan is really the history of her religion. No single fact in this connection is more significant than the fact that the ancient Japanese term for government, Matsuri Goto, signifies liberally matters of worship. Later on we shall find that not only government, but almost everything in Japanese society derives directly or indirectly from this ancestor cult, and that in all matters the dead, rather than the living, have been the rulers of the nation, and the shapers of its destinies. End of chapter 3. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 4 of Japan, an attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The religion of the home. 3 stages of ancestor worship are to be distinguished in the general course of religious and social evolution, and each of these finds illustration in the history of Japanese society. The first stage is that which exists before the establishment of a settled civilization, when there is yet no national ruler, and when the unit of society is the great patriarchal family, with its elders or war chiefs for lords. Under these conditions, the spirits of the family ancestors only are worshipped, each family propitiating its own dead, and recognizing no other form of worship. As the patriarchal families, later on, become grouped into tribal clans, there grows up the custom of tribal sacrifice to the spirits of the clan rulers, this cult being superadded to the family cult, and marking the second stage of ancestor worship. Finally, with the union of all the clans or tribes under one supreme head, there is developed the custom of propitiating the spirits of national rulers. This third form of the cult becomes the obligatory religion of the country, but it does not replace either of the preceding cults. The 3 continue to exist together. Though, in the present state of our knowledge, the evolution in Japan of these 3 stages of ancestor worship is but faintly traceable, we can divine tolerably well from various records how the permanent forms of the cult were first developed out of the earlier funeral rites. Between the ancient Japanese funeral customs and those of antique Europe there was a vast difference, a difference indicating, as regards Japan, a far more primitive social condition. In Greece and in Italy it was an early custom to bury the family dead within the limits of the family estate, and the Greek and Roman laws of property grew out of this practice. Sometimes the dead were buried close to the house. The author of La Cite Antique cites, among other ancient texts bearing upon the subject, an interesting invocation from the tragedy of Helen by Euripides. All hail, my father's tomb! I buried thee, Proteus, at the place where men pass out, that I might often greet thee, and so, even as I go out and in, I, thy son Theoclymenus, call upon thee, father. But in ancient Japan, men fled from the neighborhood of death. It was long the custom to abandon, either temporarily or permanently, the house in which a death occurred, and we can scarcely suppose that, at any time, it was thought desirable to bury the dead close to the habitation of the surviving members of the household. Some Japanese authorities declare that in the very earliest ages there was no burial, and that corpses were merely conveyed to desolate places, and there abandoned to wild creatures. Be this as it may, we have documentary evidence of an unmistakable sort concerning the early funeral rites as they existed when the custom of burying had become established, rites weird and strange, and having nothing in common with the practices of settled civilization. There is reason to believe that the family dwelling was at first permanently, not temporarily, abandoned to the dead, and in view of the fact that the dwelling was a wooden hut of very simple structure, there is nothing improbable in the supposition. At all events, the corpse was left for a certain period, called the period of mourning, either in the abandoned house where the death occurred, or in a shelter especially built for the purpose, and, during the mourning period, offerings of food and drink were set before the dead, and ceremonies performed without the house. One of these ceremonies consisted in the recital of poems in praise of the dead, which poems were called shinobi-goto. There was music also of flutes and drums, and dancing, and at night a fire was kept burning before the house. After all this had been done, for the fixed period of mourning, 8 days, according to some authorities, 14 according to others, the corpse was interred. It is probable that the deserted house may thereafter have become an ancestral temple or ghost house, prototype of the Shintomiya. At an early time, though when we do not know, it certainly became the custom to erect a moya or mourning house in the event of a death, and the rites were performed at the mourning house prior to the interment. The manner of burial was very simple. There were yet no tombs in the literal meaning of the term, and no tombstones. Only a mound was thrown up over the grave, and the size of the mound varied according to the rank of the dead. The custom of deserting the house in which a death took place would accord with the theory of a nomadic ancestry for the Japanese people. It was a practice totally incompatible with a settled civilization like that of the early Greeks and Romans, whose customs in regard to burial presuppose small landholdings in permanent occupation. But there may have been, even in early times, some exceptions to general custom, exceptions made by necessity. Today, in various parts of the country, and perhaps more particularly in districts remote from temples, it is the custom for farmers to bury the dead upon their own lands. At regular intervals after burial, ceremonies were performed at the graves, and food and drink were then served to the spirits. When the spirit tablet had been introduced from China, and a true domestic cult established, the practice of making offerings at the place of burial was not discontinued. It survives to the present time, both in the Shinto and the Buddhist rite, and every spring an imperial messenger presents at the tomb of the Emperor Jimmu the same offerings of birds and fish and seaweed, rice and rice wine, which were made to the spirit of the founder of the empire 2500 years ago. But before the period of Chinese influence, the family would seem to have worshipped its dead only before the mortuary house, or at the grave, and the spirits were yet supposed to dwell, especially in their tombs, with access to some mysterious subterranean world. They were supposed to need other things besides nourishment, and it was customary to place in the grave various articles for their ghostly use: a sword, for example, in the case of a warrior, a mirror in the case of a woman, together with certain objects especially prized during life, such as objects of precious metal and polished stones or gems. At this stage of ancestor worship, when the spirits are supposed to require shadowy service of a sort corresponding to that exacted during their lifetime in the body, we should expect to hear of human sacrifices as well as of animal sacrifices. At the funerals of great personages such sacrifices were common. Owing to beliefs of which all knowledge has been lost, these sacrifices assumed a character much more cruel than that of the immolations of the Greek Homeric epoch. The human victims (Footnote: How the horses and other animals were sacrificed does not clearly appear) were buried up to the neck in a circle about the grave, and thus left to perish under the beaks of birds and the teeth of wild beasts. The term applied to this form of immolation, hitogaki, or human hedge, implies a considerable number of victims in each case. This custom was abolished by the Emperor Soinin about 1900 years ago, and the Nihongi declares that it was then an ancient custom. Being grieved by the crying of the victims interred in the funeral mound erected over the grave of his brother, Yamato Hiko no Mikoto, the emperor is recorded to have said, "It is a very painful thing to force those whom one has loved in life to follow one in death. Though it be an ancient custom, why follow it, if it is bad? From this time forward, take counsel to put a stop to the following of the dead." Nomi no Sukune, a court noble, now apotheosized as the patron of wrestlers, then suggested the substitution of earthen images of men and horses for the living victims, and his suggestion was approved. The hitogaki was thus abolished. But compulsory as well as voluntary following of the dead certainly continued for many hundred years after, since we find the Emperor Kotoku issuing an edict on the subject in the year 646 A.D. When a man dies, there have been cases of people sacrificing themselves by strangulation, or of strangling others by way of sacrifice, or of compelling the dead man's horse to be sacrificed, or of burying valuables in the grave in honor of the dead, or of cutting off the hair and stabbing the thighs, and, in that condition, pronouncing a eulogy on the dead. Let all such old customs be entirely discontinued. Nihongi, Aston's translation. As regarded compulsory sacrifice and popular custom, this edict may have had the immediate effect desired, but voluntary human sacrifices were not definitively suppressed. With the rise of the military power, there gradually came into existence another custom of junji, or following one's lord in death, suicide by the sword. It is said to have begun about 1333, when the last of the Hoji regents, Takatoki, performed suicide, and a number of his retainers took their own lives by harakiri in order to follow their master. It may be doubted whether this incident really established the practice, but by the 16th century junji had certainly become an honored custom among the samurai. Loyal retainers esteemed it a duty to kill themselves after the death of their lord, in order to attend upon him during his ghostly journey. 1,000 years of Buddhist teaching had not therefore sufficed to eradicate all primitive notions of sacrificial duty. The practice continued into the time of the Tokugawa shogunate, when Ieyasu made laws to check it. These laws were rigidly applied, the entire family of the suicide being held responsible for a case of junji, yet the custom cannot be said to have become extinct until considerably after the beginning of the era of Meiji. Even during my own time there have been survivals, some of a very touching kind, suicides performed in hope of being able to serve or aid the spirit of master or husband or parent in the invisible world. Perhaps the strangest case was that of a boy 14 years old, who killed himself in order to wait upon the spirit of a child, his master's little son. The peculiar character of the early human sacrifices at graves, the character of the funeral rites, the abandonment of the house in which death had occurred, all prove that the early ancestor worship was of a decidedly primitive kind. This is suggested also by the peculiar Shinto horror of death as pollution. Even at this day to attend a funeral, unless the funeral be conducted after the Shinto rite, is religious defilement. The ancient legend of Izanagi's descent to the nether world in search of his lost spouse illustrates the terrible beliefs that once existed as to goblin powers presiding over decay. Between the horror of death as corruption and the apotheosis of the ghost, there is nothing incongruous. We must understand the apotheosis itself as a propitiation. This earliest way of the gods was a religion of perpetual fear. Not ordinary homes only were deserted after death. Even the emperors, during many centuries, were wont to change their capital after the death of a predecessor. But, gradually, out of the primal funeral rites a higher cult was evolved. The mourning house, or moya, became transformed into the Shinto temple, which still retains the shape of the primitive hut. Then, under Chinese influence, the ancestral cult became established in the home, and Buddhism, at a later day, maintained this domestic cult. By degrees, the household religion became a religion of tenderness as well as of duty, and changed and softened the thoughts of men about the dead. As early as the 8th century, ancestor worship appears to have developed the three principal forms under which it still exists, and thereafter the family cult began to assume a character which offers many resemblances to the domestic religion of the old European civilizations. Let us now glance at the existing forms of this domestic cult, the universal religion of Japan. In every home there is a shrine devoted to it. If the family profess only the Shinto belief, this shrine, or mitamaya, (august spirit dwelling), tiny model of a Shinto temple, is placed upon a shelf fixed against the wall of some inner chamber, at a height of about 6 feet from the floor. Such a shelf is called Mitama Sanotana, or Shelf of the August Spirits. It is more popularly termed Miya, August House, a name given to the ordinary Shinto temples. In the shrine are placed thin tablets of white wood, inscribed with the names of the household dead. Such tablets are called by a name signifying spirit substitutes, mitamashiro, or by a probably older name signifying spirit sticks. If the family worships its ancestors according to the Buddhist rite, the mortuary tablets are placed in the Buddhist household shrine, or butsudan, which usually occupies the upper shelf of an alcove in one of the inner apartments. Buddhist mortuary tablets, with some exceptions, are called ihai, a term signifying soul commemoration. They are lacquered and gilded, usually having a carved lotus flower as pedestal, and they do not, as a rule, bear the real, but only the religious and posthumous name of the dead. Now it is important to observe that, in either cult, the mortuary tablet actually suggests a miniature tombstone, which is a fact of some evolutionary interest, though the evolution itself should be Chinese rather than Japanese. The plain gravestones in Shinto cemeteries resemble in form the simple wooden ghost sticks or spirit sticks, while the Buddhist monuments in the old-fashioned Buddhist graveyards are shaped like the ihai, of which the form is slightly varied to indicate sex and age, which is also the case with the tombstone. The number of mortuary tablets in a household shrine does not generally exceed 5 or 6, only grandparents and parents and the recently dead being thus represented. But the name of remoter ancestors are inscribed upon scrolls, which are kept in the butsudan or the mitamaya. Whatever be the family rite, prayers are repeated and offerings are placed before the ancestral tablets every day. The nature of the offerings and the character of the prayers depend upon the religion of the household, but the essential duties of the cult are everywhere the same. These duties are not to be neglected under any circumstances. Their performance in these times is usually entrusted to the elders, or to the women of the household. Note: not, however, upon any public occasion, such as a gathering of relatives at a home for a religious anniversary. At such times the rites are performed by the head of the household. End of note. Speaking of the ancient custom, once prevalent in every Japanese household and still observed in Shinto homes, of making offerings to the deities of the cooking range and of food, Sir Ernest Satow observes: The rites in honor of these gods were at first performed by the head of the household, but in after times the duty came to be delegated to the women of the family. Ancient Japanese Rituals. We may infer that in regard to the ancestral rites, likewise, the same transfer of duties occurred at an early time, for obvious reasons of convenience. When the duty devolves upon the elders of the family, grandfather and grandmother, it is usually the grandmother who attends to the offerings. In the Greek and Roman household, the performance of the domestic rites appears to have been obligatory upon the head of the household, but we know that the women took part in them. There is no long ceremony, no imperative rule about prayers, nothing solemn. The food offerings are selected out of the family cooking. The murmured or whispered invocations are short and few, but, trifling as rites may seem, their performance must never be overlooked. Not to make the offerings is a possibility undreamed of. So long as the family exists, they must be made. To describe the details of the domestic rite would require much space, not because they are complicated in themselves, but because they are of a sort unfamiliar to Western experience, and vary according to the sect of the family. But to consider the details will not be necessary. The important matter is to consider the religion and its beliefs in relation to conduct and character. It should be recognized that no religion is more sincere, no faith more touching than this domestic worship, which regards the dead as continuing to form a part of the household life, and needing still the affection and the respect of their children and kindred. Originating in those dim ages when fear was stronger than love, when the wish to please the ghosts of the departed must have been chiefly inspired by dread of their anger, the cult at last developed into a religion of affection, and this it yet remains. The belief that the dead need affection, that to neglect them is a cruelty, that their happiness depends upon duty, is a belief that has almost cast out the primitive fear of their displeasure. They are not thought of as dead. They are believed to remain among those who love them. Unseen they guard the home, and watch over the welfare of its inmates. They hover nightly in the glow of the shrine lamp, and the stirring of its flame is the motion of them. They dwell mostly within their lettered tablets. Sometimes they can animate a tablet, change it into the substance of a human body, and return in that body to active life, in order to succor and console. From their shrine they observe and hear what happens in the house. They share the family joys and sorrows. They delight in the voices and the warmth of the life about them. They want affection, but the morning and the evening greetings of the family are enough to make them happy. They require nourishment, but the vapour of food contents them. They are exacting only as regards the daily fulfilment of duty. They were the givers of life, the givers of wealth, the makers and teachers of the present. They represent the past of the race, and all its sacrifices. Whatever the living possess is from them, yet how little do they require in return! Scarcely more than to be thanked as the founders and guardians of the home, in simple words like these: "For aid received, by day and by night, accept, august ones, our reverential gratitude." To forget or neglect them, to treat them with rude indifference, is the proof of an evil heart. To cause them shame by ill conduct, to disgrace their name by bad actions, is the supreme crime. They represent the moral experience of the race. Whosoever denies that experience denies them also, and falls to the level of the beast, or below it. They represent the unwritten law, the traditions of the commune, the duties of all to all. Whosoever offends against these, sins against the dead. And, finally, they represent the mystery of the invisible. To Shinto belief, at least, they are gods. It is to be remembered, of course, that the Japanese word for gods, kami, does not imply, any more than did the old Latin term dii manes, ideas like those which have become associated with the modern notion of divinity. The Japanese term might be more closely rendered by some such expression as the superiors, the higher ones, and it was formerly applied to living rulers as well as to deities and ghosts. But it implies considerably more than the idea of a disembodied spirit, for, according to old Shinto teaching, the dead became world rulers. They were the cause of all natural events, of winds, rains, and tides, of buddings and ripenings, of growth and decay, of everything desirable or dreadful. They formed a kind of subtler element, an ancestral ether, universally extending and unceasingly operating. Their powers, when united for any purpose, were resistless, and in time of national peril they were invoked en masse for aid against the foe. Thus, to the eyes of faith, behind each family ghost there extended the measureless shadowy power of countless kami, and the sense of duty to the ancestor was deepened by dim awe of the forces controlling the world, the whole invisible vast. To primitive Shinto conception, the universe was filled with ghosts. To later Shinto conception, the ghostly condition was not limited by place or time, even in the case of individual spirits. Although, wrote Hirata, the home of the spirits is in the spirit house, they are equally present wherever they are worshipped, being gods and therefore ubiquitous. The Buddhist dead are not called gods, but Buddhas, Hotoke, which term, of course, expresses a pious hope rather than a faith. The belief is that they are only on the way to some higher state of existence, and they should not be invoked or worshipped after the manner of the Shinto gods. Prayers should be said for them, not, as a rule, to them. Note: certain Buddhist rituals prove exceptions to this teaching. End of note. But the vast majority of Japanese Buddhists are also followers of Shinto, and the two faiths, though seemingly incongruous, have long been reconciled in the popular mind. The Buddhist doctrine has therefore modified the ideas attaching to the cult much less deeply than might be supposed. In all patriarchal societies with a settled civilization, there is evolved out of the worship of ancestors a religion of filial piety. Filial piety still remains the supreme virtue among civilized peoples possessing an ancestor cult. By filial piety must not be understood, however, what is commonly signified by the English term, the devotion of children to parents. We must understand the word piety rather in its classic meaning, as the pietas of the early Romans, that is to say, as the religious sense of household duty, reverence for the dead, as well as the sentiment of duty towards the living, the affection of children to parents, and the affection of parents to children, the mutual duties of husband and wife, the duties likewise of sons-in-law and daughters-in-law to the family as a body, the duties of servant to master, and of master to dependent, all these were included under the term. The family itself was a religion, the ancestral home a temple. And so we find the family and the home to be in Japan, even at the present day. Filial piety in Japan does not mean only the duty of children to parents and grandparents. It means still more the cult of the ancestors, reverential service to the dead, the gratitude of the present to the past, and the conduct of the individual in relation to the entire household. Hirata, therefore, declared that all virtues derived from the worship of ancestors, and his words, as translated by Sir Ernest Satow, deserve particular attention. It is the duty of a subject to be diligent in worshipping his ancestors, whose minister he should consider himself to be. The custom of adoption arose from the natural desire of having someone to perform sacrifices, and this desire ought not to be rendered of no avail by neglect. Devotion to the memory of ancestors is the mainspring of all virtues. No one who discharges his duty to them will ever be disrespectful to the gods or to his living parents. Such a man also will be faithful to his prince, loyal to his friends, and kind and gentle to his wife and children. For the essence of this devotion is indeed filial piety. From the sociologist's point of view, Hirata is right. It is unquestionably true that the whole system of Far Eastern ethics derives from the religion of the household. By aid of that cult have been evolved all ideas of duty to the living as well as to the dead. The sentiment of reverence, the sentiment of loyalty, the spirit of self-sacrifice, and the spirit of patriotism. What filial piety signifies as a religious force can best be imagined from the fact that you can buy life in the East, that it has its price in the market. This religion is the religion of China and of countries adjacent, and life is for sale in China. It was the filial piety of China that rendered possible the completion of the Panama Railroad, where to strike the soil was to liberate death, where the land devoured laborers by the thousand, until white and black labor could no more be procured in quantity sufficient for the work. But labor could be obtained from China, any amount of labor, at the cost of life. And the cost was paid, and multitudes of men came from the East to toil and die, in order that the price of their lives might be sent to their families. I have no doubt that, where the sacrifice imperatively demanded, life could be as readily bought in Japan, though not, perhaps, so cheaply. Where this religion prevails, the individual is ready to give his life, in a majority of cases, for the family, the home, the ancestors. And the filial piety impelling such sacrifice becomes, by extension, the loyalty that will sacrifice even the family itself for the sake of the Lord, or, by yet further extension, the loyalty that prays, like Kusunoki Masashige, for 7 successive lives to lay down on behalf of the sovereign. Out of filial piety, indeed, has been developed the whole moral power that protects the state, the power also that has seldom failed to impose rightful restraints upon official despotism whenever the despotism grew dangerous to the common weal. Probably the filial piety that centered about the domestic altars of the ancient West differed in little from that which yet rules the most Eastern East. But we miss in Japan the Aryan hearth, the family altar with its perpetual fire. The Japanese home religion represents, apparently, a much earlier stage of the cult than that which existed within historic time among the Greeks and Romans. The homestead in old Japan was not a stable institution like the Greek or the Roman home. The custom of burying the family dead upon the family estate never became general. The dwelling itself never assumed a substantial and lasting character. It could not be literally said of the Japanese warrior, as of the Roman, that he fought pro aris et focis. There was neither altar nor sacred fire. The place of these was taken by the spirit shelf or shrine, with its tiny lamp, kindled afresh each evening, and, in early times, there were no Japanese images of divinities. For Lares and Penates there were only the mortuary tablets of the ancestors, and certain little tablets bearing names of other gods, tutelar gods. The presence of these frail wooden objects still makes the home, and they may be, of course, transported anywhere. To apprehend the full meaning of ancestor worship as a family religion, a living faith, is now difficult for the Western mind. We are able to imagine only in the vaguest way how our Aryan forefathers felt and thought about their dead. But in the living beliefs of Japan we find much to suggest the nature of the old Greek piety. Each member of the family supposes himself, or herself, under perpetual ghostly surveillance. Spirit eyes are watching every act. Spirit ears are listening to every word. Thoughts too, not less than deeds, are visible to the gaze of the dead. The heart must be pure, the mind must be under control, within the presence of the spirits. Probably the influence of such beliefs, uninterruptedly exerted upon conduct during thousands of years, did much to form the charming side of Japanese character. Yet there is nothing stern or solemn in this home religion to-day. Nothing of that rigid and unvarying discipline supposed by Fustel de Coulanges to have especially characterized the Roman cult. It is a religion rather of gratitude and tenderness, the dead being served by the household as if they were actually present in the body. I fancy that if we were able to enter for a moment into the vanished life of some old Greek city, we should find the domestic religion there not less cheerful than the Japanese home cult remains today. I imagine that Greek children 3,000 years ago must have watched, like the Japanese children of today, for a chance to steal some of the good things offered to the ghosts of the ancestors. And I fancy that Greek parents must have chidden quite as gently as Japanese parents chide in this era of Meiji, mingling reproof with instruction and hinting of weird possibilities. Note: food presented to the dead may afterwards be eaten by the elders of the household, or given to pilgrims. But it is said that if children eat of it, they will grow with feeble memories, and incapable of becoming scholars. End of note. End of chapter 4. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 5 of Japan, an attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Japanese family. The great general idea, the fundamental idea underlying every persistent ancestor worship, is that the welfare of the living depends upon the welfare of the dead. Under the influence of this idea, and of the cult based upon it, were developed the early organization of the family, the laws regarding property and succession, the whole structure, in short, of ancient society, whether in the Western or the Eastern world. But before considering how the social structure in old Japan was shaped by the ancestral cult, let me again remind the reader that there were, at first, no other gods than the dead. Even when Japanese ancestor worship evolved a mythology, its gods were only transfigured ghosts. And this is the history of all mythology. The ideas of heaven and hell did not exist among the primitive Japanese, nor any notion of metempsychosis. The Buddhist doctrine of rebirth, a late borrowing, was totally inconsistent with the archaic Japanese beliefs, and required an elaborate metaphysical system to support it. But we may suppose the early ideas of the Japanese about the dead to have been much like those of the Greeks of the pre-Homeric era. There was an underground world to which spirits descended, but they were supposed to haunt by preference their own graves or their ghost houses. Only by slow degrees did the notion of their power of ubiquity become evolved. But even then they were thought to be particularly attached to their tombs, shrines, and homesteads. Hirata wrote in the early part of the 19th century, "The spirits of the dead continue to exist in the unseen world which is everywhere about us, and they all become gods of varying character and degrees of influence. Some reside in temples built in their honor, others hover near their tombs, and they continue to render service to their prince, parents, wives, and children, as when in the body." Evidently the unseen world was thought to be in some sort a duplicate of the visible world, and dependent upon the help of the living for its prosperity. The dead and the living were mutually dependent. The all-important necessity for the ghost was sacrificial worship. The all-important necessity for the man was to provide for the future cult of his own spirit. And to die without assurance of a cult was the supreme calamity. Remembering these facts, we can understand better the organization of the patriarchal family, shaped to maintain and to provide for the cult of its dead, any neglect of which cult was believed to involve misfortune. The reader is doubtless aware that in the old Aryan family the bond of union was not the bond of affection, but a bond of religion, to which natural affection was altogether subordinate. This condition characterizes the patriarchal family wherever ancestor worship exists. Now the Japanese family, like the ancient Greek or Roman family, was a religious society in the strictest sense of the term, and a religious society it yet remains. Its organization was primarily shaped in accordance with the requirements of ancestor worship. Its later imported doctrines of filial piety had been already developed in China to meet the needs of an older and similar religion. We might expect to find in the structure, the laws, and the customs of the Japanese family many points of likeness to the structure and the traditional laws of the old Aryan household, because the law of sociological evolution admits of only minor exceptions. And many such points of likeness are obvious. The materials for a serious comparative study have not yet been collected. Very much remains to be learned regarding the past history of the Japanese family, but, along certain general lines, the resemblances between domestic institutions in ancient Europe and domestic institutions in the Far East can be clearly established. Alike in the early European and in the old Japanese civilization, it was believed that the prosperity of the family depended upon the exact fulfillment of the duties of the ancestral cult, and, to a considerable degree, this belief rules the life of the Japanese family today. It is still thought that the good fortune of the household depends on the observance of its cult, and that the greatest possible calamity is to die without leaving a male heir to perform the rites and to make the offerings. The paramount duty of filial piety among the early Greeks and Romans was to provide for the perpetuation of the family cult, and celibacy was therefore generally forbidden. The obligation to marry being enforced by opinion were not enforced by legislation. Among the free classes of old Japan, marriage was also, as a general rule, obligatory in the case of a male heir. Otherwise, where celibacy was not condemned by law, it was condemned by custom. To die without offspring was, in the case of a younger son, chiefly a personal misfortune. To die without leaving a male heir, in the case of an elder son and successor, was a crime against the ancestors, the cult being thereby threatened with extinction. No excuse existed for remaining childless. The family law in Japan, precisely as in ancient Europe, having amply provided against such a contingency. In case that a wife proved barren, she might be divorced. In case that there were reasons for not divorcing her, a concubine might be taken for the purpose of obtaining an heir. Furthermore, every family representative was privileged to adopt an heir. An unworthy son, again, might be disinherited, and another young man adopted in his place. Finally, in case that a man had daughters but no son, the succession and the continuance of the cult could be assured by adopting a husband for the eldest daughter. But, as in the antique European family, daughters could not inherit. Descent being in the male line, it was necessary to have a male heir. In old Japanese belief, as in old Greek and Roman belief, the father, not the mother, was the life-giver. The creative principle was masculine. The duty of maintaining the cult rested with the man, not with the woman. Note: Wherever, among ancestor-worshipping races, descent is in the male line, the cult follows the male line. But the reader is doubtless aware that a still more primitive form of society than the patriarchal, the matriarchal, is supposed to have had its ancestor worship. Mr. Spencer observes: "What has happened when descent in the female line obtains is not clear. I have met with no statement showing that, in societies characterized by this usage, the duty of administering to the double of the dead man devolved on one of his children rather than on others." Principles of Sociology, Volume 3, Section 601. The woman shared the cult, but she could not maintain it. Besides, the daughters of the family, being destined as a general rule to marry into other households, could bear only a temporary relation to the home cult. It was necessary that the religion of the wife should be the religion of the husband, and the Japanese, like the Greek woman, on marrying into another household, necessarily became attached to the cult of her husband's family. For this reason especially, the females in the patriarchal family are not equal to the males. The sister cannot rank with the brother. It is true that the Japanese daughter, like the Greek daughter, could remain attached to her own family even after marriage, providing that a husband were adopted for her, that is to say, taken into the family as a son. But even in this case she could only share in the cult, which it then became the duty of the adopted husband to maintain. The constitution of the patriarchal family everywhere derives from its ancestral cult. And before considering the subjects of marriage and adoption in Japan, it will be necessary to say something about the ancient family organization. The ancient family was called uchi, a word said to have originally signified the same thing as the modern term uchi, interior or household, but certainly used from very early times in the sense of name, clan name especially. There were two kinds of uchi, the o-uchi, or great families, and the ko-uchi, or lesser families, either term signifying a large body of persons united by kinship and by the cult of a common ancestor. The o-uchi corresponded in some degree to the Greek genus, or the Roman gens. The ko-uchi were its branches and subordinate to it. The unit of society was the uchi. Each o-uchi, with its dependent ko-uchi, represented something like a phratry or curia, and all the larger groups making up the primitive Japanese society were but multiplications of the uchi, whether we call them clans, tribes, or hordes. With the advent of a settled civilization, the greater groups necessarily divided and subdivided, but the smallest subdivision still retained its primal organization. Even the modern Japanese family partly retains that organization. It does not mean only a household, it means rather what the Greek or Roman family became after the dissolution of the gens. With ourselves, the family has been disintegrated. When we talk of a man's family, we mean his wife and children. But the Japanese family is still a large group. As marriages take place early, it may consist, even as a household, of great-grandparents, grandparents, parents, and children, sons and daughters of several generations. But it commonly extends much beyond the limits of one household. In early times it might constitute the entire population of a village or town, and there are still in Japan large communities of persons all bearing the same family name. In some districts it was formerly the custom to keep all the children, as far as possible, within the original family group, husbands being adopted for all the daughters. The group might thus consist of 60 or more persons dwelling under the same roof, and the houses were of course constructed by successive extension so as to meet the requirement. I am mentioning these curious facts only by way of illustration. But the greater uchi, after the race had settled down, rapidly multiplied, and although there are said to be house communities still in some remote districts of the country, the primal patriarchal groups must have been broken up almost everywhere at some very early period. Thereafter the main cult of the Uji did not cease to be the cult also of its subdivisions. All members of the original gens continued to worship the common ancestor, or Uji no Kami, the god of the Uji. By degrees the ghost house of the Uji no Kami became transformed into the modern Shinto parish temple, and the ancestral spirit became the local tutelar god, whose modern appellation, Ujigami, is but a shortened form of his ancient title, Uji no Kami. Meanwhile, after the general establishment of the domestic cult, each separate household maintained the special cult of its own dead, in addition to the communal cult. This religious condition still continues. The family may include several households, but each household maintains the cult of its dead, and the family group, whether large or small, preserves its ancient constitution and character. It is still a religious society, exacting obedience, on the part of all its members, to traditional custom. So much having been explained, the customs regarding marriage and adoption in their relation to the family hierarchy can be clearly understood. But a word first regarding this hierarchy, as it exists today. Theoretically, the power of the head of the family is still supreme in the household. All must obey the head. Furthermore, the females must obey the males. The wives, the husbands, and the younger members of the family are subject to the elder members. The children must not only obey the parents and grandparents, but must observe among themselves the domestic law of seniority. Thus, the younger brother should obey the elder brother, and the younger sister the elder sister. The rule of precedence is enforced gently, and is cheerfully obeyed even in small matters. For example, at mealtime, the elder boy is served first, the second son next, and so on, an exception being made in the case of a very young child, who is not obliged to wait. This custom accounts for an amusing popular term often applied in jest to a second son, Master Cold Rice, Hiameshi-san, as the second son, having to wait until both infants and elders have been served, is not likely to find his portion desirably hot when it reaches him. Legally, the family can have but one responsible head. It may be the grandfather, the father, or the eldest son. And it is generally the eldest son, because according to a custom of Chinese origin, the old folks usually resign their active authority as soon as the eldest son is able to take charge of affairs. The subordination of young to old, and of females to males, in fact the whole existing constitution of the family, suggests a great deal in regard to the probably stricter organization of the patriarchal family, whose chief was at once ruler and priest, with almost unlimited powers. The organization was primarily, and still remains, religious. The marital bond did not constitute the family, and the relation of the parent to the household depended upon his or her relation to the family as a religious body. Today also, the girl adopted into a household as wife ranks only as an adopted child. Marriage signifies adoption. She is called flower daughter, Hana-yume. In like manner, and for the same reasons, the young man received into a household as a husband of one of the daughters ranks merely as an adopted son. The adopted bride or bridegroom is necessarily subject to the elders, and may be dismissed by their decision. As for the adopted husband, his position is both delicate and difficult, as an old Japanese proverb bears witness: Konuka san go areba, muko yoshi to naruna. While you have even 3 go of rice bran left, do not become a son-in-law. Note: a go is something more than a pint. End of note. Jacob does not have to wait for Rachel. He is given to Rachel on demand, and his service then begins. and after twice 7 years of service, Jacob may be sent away. In that event his children do not any more belong to him, but to the family. His adoption may have had nothing to do with affection, and his dismissal may have nothing to do with misconduct. Such matters, however they may be settled in law, are really decided by family interests, interests relating to the maintenance of the house and of its cult. Note: recent legislation has been in favor of the mukuyoshi, but as a rule the law is seldom resorted to except by men dismissed from the family for misconduct, and anxious to make profit by the dismissal. End of note. It should not be forgotten that, although a daughter-in-law or a son-in-law could in former times be dismissed almost at will, the question of marriage in the old Japanese family was a matter of religious importance, marriage being one of the chief duties of filial piety. This was also the case in the early Greek and Roman family, and the marriage ceremony was performed, as it is now performed in Japan, not at the temple, but in the home. It was a rite of the family religion, the rite by which the bride was adopted into the cult in the supposed presence of the ancestral spirits. Among the primitive Japanese there was probably no corresponding ceremony, but after the establishment of the domestic cult, the marriage ceremony became a religious rite, and this it still remains. Ordinary marriages are not, however, performed before the household shrine or in front of the ancestral tablets, except under certain circumstances. The rule, as regards such ordinary marriages, seems to be that if the parents of the bridegroom are yet alive, this is not done, but if they are dead, then the bridegroom leads his bride before the mortuary tablets, where she makes obeisance. Among the nobility, in former times at least, the marriage ceremony appears to have been more distinctly religious, judging from the following curious relation in the book Shorei Hiki, or Record of Ceremonies. Note: the translation is Mr. Mitford's. There are no images of the family god, and I suppose that the family's Shinto shrine is meant with its ancestral tablets. End of note. At the weddings of the great, the bridal chamber is composed of 3 rooms thrown into one, by removal of the sliding screens ordinarily separating them, and newly decorated. The shrine for the image of the family god is placed upon a shelf adjoining the sleeping place. It is noteworthy also that imperial marriages are always officially announced to the ancestors, and that the marriage of their heir apparent or other male offspring of the imperial house is performed before the Kashikodokoro, or imperial temple of the ancestors, which stands within the palace grounds. Note: that was the case at the marriage of the present crown prince. End of note. As a general rule, it would appear that the evolution of the marriage ceremony in Japan chiefly followed Chinese precedent, and in the Chinese patriarchal family the ceremony is, in its own way, quite as much of a religious rite as the early Greek or Roman marriage. And though the relation of the Japanese rite to the family cult is less marked, it becomes sufficiently clear upon investigation. The alternate drinking of rice wine by bridegroom and bride from the same vessels corresponds in a sort to the Roman confarreatio. By the wedding rite the bride is adopted into the family religion. She is adopted not only by the living but by the dead. She must thereafter revere the ancestors of her husband as her own ancestors, and should there be no elders in the household, it will become her duty to make the offerings as representative of her husband. With the cult of her own family she has nothing more to do, and the funeral ceremonies performed upon her departure from the parental roof, the solemn sweeping out of the house rooms, the lighting of the death fire before the gate, are significant of this religious separation. Speaking of the Greek and Roman marriage, M. de Coulanges observes, "Une telle religion ne pouvait pas admettre la polygamie." As relating to the highly developed domestic cult of those communities, considered by the author of La Cite Antique, his statement will scarcely be called in question. But as regards ancestor worship in general it would be incorrect, since polygamy or polygyny and polyandry may coexist with ruder forms of ancestor worship. The Western Aryan societies in the epoch studied by Mr. de Coulanges were practically monogamic. The ancient Japanese society was polygynous, and polygyny persisted after the establishment of the domestic cult. In early times the marital relation itself would seem to have been indefinite. No distinction was made between the wife and the concubines. They were classed together as women. Note: Sato, the revival of pure Shinto. End of note. Probably under Chinese influence the distinction was afterwards sharply drawn, and with the progress of civilization the general tendency was towards monogamy, although the ruling classes remained polygynous. In the 54th article of Ieyasu's legacy, this phase of the social condition is clearly expressed, a condition which prevailed down to the present era. The position a wife holds towards a concubine is the same as that of a lord to his vassal. The emperor has 12 imperial concubines. The princes may have 8 concubines. Officers of the highest class may have 5 mistresses. A samurai may have 2 handmaids. All below this are ordinary married men. This would suggest that concubinage had long been, with some possible exceptions, an exclusive privilege, and that it should have persisted down to the period of the abolition of the daimyots and of the military class, is sufficiently explained by the militant character of the ancient society. Note: see especially Herbert Spencer's chapter, The Family, in Volume 1, Principles of Sociology, section 315. End of note. Though it is untrue that domestic ancestor worship cannot coexist with polygamy or polygyny, Mr. Spencer's term is the most inclusive, it is at least true that such worship is favoured by the monogamic relation and tends therefore to establish it, since monogamy ensures to the family succession a stability that no other relation can offer. We may say that, although the old Japanese society was not monogamic, the natural tendency was towards monogamy, as the condition best according with the religion of the family and with the moral feeling of the masses. Once that the domestic ancestor cult had become universally established, the question of marriage as a duty of filial piety could not be judiciously left to the will of the young people themselves. It was a matter to be decided by the family, not by the children, for mutual inclination could not be suffered to interfere with the requirements of the household religion. It was not a question of affection, but of religious duty, and to think otherwise was impious. Affection might and ought to spring up from the relation, but any affection powerful enough to endanger the cohesion of the family would be condemned. A wife might therefore be divorced because her husband had become too much attached to her. An adopted husband might be divorced because of his power to exercise, through affection, too great an influence upon the daughter of the house. Other causes would probably be found for the divorce in either case, but they would not be difficult to find. For the same reason that connubial affection could be tolerated only within limits, the natural rights of parenthood, as we understand them, were necessarily restricted in the old Japanese household. Marriage being for the purpose of obtaining heirs to perpetuate the cult, the children were regarded as belonging to the family rather than to the father and mother. Hence, in case of divorcing the son's wife, or the adopted son-in-law, or of disinheriting the married son, the children would be retained by the family. For the natural right of the young parents was considered subordinate to the religious rights of the house. In opposition to those rights, no other rights could be tolerated, Practically, of course, according to more or less fortunate circumstances, the individual might enjoy freedom under the paternal roof, but theoretically and legally there was no freedom in the old Japanese family for any member of it, not excepting even its acknowledged chief, whose responsibilities were great. Every person, from the youngest child up to the grandfather, was subject to somebody else, and every act of domestic life was regulated by traditional custom. Like the Greek or Roman father, the patriarch of the Japanese family appears to have had in early times powers of life and death over all the members of the household. In the ruder ages the father might either kill or sell his children, and afterwards, among the ruling classes, his powers remained almost unlimited until modern times. Allowing for certain local exceptions, explicable by tradition, or class exceptions, explicable by conditions of servitude, it may be said that originally the Japanese paterfamilias was at once ruler, priest, and magistrate within the family. He could compel his children to marry, or forbid them to marry. He could disinherit or repudiate them. He could ordain the profession or calling which they were to follow, and his power extended to all members of the family and to the household dependents. At different epochs limits were placed to the exercise of this power, in the case of the ordinary people, but in the military class the patria potestas was almost unrestricted. In its extreme form, the paternal power controlled everything: the right to life and liberty, the right to marry, or to keep the wife or husband already espoused, the right to one's own children, the right to hold property, the right to hold office, the right to choose or follow an occupation. The family was a despotism. It should not be forgotten, however, that the absolutism prevailing in the patriarchal family has its justification in a religious belief, in the conviction that everything should be sacrificed for the sake of the cult, and every member of the family should be ready to give up even life, if necessary, to assure the perpetuity of the succession. Remembering this, it becomes easy to understand why, even in communities otherwise advanced in civilization, it should have seemed right that a father could kill or sell his children. The crime of a son might result in the extinction of a cult through the ruin of the family, especially in a militant society like that of Japan, where the entire family was held responsible for the acts of each of its members, so that a capital offense would involve the penalty of death on the whole of the household, including the children. Again, the sale of a daughter in time of extreme need might save a house from ruin, and filial piety exacted submission to such sacrifice for the sake of the cult. As in the Aryan family, note, the laws of succession in old Japan differed considerably according to class, place, and era. The entire subject has not yet been fully treated, and only a few safe general statements can be ventured at the present time. End of note. Property descended by right of primogeniture from father to son. The eldest born, even in cases where the other property was to be divided among the children, always inheriting the homestead. The homestead property was, however, family property, and it passed to the eldest son as representative, not as individual. Generally speaking, sons could not hold property without the father's consent, during such time as he retained his headship. As a rule, to which there were various exceptions, a daughter could not inherit, and in the case of an only daughter for whom a husband had been adopted, the homestead property would pass to the adopted husband, because, until within recent times, a woman could not become the head of a family. This was the case also in the Western Aryan household in ancestor worshipping times. To modern thinking, the position of woman in the old Japanese family appears to have been the reverse of happy. As a child, she was subject not only to the elders, but to all the male adults of the household. Adopted into another household as wife, She merely passed into a similar state of subjection, unalleviated by the affection which parental and fraternal ties assured her in the ancestral home. Her retention in the family of her husband did not depend upon his affection, but upon the will of the majority, and especially of the elders. Divorced, she could not claim her children. They belonged to the family of the husband. In any event, her duties as wife were more trying than those of a hired servant. Only in old age could she hope to exercise some authority. But even in old age she was under tutelage. Throughout her entire life she was in tutelage. "A woman can have no house of her own in the three universes," declared an old Japanese proverb. Neither could she have a cult of her own. There was no special cult for the women of a family, no ancestral right distinct from that of the husband. And the higher the rank of the family into which she entered by marriage, the more difficult would be her position. For a woman of the aristocratic class no freedom existed. She could not even pass beyond her own gate except in a palanquin, cargo, or under escort. And her existence as a wife was likely to be embittered by the presence of concubines in the house. Such was the patriarchal family in old times. Yet it is probable that the conditions were really better than the laws and the customs would suggest. The race is a joyous and kindly one, and it discovered, long centuries ago, many ways of smoothing the difficulties of life and of modifying the harsher exactions of law and custom. The great powers of the family head were probably but seldom exercised in cruel directions. He might have legal rights of the most formidable character, but these were required by reason of his responsibilities, and were not likely to be used against communal judgment. It must be remembered that the individual was not legally considered in former times. The family only was recognized, and the head of it legally existed only as representative. If he erred, the whole family was liable to suffer the penalty of his error. Furthermore, every extreme exercise of his authority involved proportionate responsibilities. He could divorce his wife, or compel his son to divorce the adopted daughter-in-law, but in either case he would have to account for this action to the family of the divorced, and the divorce right, especially in the samurai class, was greatly restrained by the fear of family resentment, the unjust dismissal of a wife being counted as an insult to her kindred. He might disinherit an only son, but in that event he would be obliged to adopt a kinsman. He might kill or sell either son or daughter, but unless he belonged to some abject class, he would have to justify his action to the community. Note: Samurai fathers might kill a daughter convicted of unchastity, or kill a son guilty of any action calculated to disgrace the family name, but they would not sell a child. The sale of daughters was practiced only by the abject classes, or by families of other castes reduced to desperate extremities. A girl might, however, sell herself for the sake of her family. End of note. He might be reckless in his management of the family property, but in that case an appeal to communal authority was possible, and the appeal might result in his deposition. So far as we are able to judge from the remains of old Japanese law which have been studied, it would seem to have been the general rule that the family head could not sell or alienate the estate. Though the family rule was despotic, it was the rule of a body rather than of a chief, the family head really exercising authority in the name of the rest. In this sense the family still remains a despotism. But the powers of its legal head are now checked, from within as well as from without, by later custom. The acts of adoption, disinheritance, marriage, or divorce are decided usually by general consent, and the decision of the household and kindred is required in the taking of any important step to the disadvantage of the individual. Of course, the old family organization had certain advantages which compensated the individual for his state of subjection. It was a society of mutual help, and it was not less powerful to give aid than to enforce obedience. Every member could do something to assist another member in case of need. Each had a right to the protection of all. This remains true of the family today. In a well-conducted household, where every act is performed according to the old forms of courtesy and kindness, where no harsh word is ever spoken, where the young look up to the aged with affectionate respect, where those whom years have incapacitated for more active duty take upon themselves the care of the children, and render priceless service in teaching and training, an ideal condition has been realized. The daily life of such a home, in which the endeavor of each is to make existence as pleasant as possible for all, in which the bond of union is really love and gratitude, represents religion in the best and purest sense, and the place is holy. It remains to speak of the dependence in the ancient family. Though the fact has not yet been fully established, it is probable that the first domestics were slaves or serfs. And the condition of servants in later times, especially of those in families of the ruling classes, was much like that of slaves in the early Greek and Roman families. Though necessarily treated as inferiors, they were regarded as members of the household. They were trusted familiars, permitted to share in the pleasures of the family, and to be present at most of its reunions. They could legally be dealt with harshly, but there is little doubt that, as a rule, they were treated kindly, absolute loyalty being expected from them. The best indication of their status in past times is furnished by yet surviving customs. Though the power of the family over the servant no longer exists in law or in fact, the pleasant features of the old relation continue, and they are of no little interest. The family takes a sincere interest in the welfare of its domestics, almost such interest as would be shown in the case of poorer kindred. Formerly the family furnishing servants to a household of higher rank stood to the latter in the relation of vassal to liege lord, and between the two there existed a real bond of loyalty and kindliness. The occupation of servant was then hereditary. Children were trained for the duty from an early age. After the manservant or maidservant had arrived at a certain age, permission to marry was accorded, and the relation of service then ceased, but not the bond of loyalty. The children of the married servants would be sent, when old enough, to work in the house of the master, and would leave it only when the time also came for them to marry. Relations of this kind still exist between certain aristocratic families and former vassal families, and conserve some charming traditions and customs of hereditary service unchanged for hundreds of years. In feudal times, of course, the bond between master and servant was of the most serious kind, the latter being expected, in case of need, to sacrifice life and all else for the sake of the master or of the master's household. This also was the loyalty demanded of the Greek and Roman domestic, before there had yet come into existence the inhumane form of servitude which reduced the toiler to the condition of a beast of burden, and the relation was partly a religious one. There does not seem to have been in ancient Japan any custom corresponding to that described by Mr. de Coulanges, of adopting the Greek or Roman servant into the household cult. But as the Japanese vassal families furnishing domestics were, as vassals, necessarily attached to the clan cult of their lord, the relation of the servant to the family was to some extent a religious bond. The reader will be able to understand, from the facts of this chapter, to what extent the individual was sacrificed to the family as a religious body. From servant to master, up through all degrees of the household hierarchy, the law of duty was the same: obedience absolute to custom and tradition. The ancestral cult permitted no individual freedom. Nobody could live according to his or her pleasure. Everyone had to live according to rule. The individual did not even have a legal existence. The family was the unit of society. Even its patriarch existed in law as representative only, responsible both to the living and the dead. His public responsibility, however, was not determined merely by civil law. It was determined by another religious bond, that of the ancestral cult of the clan or tribe. And this public form of ancestor worship was even more exacting than the religion of the home. End of chapter 5. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 6 of Japan. An attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The communal cult. As by the religion of the household, each individual was ruled in every action of domestic life, so by the religion of the village or district, the family was ruled in all its relations to the outer world. Like the religion of the home, the religion of the commune was ancestor worship. What the household shrine represented to the family, the Shinto parish temple represented to the community, and the deity there worshipped as tutelar god was called Ujigami, the god of the Uji, which term originally signified the patriarchal family or gens, as well as the family name. Some obscurity still attaches to the question of the original relation of the community to the Uji god. Hirata declares the god of the Uji to have been the common ancestor of the clan family, the ghost of the first patriarch. And this opinion, allowing for sundry exceptions, is almost certainly correct. But it is difficult to decide whether the Uji-ko, or children of the family, as Shinto parishioners are still termed, at first included only the descendants of the clan ancestor, or also the whole of the inhabitants of the district ruled by the clan. It is certainly not true at the present time that the tutelar deity of each Japanese district represents the common ancestor of its inhabitants, though this general rule there might be found exception in some of the remoter provinces. Most probably the god of the Uji was first worshipped by the people of the district rather as the spirit of a former ruler, or the patron god of a ruling family, than as the spirit of a common ancestor. It has been tolerably well proved that the bulk of the Japanese people were in a state of servitude from before the beginning of the historic period, and so remained until within comparatively recent times. The subject classes may not have had at first a cult of their own. Their religion would most likely have been that of their masters. In later times the vassal was certainly attached to the cult of the lord. But it is difficult as yet to venture any general statement as to the earliest phase of the communal cult in Japan, for the history of the Japanese nation is not that of a single people of one blood, but a history of many clan groups of different origin, gradually brought together to form one huge patriarchal society. However, it is quite safe to assume, with the best native authorities, that the Ujigami were originally clan deities, and that they were usually, though not invariably, worshipped as clan ancestors. Some Ujigami belong to the historic period. The war god Hachiman, for example, to whom parish temples are dedicated in almost every large city, is the apotheosized spirit of the Emperor Ojin, patron of the famed Minamoto clan. This is an example of Ujigami worship in which the clan god is not an ancestor. But in many instances the Ujigami is really the ancestor of an Uji, as in the case of the great deity of Kasuga, from whom the Fujiwara clan claimed descent. Altogether there were in ancient Japan, after the beginning of the historic era, 1182 clans, great and small. And these appear to have established the same number of cults. We find, as might be expected, that the temples now called Ujigami, which is to say, Shinto parish temples in general, are always dedicated to a particular class of divinities, and never dedicated to certain other gods. Also, it is significant that in every large town there are Shinto temples dedicated to the same Uji gods, proving the transfer of communal worship from its place of origin. Thus, the Izumo worshipper of Kasuga-sama can find in Osaka, Kyoto, Tokyo, parish temples dedicated to his patron. The Kyushu worshipper of Hachiman-sama can place himself under the protection of the same deity in Musashi quite as well as in Higo or Bungo. Another fact worth observing is that the Uchigami temple is not necessarily the most important Shinto temple in the parish. It is the parish temple, and important to the communal worship, but it may be outranked and overshadowed by some adjacent temple dedicated to higher Shinto gods. Thus, in Kitsuki of Izumo, for example, the great Izumo temple is not the Uchigami, not the parish temple. The local cult is maintained at a much smaller temple. Of the higher cults I shall speak further on. For the present, let us consider only the communal cult in its relation to communal life. From the social conditions represented by the worship of the Uchigami today, much can be inferred as to its influence in past times. Almost every Japanese village has its Uchigami, and each district of every large town or city also has its Uchigami. The worship of the tutelar deity is maintained by the whole body of parishioners, the Uchiku, or children of the tutelar god. Every such parish temple has its holy days, when all Uchiku are expected to visit the temple, and when, as a matter of fact, every household sends at least one representative to the Uchigami. There are great festival days, and ordinary festival days. There are processions, music, dancing, and whatever in the way of popular amusement can serve to make the occasion attractive. The people of adjacent districts vie with each other in rendering their respective temple festivals, matsuri, enjoyable. Every household contributes according to its means. The Shinto parish temple has an intimate relation to the life of the community as a body, and also to the individual existence of every Uchiku. As a baby, he or she is taken to the Uchigami at the expiration of 31 days after birth, if a boy, or 33 days after birth, if a girl, and placed under the protection of the god, in whose supposed presence the little one's name is recorded. Thereafter the child is regularly taken to the temple on holy days, and, of course, to all the big festivals, which are made delightful to young fancy by the display of toys on sale in temporary booths, and by the amusing spectacles to be witnessed in the temple grounds: artists forming pictures on the pavement with colored sands, sweetmeat sellers moulding animals and monsters out of sugar paste, conjurers and tumblers exhibiting their skill. Later, when the child becomes strong enough to run about, the temple gardens and groves serve for a playground. School life does not separate the Uchiko from the Uchigami, unless the family should permanently leave the district. The visits to the temple are still continued as a duty. Grown up and married, the Uchiko regularly visits the guardian god, accompanied by wife or husband, and brings the children to pay obeisance. If obliged to make a long journey, or to quit the district forever, the Uchiko pays a farewell visit to the Uchigami, as well as to the tombs of the family ancestors, and on returning to one's native place, after prolonged absence, the first visit is to the god. I have more than once been touched by the spectacle of soldiers at prayer before lonesome little temples in country places. Soldiers but just returned from Korea, China, or Formosa. Their first thought on reaching home was to utter their thanks to the god of their childhood, whom they believed to have guarded them in the hour of battle and the season of pestilence. The best authority on the local customs and laws of old Japan, John Henry Wigmore, remarks that the Shinto cult had few relations with local administration. In his opinion, the Uchigami were the deified ancestors of certain noble families of early times, and their temples continued to be in the patronage of those families. The office of the Shinto priest, or god master, Kannushi, was, and still is, hereditary, and, as a rule, any Kannushi can trace back his descent from the family of which the Uchigami was originally the patron god. But the Shinto priests, with some few exceptions, were neither magistrates nor administrators, and Professor Wigmore thinks that this may have been due to the lack of administrative organization within the cult itself. Footnote: the vague character of the Shinto hierarchy is probably best explained by Mr. Spencer in Chapter 8 of the third volume of Principles of Sociology. The establishment of an ecclesiastical organization separate from the political organization, but akin to it in its structure, appears to be largely determined by the rise of a decided distinction in thought between the affairs of this world and those of a supposed other world. Where the two are conceived as existing in continuity, or as intimately related, the organizations appropriate to their respective administrations remain either identical or imperfectly distinguished. If the Chinese are remarkable for the complete absence of a priestly caste, it is because, along with the universal and active ancestor worship, they have preserved that inclusion of the duties of priest in the duties of ruler, which ancestor worship in its simple form shows us. Mr. Spencer remarks in the same paragraph on the fact that in ancient Japan religion and government were the same. A distinct Shinto hierarchy was therefore never evolved. End of footnote. This would be an adequate explanation, but in spite of the fact that they exercised no civil function, I believe it can be shown that Shinto priests had, and still have, powers above the law. Their relation to the community was an of extremely important kind. Their authority was only religious, but it was heavy and irresistible. To understand this, we must remember that the Shinto priest represented the religious sentiment of his district. The social bond of each community was identical with the religious bond, the cult of the local tutelar god. It was to the Ujigami that prayers were made for success in all communal undertakings, for protection against sickness, for the triumph of the Lord in time of war, for succor in the season of famine or epidemic. The Ujigami was the giver of all good things, the special helper and guardian of the people. That this belief still prevails may be verified by anyone who studies the peasant life of Japan. It is not to the Buddhas that the farmer prays for bountiful harvests, or for rain in time of drought. It is not to the Buddhas that thanks are rendered for a plentiful rice crop, but to the ancient local god. And the cult of the Ujigami embodies the moral experience of the community, represents all its cherished traditions and customs, its unwritten laws of conduct, its sentiment of duty. Now, just as an offence against the ethics of the family must, in such a society, be regarded as an impiety towards the family ancestor, so any breach of custom in the village or district must be considered as an act of disrespect to its Ujigami. The prosperity of the family depends, it is thought, upon the observance of filial piety, which is identified with obedience to the traditional rules of household conduct; and, in like manner, the prosperity of the commune is supposed to depend upon the observance of ancestral custom, upon obedience to those unwritten laws of the district, which are taught to all from the time of their childhood. Customs are identified with morals. Any offence against the customs of the settlement is an offence against the gods who protect it, and therefore a menace to the public weal. The existence of the community is endangered by the crime of any of its members. Every member is therefore held accountable by the community for his conduct. Every action must conform to the traditional usages of the Ujiko. Independent exceptional conduct is a public offence. What the obligations of the individual to the community signified in ancient times may therefore be imagined. He had certainly no more right to himself than had the Greek citizen 3,000 years ago? Probably not so much. Today, though laws have been greatly changed, he is practically in much the same condition. The mere idea of the right to do as one pleases, within such limits as are imposed on conduct by English and American societies, for example, could not enter into his mind. Such freedom, if explained to him, he would probably consider as a condition morally comparable to that of birds and beasts. Among ourselves, the social regulations for ordinary people chiefly settle what must not be done. But what one must not do in Japan, though representing a very wide range of prohibition, means much less than half of the common obligation. What one must do is still more necessary to learn. Let us briefly consider the restraints which custom places upon the liberty of the individual. First of all, be it observed that the communal will reinforces the will of the household, compels the observance of filial piety. Even the conduct of a boy who has passed the age of childhood is regulated not only by the family, but by the public. He must obey the household, and he must also obey public opinion in regard to his domestic relations. Any marked act of disrespect, inconsistent with filial piety, would be judged and rebuked by all. When old enough to begin work or study, a lad's daily conduct is observed and criticized, and at the age when the household law first tightens about him, he also commences to feel the pressure of common opinion. On coming of age, he has to marry, and the idea of permitting him to choose a wife for himself is quite out of the question. He is expected to accept the companion selected for him. But should reasons be found for humouring him in the event of an irresistible aversion, then he must wait until another choice has been made by the family. The community would not tolerate insubordination in such matters. One example of filial revolt would constitute too dangerous a precedent. When the young man at last becomes the head of a household, and responsible for the conduct of its members, he is still constrained by public sentiment to accept advice in his direction of domestic affairs. He is not free to follow his own judgment in certain contingencies. For example, he is bound by custom to furnish help to relatives, and is obliged to accept arbitration in the event of trouble with them. He is not permitted to think of his own wife and children only. Such conduct would be deemed intolerably selfish. He must be able to act, to outward seeming at least, as if uninfluenced by paternal or marital affection in his public conduct. Even supposing that, later in life, he should be appointed to the position of village or district headman, his right of action and judgment would be under just as much restriction as before. Indeed, the range of his personal freedom actually decreases in proportion to his ascent in the social scale. Nominally, he may rule as headman. Practically, his authority is only lent to him by the commune, and it will remain to him just so long as the commune pleases. For he is elected to enforce the public will, not to impose his own, to serve the common interests, not to serve his own, to maintain and confirm custom, not to break with it. Thus, though appointed chief, he is only the public servant, and the least free man in his native place. Various documents translated and published by Professor Wigmore in his Notes on Land Tenure and Local Institutions in Old Japan give a startling idea of the minute regulation of communal life in country districts during the period of the Tokugawa shoguns. Much of the regulation was certainly imposed by higher authority, but it is likely that a considerable portion of the rules represented old local custom. Such documents were called kumicho, or kumi enactments. Footnote: down to the close of the feudal period, the mass of the population throughout the country in the great cities as well as in the villages, was administratively ordered by groups of families, or rather of households, called kumi, or companies. The general number of households in a kumi was 5, but there were in some provinces kumi consisting of 6 and of 10 households. The heads of the households composing a kumi elected one of their number as chief, who became the responsible representative of all the members of the kumi. The origin and history of the kumi system is obscure. A similar system exists in China and in Korea. Professor Wigmore's reasons for doubting that the Japanese kumi system had a military origin appear to be cogent. Certainly, the system greatly facilitated administration. To superior authority, the kumi was responsible, not the single household. End of footnote. They established the rules of conduct to be observed by all the members of a village community, and their social interest is very great. By personal inquiry, I have learned that in various parts of the country, rules much like those recorded in the Kumicho are still enforced by village custom. I select a few examples from Professor Wigmore's translation. If there be any of our number who are unkind to parents, or neglectful or disobedient, we will not conceal it or condone it, but will report it. We shall require children to respect their parents, servants to obey their masters, husbands and wives, and brothers and sisters to live together in harmony, and the younger people to revere and to cherish their elders. Each kumi, group of 5 households, shall carefully watch over the conduct of its members, so as to prevent wrong-doing. If any member of a kumi, whether farmer, merchant, or artisan, is lazy and does not attend properly to his business, the Bangashira, chief officer, will advise him, warn him, and lead him into better ways. If the person does not listen to this advice, and becomes angry and obstinate, he is to be reported to the Toshiyori, village elder. When men who are quarrelsome, and who like to indulge in late hours away from home, will not listen to admonition, we will report them. If any other kumi neglects to do this, it will be part of our duty to do it for them. All those who quarrel with their relatives, and refuse to listen to their good advice, or disobey their parents, or are unkind to their fellow villagers, shall be reported to the village officers. Dancing, wrestling, and other public shows shall be forbidden. Singing and dancing girls and prostitutes shall not be allowed to remain a single night in the Miura, village. Quarrels among the people shall be forbidden. In case of dispute, the matter shall be reported. If this is not done, all parties shall be indiscriminately punished. Speaking disgraceful things of another man, or publicly posting him as a bad man, even if he is so, is forbidden. Filial piety and faithful service to a master should be a matter of course, but where there is any one who is especially faithful and diligent in these things, we promise to report him, for recommendation to the government. As members of a kumi, we will cultivate friendly feeling even more than with our relatives, and will promote each other's happiness as well as share each other's griefs. If there is an unprincipled or lawless person in a kumi, we will all share the responsibility for him. Footnote: Notes on land tenure and local institutions in Old Japan. Transaction, Asiatic Society of Japan, Volume 19, Part 1. I have chosen the quotations from different kumicho and arranged them illustratively. End of footnote. The above are samples of the moral regulations only. There were even more minute regulations about other duties. For instance, when a fire occurs, the people shall immediately hasten to the spot, each bringing a bucketful of water, and shall endeavour, under direction of the officers, to put the fire out. Those who absent themselves shall be deemed culpable. When a stranger comes to reside here, inquiries shall be made as to the Mura whence he came, and a surety shall be furnished by him. No traveller shall lodge, even for a single night, in a house other than a public inn. News of robberies and night attacks shall be given by the ringing of bells or otherwise, and all who hear shall join in pursuit, until the offender is taken. Anyone wilfully refraining shall, on investigation, be punished. From these same Kumicho it appears that no one could leave his village even for a single night without permission, or take service elsewhere, or marry in another province, or settle in another place. Punishments were severe, a terrible flogging being the common mode of chastisement by the higher authority. Today there are no such punishments, and, legally, a man can go where he pleases. But as a matter of fact he can nowhere do as he pleases, for individual liberty is still largely restricted by the survival of communal sentiment and old-fashioned custom. In any country community it would be unwise to proclaim such a doctrine as that a man has the right to employ his leisure and his means as he may think proper. No man's time or money or effort can be considered exclusively his own, nor even the body that his ghost inhabits. His right to live in a community rests solely upon his willingness to serve the community, and whoever may need his help or sympathy has the privilege of demanding it. That a man's house is his castle cannot be asserted in Japan, except in the case of some high potentate. No ordinary person can shut his door to lock out the rest of the world. Everybody's house must be open to visitors. To close its gate by day would be regarded as an insult to the community, sickness affording no excuse. Only persons in very great authority have the right of making themselves inaccessible, and to displease the community in which one lives, especially if the community be a rural one, is a serious matter. When a community is displeased, it acts as an individual. It may consist of 500, 1,000, or several thousand persons, but the thinking of all is the thinking of one. By a single serious mistake a man may find himself suddenly placed in solitary opposition to the common will, isolated, and most effectively ostracized. The silence and the softness of the hostility only render it all the more alarming. This is the ordinary form of punishment for a grave offence against custom. Violence is rare, and when resorted to is intended, except in some extraordinary cases presently to be noticed, as a mere correction, the punishment of a blunder. In certain rough communities, blunders endangering life are immediately punished by physical chastisement, not in anger, but on traditional principle. Once I witnessed at a fishing settlement a chastisement of this kind. Men were killing tunny in the surf. The work was bloody and dangerous, and in the midst of the excitement one of the fishermen struck his killing spike into the head of a boy. Everybody knew that it was a pure accident, but accidents involving danger to life are rudely dealt with, and this plunderer was instantly knocked senseless by the man nearest him, then dragged out to the surf and flung down on the sand to recover himself as best he might. No word was said about the matter, and the killing went on as before. Young fishermen, I am told, are roughly handled by their fellows on board a ship, in the case of an error involving risk to the vessel. But, as I have already observed, only stupidity is punished in this fashion, and ostracism is much more dreaded than violence. There is, indeed, only one yet heavier punishment than ostracism, namely, banishment, either for a term of years or for life. Banishment must in old feudal times have been a very serious penalty. It is a serious penalty even today, under the new order of things. In former years, the man expelled from his native place by the communal will, cast out from his home, his clan, his occupation, found himself face to face with misery absolute. In another community there would be no place for him, unless he happened to have relatives there, and these would be obliged to consult with the local authorities, and also with the officials of the fugitive's native place, before venturing to harbour him. No stranger was suffered to settle in another district than his own without official permission. Old documents are extant which record the punishments inflicted upon households for having given shelter to a stranger under pretence of relationship. A banished man was homeless and friendless. He might be a skilled craftsman, but the right to exercise his craft depended upon consent of the guild representing that craft in the place to which he might go. And banished men were not received by the guilds. He might try to become a servant, but the commune in which he sought refuge would question the right of any master to employ a fugitive and a stranger. His religious connections could not serve him in the least. The code of communal life was decided not by Buddhist, but by Shinto ethics. Since the gods of his birthplace had cast him out, and the gods of any other locality had nothing to do with his original cult, there was no religious help for him. Besides, the mere fact of his being a refugee was itself proof that he must have offended against his own cult. In any event, no stranger could look for sympathy among strangers. Even now, to take a wife from another province is condemned by local opinion. It was forbidden in feudal times. One is still expected to live, work, and marry in the place where one has been born. Though, in certain cases, and with the public approval of one's own people, adoption into another community is tolerated. Under the feudal system, there was incomparably less likelihood of sympathy for the stranger, and banishment signified hunger, solitude, and privation unspeakable. For be it remembered that the legal existence of the individual, at that period, ceased entirely outside of his relation to the family and to the commune. Everybody lived and worked for some household, every household for some clan. Outside of the household and the related aggregate of households, there was no life to be lived, except the life of criminals, beggars, and pariahs. Save with official permission, one could not even become a Buddhist monk. The very outcasts, such as the Eta classes, formed self-governing communities with traditions of their own and would not voluntarily accept strangers. So the banished man was most often doomed to become a hinin, one of that wretched class of wandering pariahs who were officially termed not men, and lived by beggary or by the exercise of some vulgar profession, such as that of ambulant musician or mountebank. In more ancient days a banished man could have sold himself into slavery, but even this poor privilege seems to have been withdrawn during the Tokugawa era. We can scarcely imagine today the conditions of such banishment. To find a Western parallel, we must go back to ancient Greek and Roman times, long preceding the Empire. Banishment then signified religious excommunication, and practically expulsion from all civilized society, since there yet existed no idea of human brotherhood, no conception of any claim upon kindness except the claim of kinship. The stranger was everywhere the enemy. Now in Japan, as in the Greek city of old time, the religion of the tutelar god has always been the religion of a group only, the cult of a community. It never became even the religion of a province. The higher cults, on the other hand, did not concern themselves with the individual. His religion was only of the household and of the village or district. The cults of other households and districts were entirely distinct. One could belong to them only by adoption, and strangers, as a rule, were not adopted. Without a household or a clan cult, the individual was morally and socially dead, for other cults and clans excluded him. When cast out by the domestic cult that regulated his private life, and by the local cult that ordered his life in relation to the community, he simply ceased to exist in relation to human society. How small were the chances in past times for personality to develop and assert itself may be imagined from the foregoing facts. The individual was completely and pitilessly sacrificed to the community. Even now, the only safe rule of conduct in a Japanese settlement is to act in all things according to local custom, for the slightest divergence from rule will be observed with disfavor. Privacy does not exist. Nothing can be hidden. Everybody's vices or virtues are known to everybody else. Unusual behavior is judged as a departure from the traditional standard of conduct. All oddities are condemned as departures from custom, and tradition and custom still have the force of religious obligations. Indeed, they really are religious and obligatory, not only by reason of their origin, but by reason of their relation also to the public cult, which signifies the worship of the past. It is therefore easy to understand why Shinto never had a written code of morals, and why its greatest scholars have declared that a moral code is unnecessary. In that stage of religious evolution which ancestor worship represents, there can be no distinction between religion and ethics, nor between ethics and custom. Government and religion are the same. Custom and law are identified. The ethics of Shinto were all included in conformity to custom. The traditional rules of the household, the traditional laws of the commune, these were the morals of Shinto. To obey them was religion. To disobey them, impiety. And, after all, the true significance of any religious code, written or unwritten, lies in its expression of social duty, its doctrine of the right and wrong of conduct, its embodiment of a people's moral experience. Really, the difference between any modern ideal of conduct, such as the English, and the patriarchal ideal, such as that of the early Greeks or of the Japanese, would be found on examination to consist mainly in the minute extension of the older conception to all details of individual life. Assuredly, the religion of Shinto needed no written commandment. It was taught to everybody from childhood by precept and example, and any person of ordinary intelligence could learn it. When a religion is capable of rendering it dangerous for anybody to act outside of rules, the framing of a code would be obviously superfluous. We ourselves have no written code of conduct as regards the higher social life, the exclusive circles of civilized existence which are not ruled merely by the 10 Commandments. The knowledge of what to do in those zones, and of how to do it, can come only by training, by experience, by observation, and by the intuitive recognition of the reason of things. And now to return to the question of the authority of the Shinto priest as representative of communal sentiment, an authority which I believe to have been always very great. Striking proof that the punishments inflicted by a community upon its erring members were originally inflicted in the name of the tutelar god is furnished by the fact that manifestations of communal displeasure still assume, in various country districts, a religious character. I have witnessed such manifestations, and I am assured that they still occur in most of the provinces. But it is in remote country towns or isolated villages, where traditions have remained almost unchanged, that one can best observe these survivals of antique custom. In such places the conduct of every resident is closely watched and rigidly judged by all the rest. Little, however, is said about misdemeanors of a minor sort until the time of the great local Shinto festival, the annual festival of the tutelar god. It is then that the community gives its warnings or inflicts its penalties. This at least in the case of conduct offensive to local ethics. The god, on the occasion of this festival, is supposed to visit the dwellings of his Uchiko, and his portable shrine, a weighty structure borne by 30 or 40 men, is carried through the principal streets. The bearers are supposed to act according to the will of the god, to go whithersoever his divine spirit directs them. I may describe the incidents of the procession as I saw it in a sea-coast village, not once, but several times. Before the procession, a band of young men advanced, leaping and wildly dancing in circles. These young men clear the way, and it is unsafe to pass near them, for they whirl about as if moved by frenzy. When I first saw such a band of dancers, I could imagine myself watching some old Dionysiac revel. Their furious gyrations certainly realized Greek accounts of the antique sacred frenzy. There were, indeed, no Greek heads, but the bronzed, lithe figures, naked save for loincloth and sandals, and most sculpturesquely muscled, might well have inspired some vase design of dancing fauns. After these god-possessed dancers, whose passage swept the streets clear, scattering the crowd to right and left, came the virgin priestess, white-robed and veiled, riding upon a horse, and followed by several mounted priests in white garments and high black caps of ceremony. Behind them advanced the ponderous shrine, swaying above, the heads of its bearers like a junk in a storm. Scores of brawny arms were pushing it to the right, other scores were pushing it to the left. Behind and before, also, there was furious pulling and pushing, and the roar of voices uttering invocations made it impossible to hear anything else. By immemorial custom, the upper stories of all the dwellings had been tightly closed. Woe to the peeping Tom who should be detected on such a day in the impious act of looking down upon the god. Now the shrine-bearers, as I have said, are supposed to be moved by the spirit of the god, probably by his rough spirit, for the Shinto god is multiple. And all this pushing and pulling and swaying signifies only the deity's inspections of the dwellings on either hand. He is looking about to see whether the hearts of his worshippers are pure, and is deciding whether it will be necessary to give a warning or to inflict a penalty. His bearers will carry him whithersoever he chooses to go, through solid walls if necessary. If the shrine strikes against any house, even against an awning only, that is a sign that the god is not pleased with the dwellers in that house. If the shrine breaks part of the house, that is a serious warning. But it may happen that the god wills to enter a house, breaking his way. Then woe to the inmates, unless they flee at once through the back door, and the wild procession, thundering in, will wreck and rend and smash and splinter everything on the premises before the god consents to proceed upon his round. Upon inquiring into the reasons of 2 wreckings of which I witnessed the results, I learned enough to assure me that from the communal point of view both aggressions were morally justifiable. In one case a fraud had been practiced. In the other, help had been refused to the family of a drowned resident. Thus one offence had been legal, the other only moral. A country community will not hand over its delinquents to the police except in case of incendiarism, murder, theft, or other serious crime. It has a horror of law, and never invokes it when the matter can be settled by any other means. This was the rule also in ancient times, and the feudal government encouraged its maintenance. But when the tutelar deity has been displeased, he insists upon the punishment or disgrace of the offender, and the offender's entire family, as, by feudal custom, is held responsible. The victim can invoke the new law, if he dares, and bring the wreckers of his home into court, and recover damages, for the modern police courts are not ruled by Shinto. But only a very rash man will invoke the new law against the communal judgment, for that action in itself would be condemned as a gross breach of custom. The community is always ready, through its council, to do justice in cases where innocence can be proved. But if a man really guilty of the faults charged to his account should try to avenge himself by appeal to a non-religious law, then it were well for him to remove himself and his family, as soon as possible thereafter, to some far-away place. We have seen that, in old Japan, the life of the individual was under two kinds of religious control. All his acts were regulated according to the traditions either of the domestic or of the communal cult, and these conditions probably began with the establishment of a settled civilization. We have also seen that the communal religion took upon itself to enforce the observance of the household religion. The fact will not seem strange if we remember that the underlying idea in either cult was the same: the idea that the welfare of the living depended upon the welfare of the dead. Neglect of the household rite would provoke, it was believed, the malevolence of the spirits, and the malevolence might bring about some public misfortune. The ghosts of the ancestors controlled nature. Fire and flood, pestilence and famine, were at their disposal as means of vengeance. One act of impiety in a village might, therefore, bring about misfortune to all. And the community considered itself responsible to the dead for the maintenance of filial piety in every home. End of chapter 6. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 7 of Japan, An Attempt at Interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Developments of Shinto. The teaching of Herbert Spencer that the greater gods of a people, those figuring in popular imagination as creators, or as particularly directing certain elemental forces, represent a later development of ancestor worship, is generally accepted today. Ancestral ghosts, considered as more or less alike in the time when primitive society had not yet developed class distinctions of any important character, subsequently became differentiated, as the society itself differentiates into greater and lesser. Eventually, the worship of some one ancestral spirit or group of spirits overshadows that of all the rest, and the supreme deity or group of supreme deities becomes evolved. But the differentiations of the ancestor cult must be understood to proceed in a great variety of directions. Particular ancestors of families engaged in hereditary occupations may develop into tutelar deities presiding over those occupations, patron gods of crafts and guilds. Out of other ancestral cults, through various processes of mental association, may be evolved the worship of deities of strength, of health, of long life, of particular products, of particular localities. When more light shall have been thrown upon the question of Japanese origins, it will probably be found that many of the lesser tutelar or patron gods now worshipped in the country were originally the gods of Chinese or Korean craftsmen. But I think that Japanese mythology, as a whole, will prove to offer few important exceptions to the evolutionary law. Indeed, Shinto presents us with the mythological hierarchy of which the development can be satisfactorily explained by that law alone. Besides the Ujigami, there are myriads of superior and of inferior deities. There are the primal deities, of whom only the names are mentioned, apparitions of the period of chaos, and there are the gods of creation, who give shape to the land. There are the gods of earth and sky, and the gods of the sun and moon. Also there are gods, beyond counting, supposed to preside over all things good or evil in human life, birth and marriage and death, riches and poverty, strength and disease. It can scarcely be supposed that all this mythology was developed out of the old ancestor cult in Japan itself. More probably its evolution began on the Asiatic continent. But the evolution of the national cult, that form of Shinto which became the state religion, seems to have been Japanese, in the strict meaning of the word. This cult is the worship of the gods from whom the emperors claim descent, the worship of the imperial ancestors. It appears that the early emperors of Japan, the heavenly sovereigns, as they are called in the old records, were not emperors at all in the true meaning of the term, and did not even exercise universal authority. They were only the chiefs of the most powerful clan, or uji, and their special ancestor cult had probably in that time no dominant influence. But eventually, when the chiefs of this great clan really became supreme rulers of the land, their clan cult spread everywhere and overshadowed, without abolishing, all the other cults. Then arose the national mythology. We therefore see that the course of Japanese ancestor worship, like that of Aryan ancestor worship, exhibits those three successive stages of development before mentioned. It may be assumed that on coming from the continent to their present island home, the race brought with them a rude form of ancestor worship, consisting of little more than rites and sacrifices performed at the graves of the dead. When the land had been portioned out among the various clans, each of which had its own ancestor cult, all the people of the district belonging to any particular clan would eventually adopt the religion of the clan ancestor, and thus arose the 1,000 cults of the Ujigami. Still later, the special cult of the most powerful clan developed into a national religion. The worship of the goddess of the sun, from whom the supreme ruler claimed descent. Then, under Chinese influence, the domestic form of ancestor worship was established in lieu of the primitive family cult. Thereafter, offerings and prayers were made regularly in the home, where the ancestral tablets represented the tombs of the family dead. But offerings were still made on special occasions at the graves. And the three Shinto forms of the cult, together with later forms of Buddhist introduction, continued to exist, and they rule the life of the nation today. It was the cult of the supreme ruler that first gave to the people a written account of traditional beliefs. The mythology of the reigning house furnished the scriptures of Shinto, and established ideas linking together all the existing forms of ancestor worship. All Shinto traditions were by these writings blended into one mythological history, explained upon the basis of one legend. The whole mythology is contained in 2 books, of which English translations have been made. The oldest is entitled Kojiki, or Records of Ancient Matters, and it is supposed to have been compiled in the year 712 A.D. The other and much larger work is called Nihongi, Chronicles of Nihon, Japan, and dates from about 720 A.D. Both works profess to be histories, but a large portion of them is mythological, and either begins with a story of creation. They were compiled, mostly, from oral tradition, we are told, by imperial order. It is said that a yet earlier work, dating from the 7th century, may have been drawn upon, but this has been lost. No great antiquity can, therefore, be claimed for the texts as they stand, but they contain traditions which must be very much older, possibly thousands of years older. The Kojiki is said to have been written from the dictation of an old man of marvelous memory, and the Shinto theologian Hirata would have us believe that traditions thus preserved are especially trustworthy. "It is probable," he wrote, "that those ancient traditions, preserved for us by exercise of memory, have for that very reason come down to us in greater detail than if they had been recorded in documents. Besides, men must have had much stronger memories in the days before they acquired the habit of trusting to written characters for facts which they wish to remember, as is shown at the present time in the case of the illiterate, who have to depend on memory alone." We must smile at Hirata's good faith in the changelessness of oral tradition, but I believe that folklorists would discover in the character of the older myths intrinsic evidence of immense antiquity. Chinese influence is discernible in both works, yet certain parts have a particular quality not to be found, I imagine, in anything Chinese, a primeval artlessness, a weirdness, and a strangeness having nothing in common with other mythical literature. For example, we have in the story of Izanagi, the world maker, visiting the shades to recall his dead spouse, a myth that seems to be purely Japanese. The archaic naivety of the recital must impress anybody who studies the literal translation. I shall present only the substance of the legend, which has been recorded in a number of different versions. Note: see for these different versions Aston's translation of the Nihongi, Volume 1. End of note. When the time came for the fire god Kagutsuchi to be born, his mother Izanami no Mikoto was burned, and suffered change, and departed. Then Izanagi no Mikoto was wroth and said, "Oh, that I should have given my loved younger sister in exchange for a single child!" He crawled at her head, and he crawled at her feet, weeping and lamenting. And the tears which he shed fell down and became a deity. Thereafter Izanagi no Mikoto went after Izanami no Mikoto into the land of Yomi, the world of the dead. Then Izanami no Mikoto, appearing still as she was when alive, lifted the curtain of the palace of the dead and came forth to meet him. And they talked together. And Izanagi no Mikoto said to her, "I have come because I sorrowed for thee, my lovely younger sister. O my lovely younger sister, the lands that I and thou were making together are not yet finished. Therefore come back." Then Izanami no Mikoto made answer, saying, "My august lord and husband, lamentable it is that thou didst not come sooner, for now I have eaten of the cooking range of Yomi. Nevertheless, as I am thus delightfully honored by thine entry here, my lovely elder brother, I wish to return with thee to the living world. Now I go to discuss the matter with the gods of Yomi. Wait thou here, and look not upon me." So having spoken, she went back, and Izanagi waited for her. But she tarried so long within that he became impatient. Then, taking the wooden comb that he wore in the left bunch of his hair, he broke off a tooth from one end of the comb and lighted it, and went in to look for Izanami no Mikoto. But he saw her lying swollen and festering among worms, and 8 kinds of thunder gods sat upon her. And Izanagi, being overawed by that sight, would have fled away, but Izanami rose up, crying, "Thou hast put me to shame! Why didst thou not observe that which I charged thee?" Thou hast seen my nakedness. Now I will see thine." And she bade the ugly females of Yomi to follow after him and slay him. And the 8 thunders also pursued him, and Izanami herself pursued him. Then Izanagi no Mikoto drew his sword, and flourished it behind him as he ran. But they followed close upon him. He took off his black headdress and flung it down, and it became changed into grapes. And while the ugly ones were eating the grapes, he gained upon them. But they followed quickly. And he then took his comb and cast it down, and it became changed into bamboo sprouts. And while the ugly ones were devouring the sprouts, he fled on until he reached the mouth of Yomi. Then, taking a rock, which it would have required the strength of 1,000 men to lift, he blocked therewith the entrance as Izanami came up. And standing behind the rock, he began to pronounce the words of divorce. Then, from the other side of the rock, Izanami cried out to him, "My dear lord and master, if thou dost so, in one day, will I strangle to death 1,000 of thy people." And Izanagi no Mikoto answered her, saying, "My beloved younger sister, if thou dost so, I will cause in one day to be born 1,500. But the deity Kokurihime no Kami then came, and spake to Izanami some word which she seemed to approve, and thereafter she vanished away. The strange mingling of pathos with nightmare terror in this myth, of which I have not ventured to present all the startling naivety, sufficiently proves its primitive character. It is a dream that someone really dreamed, one of those bad dreams in which the figure of a person beloved becomes horribly transformed, and it has a particular interest as expressing that fear of death and of the dead informing all primitive ancestor worship. The whole pathos and weirdness of the myth, the vague monstrosity of the fancies, the formal use of terms of endearment in the moment of uttermost loathing and fear, all impress one as unmistakably Japanese. Several other myths, scarcely less remarkable, are to be found in the Kojiki and Nihongi, but they are mingled with legends of so light and graceful a kind that it is scarcely possible to believe these latter to have been imagined by the same race. The story of the magical jewels and the visit to the sea god's palace, for example, in the second book of the Nihongi, sounds oddly like an Indian fairy tale, and it is not unlikely that the Kojiki and Nihongi both contain myths derived from various alien sources. At all events, the mythical chapters present us with some curious problems which yet remain unsolved. Otherwise, the books are dull reading, in spite of the light which they shed upon ancient customs and beliefs, and, generally speaking, Japanese mythology is unattractive. But to dwell here upon the mythology at any length is unnecessary, for its relation to Shinto can be summed up in the space of a single brief paragraph. In the beginning, neither force nor form was manifest, and the world was a shapeless mass that floated like a jellyfish upon water. Then, in some way, we are not told how, earth and heaven became separated. Dim gods appeared and disappeared, and at last there came into existence a male and a female deity, who gave birth and shape to things. By this pair, Izanagi and Izanami, were produced the islands of Japan, and the generations of the gods, and the deities of the sun and moon. The descendants of these creating deities, and of the gods whom they brought into being, were the 8,000 or 80,000 myriads of gods worshipped by Shinto. Some went to dwell in the blue plain of high heaven. Others remained on earth and became the ancestors of the Japanese race. Such is the mythology of the Kojiki, and the Nihongi, stated in the briefest possible way. At first it appears that there were two classes of gods recognized, celestial and terrestrial, and the old Shinto rituals, Norito, maintain this distinction. But it is a curious fact that the celestial gods of this mythology do not represent celestial forces, and that the gods who are really identified with celestial phenomena are classed as terrestrial gods, having been born or produced upon earth. The sun and moon, for example, are said to have been born in Japan, though afterwards placed in heaven. The sun goddess Amaterasu no Oho Kami, having been produced from the left eye of Izanagi, and the moon god Tsukiyomi no Mikoto, having been produced from the right eye of Izanagi, when, after his visit to the underworld, he washed himself at the mouth of a river in the island of Tsukushi. The Shinto scholars of the 18th and 19th centuries established some order in this chaos of fancies by denying all distinction between the celestial and terrestrial gods, except as regarded the accident of birth. They also denied the old distinction between the so-called Age of the Gods, Kamiyo, and the subsequent period of the Empress. It was true, they said, that the early rulers of Japan were gods, but so were also the later rulers. The whole imperial line, the sun's succession, represented one unbroken descent from the goddess of the sun. Hirata wrote, "There exists no hard and fast line between the age of the gods and the present age, and there exists no justification whatever for drawing one, as the Nihongi does." Of course this position involved the doctrine of a divine descent for the whole race, inasmuch as, according to the old mythology, the first Japanese were all descendants of gods, and that doctrine Hirata boldly accepted. All the Japanese, he averred, were of divine origin, and for that reason superior to the people of all other countries. He even held that their divine descent could be proved without difficulty. These are his words: "The descendants of the gods who accompanied Ninigi no Mikoto, grandson of the Sun Goddess and supposed founder of the imperial house, as well as the offspring of the successive Mikados, who entered the ranks of the subjects of the Mikados, with the names of Taira, Minamoto, and so forth, have gradually increased and multiplied. Although numbers of Japanese cannot state with certainty from what gods they are descended, all of them have tribal names, Kabane, which were originally bestowed on them by the Mikados, and those who make it their province to study genealogies can tell from a man's ordinary surname who his remotest ancestor must have been." All the Japanese were gods in this sense, and their country was properly called the Land of the Gods, Shinkoku or Kami no Kuni. Are we to understand Hirata literally? I think so. But we must remember that there existed in feudal times large classes of people, outside of the classes officially recognized as forming the nation, who were not counted as Japanese, nor even as human beings. These were pariahs, and reckoned as little better than animals. Hirata probably referred to the four great classes only: samurai, farmers, artisans, and merchants. But even in that case, what are we to think of his ascription of divinity to the race, in view of the moral and physical feebleness of human nature? The moral side of the question is answered by the Shinto theory of evil deities, gods of crookedness, who were alleged to have originated from the impurities contracted by Izanagi during his visit to the underworld. As for the physical weakness of man, that is explained by a legend of Ninigi no Mikoto, divine founder of the imperial house. The goddess of long life, Iha Naga Hime, Rock Long Princess, was sent to him for a wife. But he rejected her because of her ugliness, and that unwise proceeding brought about the present shortness of the lives of men. Most mythologies ascribe vast duration to the lives of early patriarchs or rulers. The farther we go back into mythological history, the longer lived are the sovereigns. To this general rule, Japanese mythology presents no exception. The son of Ninigi no Mikoto is said to have lived 580 years at his palace of Takachiro. But that, remarks Hirata, was a short life compared with the lives of those who lived before him. Thereafter men's bodies declined in force. Life gradually became shorter and shorter. Yet, in spite of all degeneration, the Japanese still show traces of their divine origin. After death, they enter into a higher divine condition, without, however, abandoning this world. Such were Hirata's views. Accepting the Shinto theory of origins, this ascription of divinity to human nature proves less inconsistent than it appears at first sight, and the modern Shintoist may discover a germ of scientific truth in the doctrine which traces back the beginnings of life to the sun. More than any other Japanese writer, Hirata has enabled us to understand the hierarchy of Shinto mythology, corresponding closely, as we might have expected, to the ancient ordination of Japanese society. In the lowermost ranks are the spirits of common people, worshipped only at the household shrine or at graves. Above these are the gentile gods, or Ujigami, ghosts of old rulers now worshipped as tutelar gods. All Ujigami, Hirata tells us, are under the control of the great god of Izumo, Oho Kuni Nushi no Kami, and, acting as his agents, they rule the fortunes of human beings before their birth, during their life, and after their death. This means that the ordinary ghosts obey, in the world invisible, the commands of the clan gods or tutelar deities. That the conditions of communal worship during life continue after death. The following extract from Hirata will be found of interest, not only as showing the supposed relation of the individual to the Ujigami, but also as suggesting how the act of abandoning one's birthplace was formerly judged by common opinion. When a person removes his residence, his original Ujigami has to make arrangements with the Ujigami of the place whither he transfers his abode. On such occasions it is proper to take leave of the old god, and to pay a visit to the temple of the new god as soon as possible after coming within his jurisdiction. The apparent reasons which a man imagines to have induced him to change his abode may be many, but the real reasons cannot be otherwise than that either he has offended his Ujigami and is therefore expelled, or that the Ujigami of another place has negotiated his transfer. Note. Translated by Sato. End of note. It would thus appear that every person was supposed to be the subject, servant, or retainer of some Ujigami, both during life and after death. There were, of course, various grades of these clan gods, just as there were various grades of living rulers, lords of the soil. Above ordinary Ujigami ranked the deities worshipped in the chief Shinto temples of the various provinces, which temples were termed Ichinomiya, or temples of the first grade. These deities appear to have been in many cases spirits of princes or greater daimyo, formerly ruling extensive districts. But all were not of this category. Among them were deities of elements or elemental forces, wind, fire, and sea, deities also of longevity, of destiny, and of harvests, clan gods, perhaps originally, though their real history had been long forgotten. But above all other Shinto divinities ranked the gods of the imperial cult, the supposed ancestors of the Mikados. Of the higher forms of Shinto worship, that of the imperial ancestors proper is the most important, being the state cult. But it is not the oldest. There are two supreme cults, that of the Sun goddess, represented by the famous shrines of Ise, and the Izumo cult, represented by the great temple of Kitsuki. This Izumo temple is the center of the more ancient cult. It is dedicated to Ohokuni Nushi no Kami, first ruler of the province of the gods, and offspring of the brother of the Sun goddess. Dispossessed of his realm in favor of the founder of the imperial dynasty, Ohokuni Nushi no Kami became the ruler of the unseen world, that is to say, the world of ghosts. And to his shadowy dominion the spirits of all men proceed after death, and he rules over all of the Ujigami. We may therefore term him the Emperor of the Dead. You cannot hope, Hirata says, to live more than 100 years under the most favorable circumstances. But as you will go to the unseen realm of Ohokuni Nushi no Kami after death, and be subject to him, learn betimes to bow down before him. That weird fancy expressed in a wonderful fragment by Coleridge, The Wanderings of Cain, would therefore seem to have actually formed an article of ancient Shinto faith. The Lord is God of the living only, the dead have another God. The god of the living in old Japan was, of course, the Mikado, the deity incarnate, Arahito-gami, and his palace was the national sanctuary, the Holy of Holies. Within the precincts of that palace was the Kashiko-dokoro, place of awe, the private shrine of the imperial ancestors, where only the court could worship, the public form of the same cult being maintained at Ise. But the imperial house worshipped also by deputy, and still so worships, both at Kitsuki and Ise, and likewise at various other great sanctuaries. Formerly a great number of temples were maintained, or partly maintained, from the imperial revenues. All Shinto temples of importance used to be classed as greater and lesser shrines. There were 304 of the first rank, and 2,828 of the second rank. But multitudes of temples were not included in this official classification and depended upon local support. The recorded total of Shinto shrines today is upwards of 195,000. We have thus, without counting the great Izumo cult of Ohokuni Nushi no Kami, 4 classes of ancestor worship: the domestic religion, the religion of the Ujigami, the worship at the chief shrines Ichi-no-miya of the several provinces, and the national cult at Ise. All these cults are now linked together by tradition, and the devout Shintoist worships the divinities of all collectively in his daily morning prayer. Occasionally he visits the chief shrine of his province, and he makes a pilgrimage to Ise if he can. Every Japanese is expected to visit the shrines of Ise once in his lifetime, or to send thither a deputy. Inhabitants of remote districts are not all able, of course, to make the pilgrimage, but there is no village which does not, at certain intervals, send pilgrims either to Kitsuki or to Ise on behalf of the community, the expense of such representation being defrayed by local subscription. And, furthermore, every Japanese can worship the supreme divinities of Shinto in his own house, where upon a god shelf, Kamidana, are tablets inscribed with the assurance of their divine protection, holy charms obtained from the priests of Ise or of Kitsuki. In the case of the Ise cult, such tablets are commonly made from the wood of the holy shrines themselves, which, according to primal custom, must be rebuilt every 20 years, the timber of the demolished structures being then cut into tablets for distribution throughout the country. Another development of ancestor worship, the cult of gods presiding over crafts and callings, deserves special study. Unfortunately, we are as yet little informed upon the subject. Anciently this worship must have been more definitely ordered and maintained than it is now. Occupations were hereditary, Artisans were grouped into guilds, perhaps we might even say castes, and each guild or caste then probably had a patron deity. In some cases the craft gods may have been ancestors of Japanese craftsmen. In other cases they were perhaps of Korean or Chinese origin, ancestral gods of immigrant artisans who brought their cults with them to Japan. Not much is known about them, but it is tolerably safe to assume that most, if not all of the guilds, were at one time religiously organized, and that apprentices were adopted not only in a craft, but into a cult. There were corporations of weavers, potters, carpenters, arrow makers, bow makers, smiths, boat builders, and other tradesmen, and the past religious organization of these is suggested by the fact that certain occupations assume a religious character even today. For example, the carpenter still builds according to Shinto tradition. He dons a priestly costume at a certain stage of the work, performs rites, and chants invocations, and places the new house under the protection of the gods. But the occupation of the swordsmith was in old days the most sacred of crafts. He worked in priestly garb and practiced Shinto rites of purification while engaged in the making of a good blade. Before his smithy was then suspended the sacred robe of rice straw, shimenawa, which is the oldest symbol of Shinto. None, even of his family, might enter there, or speak to him, and he ate only of food cooked with holy fire. The 195,000 shrines of Shinto represent, however, more than clan cults or guild cults or national cults. Many are dedicated to different spirits of the same god, for Shinto holds that the spirit of either a man or a god may divide itself into several spirits, each with a different character. Such separated spirits are called wakamitama, august divided spirits. Thus the spirit of the goddess of food, Toyokubime, separated itself into the god of trees, Kukunochi no Kami, and into the goddess of grasses, Kayanu Hime no Kami. Gods and men were supposed to have also a rough spirit and a gentle spirit, and Hirata remarks that the rough spirit of Ohokuni Nushi no Kami was worshipped at one temple, and his gentle spirit at another. Note: even man had the rough and the gentle spirit, but a god had three distinct spirits, the rough, the gentle, and the bestowing, respectively termed Aramitama, Nigimitama, and Sakimitama. See Sato's revival of pure Shintao. End of note. Also, we have to remember that great numbers of Ujigami temples are dedicated to the same divinity. These duplications or multiplications are again offset by the fact that in some of the principal temples a multitude of different deities are enshrined. Thus, the number of Shinto temples in actual existence affords no indication whatever of the actual number of gods worshipped, nor of the variety of their cults. Almost every deity mentioned in the Kochiki or Nihongi has a shrine somewhere, and hundreds of others, including many later apotheoses, have their temples. Numbers of temples have been dedicated, for example, to historical personages, to spirits of great ministers, captains, rulers, scholars, heroes, and statesmen. The famous minister of Empress Shingo, Takeno Uchi no Sukune, who served under 6 successive sovereigns and lived to the age of 300 years, is now invoked in many a temple as a giver of long life and great wisdom. The spirit of Sugiwara no Michisane, once minister of the Emperor Daigo, is worshipped as the god of calligraphy under the name of Tenshin or Temmangu. Children everywhere offer to him the first examples of their handwriting, and deposit in receptacles placed before his shrine their worn-out writing brushes. The Soga brothers, victims and heroes of a famous 12th century tragedy, have become gods to whom people pray for the maintenance of fraternal harmony. Kato Kiyomazo, the determined enemy of Jesuit Christianity and Hideyoshi's greatest captain, has been apotheosized both by Buddhism and by Shinto. Ieyasu is worshipped under the appellation of Toshogu. In fact, most of the great men of Japanese history have had temples erected to them, and the spirits of the daimyo were, in former years, regularly worshipped by the subjects of their descendants and successors. Besides temples to deities presiding over industries and agriculture, or deities especially invoked by the peasants, such as the goddess of silkworms, the goddess of rice, the gods of wind and weather, there are to be found in almost every part of the country what I may call propitiatory temples. These latter Shinto shrines have been erected by way of compensation to spirits of persons who suffered great injustice or misfortune. In these cases the worship assumes a very curious character, the worshipper always appealing for protection against the same kind of calamity or trouble as that from which the apotheosized person suffered during life. In Izumo, for example, I found a temple dedicated to the spirit of a woman, once a prince's favorite. She had been driven to suicide by the intrigues of jealous rivals. The story is that she had very beautiful hair, but it was not quite black, and her enemies used to reproach her with its color. Now mothers having children with brownish hair pray to her that the brown may be changed to black, and offerings are made to her of dresses of hair and Tokyo-colored prints, for it is still remembered that she was fond of such prints. In the same province there is a shrine erected to the spirit of a young wife, who pined away for grief at the absence of her lord. She used to climb a hill to watch for his return, and the shrine was built upon the place where she waited. And wives pray there to her for the safe return of absent husbands. An almost similar kind of propitiatory worship is practiced in cemeteries. Public pity seeks to apotheosize those urged to suicide by cruelty, or those executed for offences which, although legally criminal, were inspired by patriotic or other motives commanding sympathy. Before their graves offerings are laid and prayers are murmured. Spirits of unhappy lovers are commonly invoked by young people who suffer from the same cause. And among other forms of propitiatory worship, I must mention the old custom of erecting small shrines to spirits of animals, chiefly domestic animals, either in recognition of dumb service rendered and ill rewarded, or as a compensation for pain unjustly inflicted. Yet another class of tutelar divinities remains to be noticed, those who dwell within or about the houses of men. Some are mentioned in the old mythology, and are probably developments of Japanese ancestor worship. Some are of alien origin. Some do not appear to have any temples, and some represent little more than what is called animism. This class of divinities corresponds rather to the Roman dii genitalis than to the Greek daemones. Suichin Sana, the god of wells; Kochin, the god of the cooking range. In almost every kitchen there is either a tiny shrine for him, or a written charm bearing his name. The gods of the cauldron and saucepan, Kudo no Kami and Kobe no Kami, anciently called Okitsuhiko and Okitsuhime. The master of ponds, Ike no Nushi, supposed to make apparition in the form of a serpent. The goddess of the rice pot, Okama-sama. The gods of the latrina, who first taught men how to fertilize their fields. These are commonly represented by little figures of paper, having the forms of a man and a woman, but faceless. The gods of wood and fire and metal. The gods likewise of gardens, fields, scarecrows, bridges, hills, woods, and streams. And also the spirits of trees, for Japanese mythology has its dryads. Most of these are undoubtedly of Shinto. On the other hand, we find the roads under the protection of Buddhist deities chiefly. I have not been able to learn anything regarding gods of boundaries, termes as the Latins called them, and one sees only images of the Buddhas at the limits of village territories. But in almost every garden, on the north side, there is a little Shinto shrine, facing what is called the Kimon, or Demon Gate. that is to say, the direction from which, according to Chinese teaching, all evils come, and these little shrines, dedicated to various Shinto deities, are supposed to protect the home from evil spirits. The belief in Kimon is obviously a Chinese importation. One may doubt, however, if Chinese influence alone developed the belief that every part of a house, every beam of it, and every domestic utensil has its invisible guardian. Considering this belief, it is not surprising that the building of a house, unless the house be in foreign style, is still a religious act, and that the functions of a master builder include those of a priest. This brings us to the subject of animism. I doubt whether any evolutionist of the contemporary school holds to the old-fashioned notion that animism preceded ancestor worship, a theory involving the assumption the belief in the spirits of inanimate objects was evolved before the idea of a human ghost had yet been developed. In Japan it is now as difficult to draw the line between animistic beliefs and the lowest forms of Shinto as to establish a demarcation between the vegetable and the animal worlds, but the earliest Shinto literature gives no evidence of such a developed animism as that now existing. Probably the development was gradual, and largely influenced by Chinese beliefs. Still, we read in the Kojiki of evil gods who glittered like fireflies, or were disorderly as mayflies, and of demons who made rocks and stumps of trees and the foam of the green waters to speak, showing the animistic or fetishistic notions were prevalent to some extent before the period of Chinese influence. And it is significant that where animism is associated with persistent worship, as in the matter of the reverence paid to strangely shaped stones or trees, the form of the worship is, in most cases, Shinto. Before such objects there is usually to be seen the model of a Shinto gateway, torii. With the development of animism, under Chinese and Korean influence, the man of old Japan found himself truly in a world of spirits and demons. They spoke to him in the sound of tides, and of cataracts in the moaning of wind and the whispers of leafage, in the crying of birds and the trilling of insects, in all the voices of nature. For him all visible motion, whether of waves or grasses or shifting mist or drifting cloud, was ghostly, and the never-moving rock, nay, the very stones by the wayside, were informed of viewless and awful being. End of chapter 7. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 8 of Japan. An attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Worship and Purification. We have seen that, in old Japan, the world of the living was everywhere ruled by the world of the dead, that the individual, at every moment of his existence, was under ghostly supervision. In his home he was watched by the spirits of his fathers, without it he was ruled by the god of his district. All about him, and above him, and beneath him, were invisible powers of life and death. In his conception of nature, all things were ordered by the dead: light and darkness, weather and season, winds and tides, mist and rain, growth and decay, sickness and health. The viewless atmosphere was a phantom sea, an ocean of ghost. The soil that he tilled was pervaded by spirit essence. The trees were haunted and holy. Even the rocks and the stones were infused with conscious life. How might he discharge his duty to the infinite concourse of the invisible? Few scholars could remember the names of all the greater gods, not to speak of the lesser, and no mortal could have found time to address those greater gods by their respective names in his daily prayer. The later Shinto teachers proposed to simplify the duties of the faith by prescribing one brief daily prayer to the gods in general, and special prayers to a few gods in particular. and in thus doing they were most likely confirming a custom already established by necessity. Hirata wrote: "As the number of the gods who possess different functions is very great, it will be convenient to worship by name the most important only, and to include the rest in a general petition." He prescribed 10 prayers for persons having time to repeat them, but lightened the duty for busy folk, observing, "Persons whose daily affairs are so multitudinous that they have not time to go through all the prayers, may content themselves with adoring, first, the residence of the emperor, second, the domestic god-shelf, Kamidana, third, the spirits of their ancestors, fourth, their local patron god, Uchigami, fifth, the deity of the particular calling." He advised that the following prayer should be daily repeated before the god-shelf: "Reverently adoring the great god of the 2 palaces of Ise, in the first place, the 800 myriads of celestial gods, the 800 myriads of terrestrial gods, the 1500 myriads of gods to whom are consecrated the great and small temples in all provinces, all islands, and all places of the great land of 8 islands, the 1500 myriads of gods whom they cause to serve them, and the gods of branch palaces and branch temples, and Sohodo no Kami." Note: Sohodo no Kami is the god of scarecrows, protector of the fields. End of note. "Whom I have invited to the shrine set up on this divine shelf, and to whom I offer praises day by day. I pray with awe that they will deign to correct the unwilling faults which, heard and seen by them, I have committed, and that, blessing and favoring me according to the powers which they severally wield, they will cause me to follow the divine example, and to perform good works in the way." Note: translated by Sato. End of note. This text is interesting as an example of what Shinto's greatest expounder thought a Shinto prayer should be, and, excepting the reference to Sohodo no Kami, the substance of it is that of the morning prayer still repeated in Japanese households. But the modern prayer is very much shorter. In Izumo, the oldest Shinto province, the customary morning worship offers perhaps the best example of the ancient rules of devotion. Immediately upon rising, the worshipper performs his ablutions, and after having washed his face and rinsed his mouth, he turns to the sun, claps his hands, and with bowed head reverently utters the simple greeting, "Hail to thee this day, August 1." In thus adoring the sun he is also fulfilling his duty as a subject, paying obeisance to the imperial ancestor. The act is performed out of doors, not kneeling but standing, and the spectacle of this simple worship is impressive. I can now see in memory, just as plainly as I saw with my eyes many years ago, off the wild Oki coast, the naked figure of a young fisherman erect at the prow of his boat, clapping his hands in salutation to the rising sun, whose ruddy glow transformed him into a statue of bronze. Also I retain a vivid memory of pilgrim figures poised upon the topmost crags of the summit of Fuji, clapping their hands in prayer, with faces to the east. Perhaps 10,000, 20,000 years ago, all humanity so worshipped the Lord of Day. After having saluted the sun, the worshipper returns to his house to pray before the Kamidana and before the tablets of the ancestors. Kneeling, he invokes the great gods of Ise or of Izumo, the gods of the chief temples of his province, the god of his parish temple, also Uchigami, and, finally, all the myriads of the deities of Shinto. These prayers are not said aloud. The ancestors are thanked for the foundation of the home. The higher deities are invoked for aid and protection. As for the custom of bowing in the direction of the emperor's palace, I am not able to say to what extent it survives in the remoter districts, but I have often seen the reverence performed. Once, too, I saw reverence done immediately in front of the gates of the palace in Tokyo by country folk on a visit to the capital. They knew me, because I had often sojourned in their village, and on reaching Tokyo they sought me out and found me. I took them to the palace. and before the main entrance they removed their hats and bowed and clapped their hands, just as they would have done when saluting the gods or the rising sun, and this with a simple and dignified reverence that touched me not a little. The duties of morning worship, which include the placing of offerings before the tablets, are not the only duties of the domestic cult. In a Shinto household, where the ancestors and the higher gods are separately worshipped, the ancestral shrine may be said to correspond with the Roman lararium, while the god shelf, with its taima, or onusa, symbols of those higher gods especially revered by the family, may be compared with the place accorded by Latin custom to the worship of the Penates. Both Shinto cults have their particular feast days, and, in the case of the ancestor cult, the feast days are occasions of religious assembly, when the relatives of the family should gather to celebrate the domestic rite. The Shintoist must also take part in the celebration of the festivals of the Ujigami, and must at least aid in the celebration of the 9 great national holidays related to the national cult, these 9 out of a total 11 being occasions of imperial ancestor worship. The nature of the public rites varied according to the rank of the gods. Offerings and prayers were made to all, but the greater deities were worshipped with exceeding ceremony. Today the offerings usually consist of food and rice wine, together with symbolic articles representing the costlier gifts of woven stuffs presented by ancient custom. The ceremonies include processions, music, singing, and dancing. At the very small shrines there are few ceremonies, only offerings of food are presented. But at the great temples there are hierarchies of priests and priestesses, miko, usually daughters of priests, and the ceremonies are elaborate and solemn. It is particularly at the temples of Ise, where, down to the 14th century, the high priestess was a daughter of emperors, or at the great temple of Izumo, that the archaic character of the ceremonial can be studied to most advantage. There, in spite of the passage of that huge wave of Buddhism, which for a period almost submerged the more ancient faith, all things remain as they were a score of centuries ago. Time, in those haunted precincts, would seem to have slept, as in the enchanted palaces of fairy tale. The mere shapes of the buildings, weird and tall, startle by their unfamiliarity. Within, all is severely plain and pure. There are no images, no ornaments, no symbols visible, except those strange paper cuttings, gohei, suspended to upright rods, which are symbols of offerings and also tokens of the viewless. By the number of them in the sanctuary, you know the number of the deities to whom the place is consecrated. There is nothing imposing but the space, the silence, and the suggestion of the past. The innermost shrine is veiled. It contains, perhaps, a mirror of bronze, an ancient sword, or other object enclosed in multiple wrappings. That is all. For this faith, older than icons, needs no images. Its gods are ghosts, and the void stillness of its shrines compels more awe than tangible representation could inspire. Very strange, to Western eyes at least, are the rites, the forms of the worship, the shapes of sacred objects. Not by any modern method must the sacred fire be lighted, the fire that cooks the food of the gods. It can be kindled only in the most ancient of ways, with a wooden fire drill. The chief priests are robed in the sacred color, white, and wear headdresses of a shape no longer seen elsewhere, high caps of the kind formerly worn by lords and princes. The resistants wear various colors, according to grade, and the faces of none are completely shaven. Some wear full beards, others the moustache only. The actions and attitudes of these hierophants are dignified, yet archaic, in a degree difficult to describe. Each movement is regulated by tradition, and to perform well the functions of a kannushi a long disciplinary preparation is necessary. The office is hereditary. The training begins in boyhood, and the impassive deportment eventually acquired is really a wonderful thing. Officiating, the kannushi seems rather a statue than a man, an image moved by invisible strings, and, like the gods, he never winks. Not at least observably. Once, during a great Shinto procession, several Japanese friends and I myself undertook to watch a young priest on horseback, in order to see how long he could keep from winking, and none of us were able to detect the slightest movement of eyes or eyelids, notwithstanding that the priest's horse became restive during the time that we were watching. The principal incidents of the festival ceremonies within the great temples are the presentation of the offerings, the repetition of the ritual, and the dancing of the priestesses. Each of these performances retains a special character rigidly fixed by tradition. The food offerings are served upon archaic vessels of unglazed pottery, red earthenware mostly. Boiled rice pressed into cones of the form of a sugar loaf, various preparations of fish and of edible seaweed, fruits and fowls, rice wine presented in jars of immemorial shape. These offerings are carried into the temple upon white wooden trays of curious form, and laid upon white wooden tables of equally curious form, the faces of the bearers being covered below the eyes with sheets of white paper, in order that their breath may not contaminate the food of the gods, and the trays, for like reason, must be borne at arm's length. In ancient times the offerings would seem to have included things much more costly than food, if we may credit the testimony of what are probably the oldest documents extant in the Japanese tongue, the Shinto rituals or norito. Note: several have been translated by Sato, whose opinion of their antiquity is here cited, and translations have also been made into German. End of note. The following excerpt from Sato's translation of the ritual prayer to the wind gods of Tatsuta is interesting, not only as a fine example of the language of the Norito, but also as indicating the character of the great ceremonies in early ages, and the nature of the offerings. As the great offerings set up for the youth god, I set up various sorts of offerings, for clothes, bright cloth, glittering cloth, soft cloth, and coarse cloth, and the 5 kinds of things, a mantlet, a spear, a horse furnished with a saddle. For the maiden god, I set up various sorts of offerings, providing clothes, a golden thread box, a golden tatari, a golden skein holder. Bright cloth, glittering cloth, soft cloth, and coarse cloth, and the 5 kinds of things, a horse furnished with a saddle. As to liquor, I raise high the beer jars, fill and range in a row the bellies of the beer jars, soft grain and coarse grain. As to things which dwell in the hills, things soft of hair and things coarse of hair. As to things which grow in the great field plain, sweet herbs and bitter herbs. As to things which dwell in the blue sea plain, things broad of fin and things narrow of fin, down to the weeds of the offing and weeds of the shore. And if the sovereign gods will take these great offerings which I set up, piling them up like a range of hills, peacefully in their hearts, as peaceful offerings and satisfactory offerings, and if the sovereign gods, deigning not to visit the things produced by the great people of the region under heaven with bad winds and rough waters, will open and bless them, I will, at the autumn service, set up the first fruits, raising high the beer jars, filling and ranging in rows the bellies of the beer jars, and drawing them hither in juice and in ear, in many hundred rice plants and 1,000 rice plants. And for this purpose the princes and councillors and all the functionaries, the servants of the 6 farms of the country of Yamato, even to the males and females of them, have all come and assembled in the 4th month of this year, and, plunging down the root of the neck cormorant-wise, in the presence of the sovereign gods, fulfill their praise as the sun of today rises in glory. The offerings are no longer piled up like a range of hills, nor do they include all things dwelling in the mountains and in the sea. But the imposing ritual remains, and the ceremony is always impressive. Not the least interesting part of it is the sacred dance. While the gods are supposed to be partaking of the food and wine set out before their shrines, the girl priestesses, robed in crimson and white, move gracefully to the sound of drums and flutes, waving fans or shaking bunches of tiny bells as they circle about the sanctuary. According to our Western notions, the performance of the Miko could scarcely be called dancing, but it is a graceful spectacle, and very curious, for every step and attitude is regulated by traditions of unknown antiquity. As for the plaintive music, no Western ear can discern in it anything resembling a real melody, but the gods should find delight in it, because it is certainly performed for them today exactly as it used to be performed 20 centuries ago. I speak of the ceremonies especially as I have witnessed them in Izumo. They vary somewhat according to cult and province. At the shrines of Ise, Kasuga, Kompira, and several others which I visited, the ordinary priestesses are children, and when they have reached the nubile age, they retire from the service. At Kitsuki, the priestesses are grown-up women. Their office is hereditary, and they are permitted to retain it even after marriage. Formerly the Miko was more than a mere officiant. The songs which she is still obliged to learn indicate that she was originally offered to the gods as a bride. Even yet her touch is holy. The grain sown by her hand is blessed. At some time in the past she seems to have been also a Pythoness. The spirits of the gods possessed her and spoke through her lips. All the poetry of this most ancient of religions centers in the figure of its little Vestal, child bride of ghosts, as she flutters, like some wonderful white and crimson butterfly, before the shrine of the invisible. Even in these years of change, when she must go to the public school, she continues to represent all that is delightful in Japanese girlhood, for her special home training keeps her reverent, innocent, dainty in all her little ways, and worthy to remain the pet of the gods. The history of the higher forms of ancestor worship in other countries would lead us to suppose that the public ceremonies of the Shinto cult must include some rite of purification. As a matter of fact, the most important of all Shinto ceremonies is the ceremony of purification, o harai, as it is called, which term signifies the casting out or expulsion of evils. In ancient Athens a corresponding ceremony took place every year, in Rome every 4 years. The o harai is performed twice every year, in the 6th month and the 12th month, by the ancient calendar. It used to be not less obligatory than the Roman lustration, and the idea behind the obligation was the same as that which inspired the Roman laws on the subject. So long as men believe that the welfare of the living depends upon the will of the dead, that all happenings in the world are ordered by spirits of different characters, evil as well as good, that every bad action lends additional power to the viewless forces of destruction, and therefore endangers the public prosperity, so long will the necessity of a public purification remain an article of common faith. The presence in any community of even one person who has offended the gods, consciously or unwillingly, is a public misfortune, a public peril. Yet it is not possible for all men to live so well as never to vex the gods by thought, word, or deed, through passion or ignorance or carelessness. Everyone, declares Hirata, is certain to commit accidental offences, however careful he may be. Evil acts and words are of 2 kinds, those of which we are conscious and those of which we are not conscious. It is better to assume that we have committed such unconscious offences. Now it should be remembered that for the man of old Japan, as for the Greek or the Roman citizen of early times, religion consisted chiefly in the exact observance of multitudinous custom, and that it was therefore difficult to know whether, in performing the duties of the several cults, one had not inadvertently displeased the unseen. As a means of maintaining and assuring the religious purity of the people, periodical lustration was consequently deemed indispensable. From the earliest period, Shinto exacted scrupulous cleanliness. Indeed, we might say that it regarded physical impurity as identical with moral impurity, and intolerable to the gods. It has always been, and still remains, a religion of ablutions. The Japanese love of cleanliness, indicated by the universal practice of daily bathing and by the irreproachable condition of their homes, has been maintained, and was probably initiated by their religion. Spotless cleanliness being required by the rites of ancestor worship, in the temple, in the person of the officiant, and in the home, this rule of purity was naturally extended by degrees to all the conditions of existence. And besides the great periodical ceremonies of purification, a multitude of minor lustrations were exacted by the cult. This was the case also, it will be remembered, in the early Greek and Roman civilizations. The citizen had to submit to purification upon almost every important occasion of existence. There were lustrations indispensable at birth, marriage, and death, lustrations on the eve of battle, lustrations at regular periods of the dwelling, estate, district, or city. And, as in Japan, no one could approach a temple without a preliminary washing of hands. But ancient Shinto exacted more than the Greek or the Roman cult. It requires the erection of special houses for birth, parturition houses, special houses for the consummation of marriage, nuptial huts, and special buildings for the dead, mourning houses. Formerly women were obliged during the period of menstruation, as well as during the time of confinement, to live apart. These harsher, archaic customs have almost disappeared, except in one or two remote districts, and in the case of certain priestly families. But the general rules as to purification, and as to the times and circumstances forbidding approach to holy places, are still everywhere obeyed. Purity of heart is not less insisted upon than physical purity, and the great rite of lustration, performed every 6 months, is of course a moral purification. It is performed not only at the great temples and at all the Ujigami, but likewise in every home. On the kamidana, or god shelf, there is usually placed a kind of oblong paper box, containing fragments of the wands used by the priests of Ise at the great national purification ceremony, or oharai. This box is commonly called by the name of the ceremony, oharai, or august purification, and is inscribed with the names of the great gods of Ise. The presence of this object is supposed to protect the home, but it should be replaced by a new oharai at the expiration of 6 months, for the virtue of the charm is supposed to last only during the interval between 2 official purifications. This distribution to thousands of homes of fragments of the wands, used to drive away evils, at the time of the Ise lustration, represents, of course, the supposed extension of the high priest's protection to those homes until the time of the next oharai. The modern domestic form of the harai is very simple. Each Shinto parish temple furnishes to all its uchiko, or parishioners, small paper cuttings called hitogata, mankind shapes, representing figures of men, women, and children, as in silhouette, only that the paper is white and folded curiously. Each household receives a number of hitogata, corresponding to the number of its members, man shapes for the men and boys, women shapes for the women and girls. Each person in the house touches his head, face, limbs, and body with one of these hitogata, repeating the while a Shinto invocation, and praying that any misfortune or sickness incurred by reason of offences involuntarily committed against the gods, for in Shinto belief sickness and misfortune are divine punishments, may be mercifully taken away. Upon each hitogata is then written the age and sex, not the name, of the person for whom it was furnished. And when this has been done, all are returned to the parish temple, and there burned, with rites of purification. Thus the community is lustrated every 6 months. In the old Greek and Latin cities, lustration was accompanied with registration. The attendance of every citizen at the ceremony was held to be so necessary that one who wilfully failed to attend might be whipped and sold as a slave. Non-attendance involved loss of civic rights. It would seem that in old Japan also every member of a community was obliged to be present at the rite. But I have not been able to learn whether any registration was made upon such occasions. Probably it would have been superfluous. The Japanese individual was not officially recognized. The family group alone was responsible, and the attendance of the several members would have been assured by the responsibility of the group. The use of the hitogata, on which the name is not written, but only the sex and age of the worshipper, is probably modern, and of Chinese origin. Official registration existed even in early times, but it appears to have had no particular relation to the oharai, and the registers were kept, it seems, not by the Shinto, but by the Buddhist parish priests. In concluding these remarks about the oharai, I need scarcely add that special rites were performed in cases of accidental religious defilement, and that any person judged to have sinned against the rules of the public cult had to submit to ceremonial purification. Closely related by origin to the rites of purification are sundry ascetic practices of Shinto. It is not an essentially ascetic religion. It offers flesh and wine to its gods, and it prescribes only such forms of self-denial as ancient custom and decency require. Nevertheless, some of its votaries perform extraordinary austerities on special occasions, austerities which always include much cold water bathing. It is not uncommon for the very fervent worshipper to invoke the gods as he stands naked under the ice-cold rush of a cataract in midwinter. But the most curious phase of this Shinto asceticism is represented by a custom still prevalent in remote districts. According to this custom, a community yearly appoints one of its citizens to devote himself wholly to the gods on behalf of the rest. During the term of his consecration, this communal representative must separate from his family, must not approach women, must avoid all places of amusement, must eat only food cooked with sacred fire, must abstain from wine, must bathe in fresh cold water several times a day, must repeat particular prayers at certain hours, and must keep vigil upon certain nights. When he has performed these duties of abstinence and purification for the specified time, he becomes religiously free, and another man is then elected to take his place. The prosperity of the settlement is supposed to depend upon the exact observance by its representative of the duties prescribed. Should any public misfortune occur, he would be suspected of having broken his vows. Anciently, in the case of a common misfortune, the representative was put to death. In the little town of Mionoseki, where I first learned of this custom, the communal representative is called Ichinen Ganushi, 1 year God Master, and his full term of vicarious atonement is 12 months. I was told that elders are usually appointed for this duty, young men very seldom. In ancient times such a communal representative was called by a name signifying abstainer. References to the custom have been found in Chinese notices of Japan dating from a time before the beginning of Japanese authentic history. Every persistent form of ancestor worship has its system or systems of divination, and Shinto exemplifies the general law. Whether divination ever obtained in ancient Japan the official importance which it assumed among the Greeks and the Romans is at present doubtful. But long before the introduction of Chinese astrology, magic, and fortune-telling, the Japanese practiced various kinds of divination, as is proved by their ancient poetry, their records, and their rituals. We find mention also of official diviners attached to the great cults. There was divination by bones, by birds, by rice, by barley gruel, by footprints, by rods planted in the ground, and by listening in public ways to the speech of people passing by. Nearly all, probably all, of these old methods of divination are still in popular use. But the earliest form of official divination was performed by scorching the shoulder blade of a deer or other animal, and observing the cracks produced by the heat. Note: concerning this form of divination, Sato remarks that it was practiced by the Mongols in the time of Genghis Khan, and is still practiced by Kirghiz Tatars. Facts of strong interest in view of the probable origin of the early Japanese tribes. For instances of ancient official divination, see Aston's translation of the Nihongi, Volume 1, pages 157, 189, 227, 299, 237. End of note. Tortoise shells were afterwards used for the same purpose. Diviners were especially attached, it appears, to the imperial palace, and Motowori, writing in the latter half of the 18th century, speaks of divination as still being, in that epoch, a part of the imperial function. To the end of time, he said, the Mikado is the child of the Sun goddess. His mind is in perfect harmony of thought and feeling with hers. He does not seek out new inventions, but he rules in accordance with precedents, which date from the age of the gods, and if he is ever in doubt, he has recourse to divination, which reveals to him the mind of the great goddess. Within historic times at least, divination would not seem to have been much used in warfare, certainly not to the extent that it was used by the Greek and Roman armies. The greatest Japanese captains, such as Hideyoshi and Nobunaga, were decidedly irreverent as to omens. Probably the Japanese, at an early period of their long military history, learned by experience that a general who conducts his campaign according to omens must always be at a hopeless disadvantage in dealing with a skilful enemy who cares nothing about omens. Among the ancient popular forms of divination which still survive, the most commonly practiced in households is divination by dry rice. For the public, Chinese divination is still in great favour, but it is interesting to observe that the Japanese fortune teller invariably invokes the Shinto gods before consulting his Chinese books, and maintains a Shinto shrine in his reception room. We have seen that the developments of ancestor worship in Japan present remarkable analogies with the developments of ancestor worship in ancient Europe, especially in regard to the public cult, with its obligatory rites of purification. But Shinto seems nevertheless to represent conditions of ancestor worship less developed than those which we are accustomed to associate with early Greek and Roman life, and the coercion which it exercised appears to have been proportionally more rigid. The existence of the individual worshipper was ordered not merely in relation to the family and the community, but even in relation to inanimate things. Whatever his occupation might be, some god presided over it. Whatever tools he might use, they had to be used in such manner as tradition prescribed for all admitted to the craft cult. It was necessary that the carpenter should so perform his work as to honor the deity of carpenters, that the smith should fulfill his daily task so as to honor the god of the bellows, that the farmer should never fail in respect to the earth god, and the food god, and the scarecrow god, and the spirits of the trees about his habitation. Even the domestic utensils were sacred. The servant could not dare to forget the presence of the deities of the cooking range, the hearth, the cauldron, the brazier, or the supreme necessity of keeping the fire pure. The professions, not less than the trades, were under divine patronage. The physician, the teacher, the artist, each had his religious duties to observe, his special traditions to obey. The scholar, for example, could not dare to treat his writing implements with disrespect, or put written paper to vulgar uses. Such conduct would offend the god of calligraphy. Nor were women ruled less religiously than men in their various occupations. The spinners and weaving maidens were bound to revere the weaving goddess and the goddess of silkworms. The sewing girl was taught to respect her needles, and in all homes there was observed a certain holiday, upon which offerings were made to the spirits of needles. In samurai families the warrior was commanded to consider his armor and his weapons as holy things. To keep them in beautiful order was an obligation of which the neglect might bring misfortune in the time of combat, and on certain days offerings were set before the bows and spears, arrows and swords, and other war implements, in the alcove of the family guest-room. Gardens, too, were holy, and there were rules to be observed in their management, lest offence should be given to the gods of trees and flowers. Carefulness, cleanliness, dustlessness were everywhere enforced as religious obligations. It has often been remarked in these latter days that the Japanese do not keep their public offices, their railway stations, the new factory buildings, thus scrupulously clean, but edifices built foreign style, with foreign material, under foreign supervision, and, contrary to every local tradition, must seem to old-fashioned thinking God-forsaken places, and servants, amid such unhallowed surroundings, do not feel the invisible about them, the weight of pious custom, the silent claim of beautiful and simple things to human respect. End of chapter 8. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 9 of Japan, an attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rule of the Dead. It should now be evident to the reader that the ethics of Shinto were all comprised in the doctrine of unqualified obedience to customs originating, for the most part, in the family cult. Ethics were not different from religion. Religion was not different from government, and the very word of government signified matters of religion. All government ceremonies were preceded by prayer and sacrifice, and from the highest rank of society to the lowest every person was subject to the law of tradition. To obey was piety, to disobey was impious. And the rule of obedience was enforced upon each individual by the will of the community to which he belonged. Ancient morality consisted in the minute observance of rules of conduct regarding the household, the community, and the higher authority. But these rules of behavior mostly represented the outcome of social experience, and it was scarcely possible to obey them faithfully and yet to remain a bad man. They commanded reverence toward the unseen, respect for authority, affection to parents, tenderness to wife and children, kindness to neighbors, kindness to dependents, diligence and exactitude in labor, thrift and cleanliness in habit. Though at first morality signified no more than obedience to tradition, tradition itself gradually became identified with true morality. To imagine the consequent social condition is, of course, somewhat difficult for the modern mind. Among ourselves, religious ethics and social ethics have long been practically dissociated, and the latter have become, with the gradual weakening of faith, more imperative and important than the former. Most of us learn, sooner or later in life, that it is not enough to keep the 10 Commandments, and that it is much less dangerous to break most of the commandments in a quiet way than to violate social custom. But in old Japan there was no distinction tolerated between ethics and custom, between moral requirements and social obligations. Convention identified both, and to conceal a breach of either was impossible, as privacy did not exist. Moreover, the unwritten commandments were not limited to 10, they were numbered by hundreds, and the least infringement was punishable, not merely as a blunder, but as a sin. Neither in his own home nor anywhere else could the ordinary person do as he pleased, and the extraordinary person was under the surveillance of zealous dependents, whose constant duty was to reprove any breach of usage. The religion capable of regulating every act of existence by the force of common opinion requires no catechism. Early moral custom must be coercive custom, but as many habits, at first painfully formed under compulsion only, become easy through constant repetition, and at last automatic, so the conduct compelled through many generations by religious and civil authority tends eventually to become almost instinctive. Much depends, no doubt, upon the degree to which religious compulsion is hindered by exterior causes, by long protracted war, for example, and in Old Japan there was interference extraordinary. Nevertheless, the influence of Shinto accomplished wonderful things, evolved a national type of character worthy, in many ways, of earnest admiration. The ethical sentiment developed in that character differed widely from our own, but it was exactly adapted to the social requirements. For this national type of moral character was invented the name Yamato Damashi, or Yamato Gokoro, the soul of Yamato, or heart of Yamato. The appellation of the old province of Yamato, seat of the early emperors, being figuratively used for the entire country. We might correctly, though less literally, interpret the expression Yamato Damashi as the soul of Old Japan. It was in reference to this soul of Old Japan that the great Shinto scholars of the 18th and 19th centuries put forth their bold assertion that conscience alone was a sufficient ethical guide. They declared the high quality of the Japanese conscience a proof of the divine origin of the race. "Human beings," wrote Motowori, "having been produced by the spirits of the two creative deities, are naturally endowed with a knowledge of what they ought to do, and of what they ought to refrain from doing. It is unnecessary for them to trouble their minds with systems of morality. If a system of morals were necessary, man would be inferior to animals, all of whom are endowed with the knowledge of what they ought to do, only in an inferior degree to man." Note: all of these extracts are quoted from Sato's great essay on the Shinto revival. End of note. Mabuchi, at an earlier day, had made a comparison between Japanese and Chinese morality, greatly to the disadvantage of the latter. In ancient times, said Mabuchi, when man's dispositions were straightforward, a complicated system of morals was unnecessary. It would naturally happen that bad actions might be occasionally committed, but the straightforwardness of man's dispositions would prevent the evil from being concealed and so growing in extent. So in those days it was unnecessary to have a doctrine of right and wrong. But the Chinese, being bad at heart, in spite of the teaching which they got, were good only on the outside, so their bad acts became of such magnitude that society was thrown into disorder. The Japanese, being straightforward, could do without teaching. Motowori repeated these ideas in a slightly different way. It is because the Japanese were truly moral in their practice that they required no theory of morals, and the fuss made by the Chinese about theoretical morals is owing to the laxity in practice. To have learned that there is no way, ethical system, to be learned and practiced, is really to have learned to practice the way of the gods. At a later day, Hirata wrote: "Learn to stand in awe of the unseen, and that will prevent you from doing wrong. Cultivate the conscience implanted in you, then you will never wander from the way. Though the sociologist may smile at these declarations of moral superiority, especially as based on the assumption that the race had been better in primeval times, when yet fresh from the hands of the gods, there was in them a grain of truth. When Mabuchi and Motowori wrote, the nation had been long subjected to a discipline of almost incredible minuteness in detail, and of extraordinary rigor in application. And this discipline had actually brought into existence a wonderful average of character, a character of surprising patience, unselfishness, honesty, kindliness, and docility combined with high courage. But only the evolutionist can imagine what the cost of developing that character must have been. It is necessary here to observe that the discipline to which the nation had been subjected up to the age of the great Shinto writers seems to have had a curious evolutional history of its own. In primitive times it had been much less uniform, less complex, less minutely organized, though not less implacable. And it had continued to develop and elaborate more and more with the growth and consolidation of society, until, under the Tokugawa shogunate, the possible maximum of regulation was reached. In other words, the yoke had been made heavier and heavier in proportion to the growth of the national strength, in proportion to the power of the people to bear it. We have seen that, from the beginning of this civilization, the whole life of the citizen was ordered for him. His occupation, his marriage, his rights of fatherhood, his rights to hold or to dispose of property, all these matters were settled by religious custom. We have also seen that outside as well as inside of his home his actions were under supervision, and that a single grave breach of usage might cause his social ruin. In which case he would be given to understand that he was not merely a social but also a religious offender, that the communal God was angry with him, and that to pardon his fault might provoke the divine vengeance against the entire settlement. But it yet remains to be seen what rights were left him by the central authority ruling his district, which authority represented a third form of religious despotism, from which there was no appeal in ordinary cases. Material for the study of the old laws and customs have not yet been collected in sufficient quantity to yield us full information as to the condition of all classes before Meiji, but a great deal of precious work has been accomplished in this direction by American scholars, and the labors of Professor Wigmore and of the late Dr. Simmons have furnished documentary evidence from which much can be learned about the legal status of the masses during the Tokugawa period. This, as I have said, was the period of the most elaborate regulation. The extent to which the people were controlled can be best inferred from the nature and number of the sumptuary laws to which they were subjected. Sumptuary laws in old Japan probably exceeded in multitude and minuteness anything of which Western legal history yields record. Rigidly as the family cult dictated behavior in the home, strictly as the commune enforced its standards of communal duty, just so rigidly and strictly did the rulers of the nation dictate how the individual, man, woman, or child, should dress, walk, sit, speak, work, eat, drink. Amusements were not less unmercifully regulated than were labors. Every class of Japanese society was under sumptuary regulation, the degree of regulation varying in different centuries. And this kind of legislation appears to have been established at an early period. It is recorded that in the year 681 A.D. the Emperor Temmu regulated the costumes of all classes, from the princes of the blood down to the common people, and the wearing of head-dresses and girdles, as well as of all kinds of colored stuffs, according to a scale. Note: see Nihongi Aston's translation, Volume 2, pages 333, 339, 350. End of note. The costumes and the colors to be worn by priests and nuns had been already fixed, by an edict issued in 679 A.D. Afterwards these regulations were greatly multiplied and detailed. But it was under the Tokugawa rulers, 1,000 years later, that sumptuary laws obtained their most remarkable development, and the nature of them is best indicated by the regulations applying to the peasantry. Every detail of the farmer's existence was prescribed for by law, from the size, form, and cost of his dwelling, down even to such trifling matters as the number and the quality of the dishes to be served to him at meal times. A farmer with an income of 100 koku of rice, let us say 90 to 100 pounds per annum, might build a house 60 feet long, but no longer. He was forbidden to construct it with a room containing an alcove, and he was not allowed, except by special permission, to roof it with tiles. None of his family were permitted to wear silk, and in case of the marriage of his daughter to a person legally entitled to wear silk, the bridegroom was to be requested not to wear silk at the wedding. 3 kinds of viands only were to be served at the wedding of such a farmer's daughter or son, and the quality as well as the quantity of the soup, fish, or sweetmeats offered to the wedding guests were legally fixed. So likewise the number of the wedding gifts. Even the cost of the presents of rice wine and dried fish was prescribed, and the quality of the single fan which it was permissible to offer the bride. At no time was a farmer allowed to make any valuable presents to his friends. At the funeral he might serve the guests with certain kinds of plain food, but if rice wine were served it was not to be served in wine cups, only in soup cups. The latter regulation probably referred to Shinto funerals especially. On the occasion of a child's birth, the grandparents were allowed to make only 4 presents, according to custom, including 1 cotton baby dress, and the values of the presents were fixed. On the occasion of the boy's festival, the presents to be given to the child by the whole family, including grandparents, were limited by law to 1 paper flag and 2 toy spears. A farmer whose property was assessed at 50 koku was forbidden to build a house more than 45 feet long. At the wedding of his daughter the gift girdle was not to exceed 50 sen in value, and it was forbidden to serve more than 1 kind of soup at the wedding feast. A farmer with a property assessed at 20 koku was not allowed to build a house more than 36 feet long, or to use in building it such superior qualities of wood as keyaki or hinoki. The roof of his house was to be made of bamboo thatch or straw, and he was strictly forbidden the comfort of floor mats. On the occasion of the wedding of his daughter he was forbidden to have fish or any roasted food served at the wedding feast. The women of his family were not allowed to wear leather sandals. They might wear only straw sandals or wooden clogs, and the thongs of the sandals or the clogs were to be made of cotton. The women were further forbidden to wear hair bindings of silk or hair ornaments of tortoise shell, but they might wear wooden combs and combs of bone, not ivory. The men were forbidden to wear stockings, and their sandals were to be made of bamboo. Note: there are sandals or clogs made of bamboo wood, but the meaning here is bamboo grass. End of note. They were also forbidden to use sunshades, higasa, or paper umbrellas. A farmer assessed at 10 koku was forbidden to build a house more than 30 feet long. The women of his family were required to wear sandals with thongs of bamboo grass. At the wedding of his son or daughter, one present only was allowed, a quilt chest. At the birth of his child, one present only was to be made, namely, one toy spear in the case of a boy, or one paper doll, or one mud doll in the case of a girl. As for the more unfortunate class of farmers, having no land of their own, and officially termed misonomi, or water drinkers, it is scarcely necessary to remark that these were still more severely restricted in regard to food, apparel, etc. They were not even allowed, for example, to have a quilt chest as a wedding present. But a fair idea of the complexity of these humiliating restrictions can only be obtained by reading the documents published by Professor Wigmore, which chiefly consists of paragraphs like these: "The collar and the sleeve ends of the clothes may be ornamented with silk, and an obi (soft girdle) of silk or crepe silk may be worn, but not in public. A family ranking less than 20 koku must use the takeda-wan (takeda rice bowl) and the nikosen (niko tray). These were utensils of the cheapest kind of lacquerware. Large farmers or chiefs of kumi may use umbrellas, but small farmers and farm labourers must use only mino (straw raincoats) and broad straw hats." These documents, published by Professor Wigmore, contain only the regulations issued for the daimiate of Maizuru, but regulations equally minute and vexatious appear to have been enforced throughout the whole country. In Izumo I found that, prior to Meiji, there were sumptuary laws prescribing not only the material of the dresses to be worn by the various classes, but even the colours of them, and the designs of the patterns. The size of rooms, as well as the size of houses, was fixed there by law; also the height of buildings and of fences, the number of windows, the material of construction. It is difficult for the Western mind to understand how human beings could patiently submit to laws that regulated not only the size of one's dwelling and the cost of its furniture, but even the substance and character of clothing; not only the expense of a wedding outfit, but the quality of the marriage feast, and the quality of the vessels in which the food was to be served; not only the kind of ornaments to be worn in a woman's hair, but the material of the thongs of her sandals; not only the price of presents to be made to friends, but the character and the cost of the cheapest toy to be given to a child. And the peculiar constitution of society made it possible to enforce this sumptuary legislation by communal will. The people were obliged to coerce themselves. Each community, as we have seen, had been organized in groups of 5 or more households, called kumi; and the heads of the households forming a kumi elected one of their number as kumi-gashira, or group chief, directly responsible to the higher authority. The kumi was accountable for the conduct of each and all of its members, and each member was in some sort responsible for the rest. Every member of a kumi, declares one of the documents above mentioned, must carefully watch the conduct of his fellow members. If any one violates these regulations, without due excuse, he is to be punished, and his kumi will also be held responsible even for the serious offense of giving more than one paper doll to a child. But we should remember that in early Greek and Roman societies there was much legislation of a similar kind. The laws of Sparta regulated the way in which a woman should dress her hair. The laws of Athens fixed the number of her robes. At Rome, in early times, women were forbidden to drink wine, and a similar law existed in the Greek cities of Miletus and Massilia. In Rhodes and Byzantium the citizen was forbidden to shave. In Sparta he was forbidden to wear a moustache. I need scarcely refer to the later Roman laws regulating the cost of marriage feasts, and the number of guests that might be invited to a banquet. for this legislation was directed chiefly against luxury. The astonishment evoked by Japanese sumptuary laws, particularly as inflicted upon the peasantry, is justified less by their general character than by their implacable minuteness, their ferocity of detail. Where a man's life was legally ordered even to the least particulars, even to the quality of his footgear and headgear, the cost of his wife's hairpins, and the price of his child's doll, one could hardly suppose that freedom of speech would have been tolerated. It did not exist. And the degree to which speech became regulated can be imagined only by those who have studied the spoken tongue. The hierarchical organization of society was faithfully reflected in the conventional organization of language, in the ordination of pronouns, nouns, and verbs, in the grades conferred upon adjectives by prefixes or suffixes. With the same merciless exactitude which prescribed rules for dress, diet, and manner of life, all utterance was regulated both negatively and positively, but positively much more than negatively. There was little insistence upon what was not to be said, but rules innumerable decided exactly what should be said, the word to be chosen, the phrase to be used. Early training enforced caution in this regard. Everybody had to learn that only certain verbs and nouns and pronouns were lawful when addressing superiors, and other words permissible only when speaking to equals or to inferiors. Even the uneducated were obliged to learn something about this. But education cultivated a system of verbal etiquette so multiform that only the training of years could enable anyone to master it. Among the higher classes this etiquette developed almost inconceivable complexity. Grammatical modifications of language, which, by implication, exalted the person addressed or humbly depreciated the person addressing, must have come into general use at some very early period. But under subsequent Chinese influence, these forms of propitiatory speech multiplied exceedingly. From the Mikado himself, who still makes use of personal pronouns, or at least pronominal expressions forbidden to any other mortal, down through all the grades of society, each class had an I peculiarly its own. Of terms corresponding to you or thou, there are still 16 in use, but formerly there were many more. There are yet 8 different forms of the second person singular, used only in addressing children, pupils, or servants. Note: the sociologist will of course understand that these facts are not by any means inconsistent with that very sparing use of pronouns so amusingly discussed in Percival Lowell's Soul of the Far East. In societies where subjection is extreme, there is an avoidance of the use of personal pronouns, though, as Herbert Spencer points out in illustrating this law, it is just among such societies that the most elaborate distinctions in pronominal forms of address are to be found. End of note. Honorific or humble forms of nouns indicating relationship were similarly multiplied and graded. There are still in use 9 terms signifying father, 9 terms signifying mother, 11 terms for wife, 11 terms for son, 9 terms for daughter, and 7 terms for husband. The rules of the verb, above all, were complicated by the exigencies of etiquette to a degree of which no idea can be given in any brief statement. At 19 or 20 years of age, a person carefully trained from childhood might have learned all the necessary verbal usages of respectable society. But for a mastery of the etiquette of superior converse, many more years of study and experience were required. With the unceasing multiplication of ranks and classes, there came into existence a corresponding variety of forms of language. It was possible to ascertain to what class a man or a woman belonged, by listening to his or to her conversation. The written, like the spoken tongue, was regulated by strict convention. The forms used by women were not those used by men, and those differences in verbal etiquette arising from the different training of the sexes resulted in the creation of a special epistolary style, a woman's language, which remains in use. And this sex differentiation of language was not confined to letter writing. There was a woman's language also of converse, varying according to class. Even today, in ordinary conversation, an educated woman makes use of words and phrases not employed by men. Samurai women, especially, had their particular forms of expression in feudal times, and it is still possible to decide, from the speech of any woman brought up according to the old home training, whether she belongs to a samurai family. Of course, the matter as well as the manner of converse was restricted, and the nature of the restraints upon free speech can be inferred from the nature of the restraints upon freedom of demeanour. Demeanour was most elaborately and mercilessly regulated, not merely as to obeisances, of which there were countless grades, varying according to sex as well as class, but even in regard to facial expression, the manner of smiling, the conduct of the breath, the way of sitting, standing, walking, rising. Everybody was trained from infancy in this etiquette of expression and deportment. At what period it first became a mark of disrespect to betray, by look or gesture, any feeling of grief or pain in the presence of a superior, we cannot know. There is reason to believe that the most perfect self-control in this regard was enforced from prehistoric times. But there was gradually developed, partly perhaps under Chinese teaching, a most elaborate code of deportment, which exacted very much more than impassiveness. It required not only that any sense of anger or pain should be denied all outward expression, but that the sufferer's face and manner should indicate the contrary feeling. Sullen submission was an offence, mere impassive obedience inadequate. The proper degree of submission should manifest itself by a pleasant smile, and by a soft and happy tone of voice. The smile, however, was also regulated. One had to be careful about the quality of the smile. It was a mortal offence, for example, so to smile in addressing a superior, that the back teeth could be seen. In the military class especially, this code of demeanour was ruthlessly enforced. Samurai women were required, like the women of Sparta, to show signs of joy on hearing that their husbands or sons had fallen in battle. To betray any natural feeling under the circumstances was a grave breach of decorum. And in all classes demeanour was regulated so severely that even today the manners of the people everywhere still reveal the nature of the old discipline. The strangest fact is that the old-fashioned manners appear natural rather than acquired, instinctive rather than made by training. The bow, the sibilant indrawing of the breath which accompanies the prostration, and is practised also in praying to the gods, the position of the hands upon the floor in the moment of greeting or of farewell, the way of sitting or rising or walking in presence of a guest, the manner of receiving or presenting anything, all these ordinary actions have a charm of seeming naturalness that mere teaching seems incapable of producing. And this is still more true of the higher etiquette, the exquisite etiquette of the old-time training in cultivated classes, particularly as displayed by women. We must suppose that the capacity to acquire such manners depends considerably upon inheritance, that it could only have been formed by the past experience of the race under discipline. What such discipline, as regards politeness, must have signified for the mass of the people, may be inferred from the enactment of Ieyasu authorizing a samurai to kill any person of the 3 inferior classes guilty of rudeness. Be it observed that Ieyasu was careful to qualify the meaning of rude. He said that the Japanese term for a rude fellow signified an other than expected person, so that to commit an offense worthy of death it was only necessary to act in an unexpected manner, that is to say, contrary to prescribed etiquette. The samurai are the masters of the four classes. Agriculturists, artisans, and merchants may not behave in a rude manner towards samurai. The term for a rude man is an other than expected fellow, and a samurai is not to be interfered with in cutting down a fellow who has behaved to him in a manner other than is expected. The samurai are grouped into direct retainers, secondary retainers, and nobles and retainers of high and low grade, but the same line of conduct is equally allowable to them all towards an other than expected fellow. Article 45. But there is little reason to suppose that Ieyasu created any new privilege of slaughter. He probably did no more than confirm by enactment certain long-established military rights. Stern rules about the conduct of inferiors to superiors would seem to have been pitilessly enforced long before the rise of the military power. We read that the Emperor Yuriaku, in the latter part of the 5th century, killed a steward for the misdemeanor of remaining silent, through fear, when spoken to. We also find it recorded that he struck down a maid of honor who had brought him a cup of wine, and that he would have cut off her head but for the extraordinary presence of mind which enabled her to improvise a poetical appeal for mercy. Her only fault had been that, in carrying the wine-cup, she failed to notice that a leaf had fallen into it, probably because court custom obliged her to carry the cup in such a way as not to breathe upon it, for emperors and high nobles were served after the manner of gods. It is true that Yuriaku was in the habit of killing people for little mistakes, but it is evident that, in the cases cited, such mistakes were regarded as breaches of long-established decorum. Probably before as well as after the introduction of the Chinese penal codes, the so-called Ming and Tsing codes, by which the country was ruled under the shoguns, the bulk of the nation was literally under the rod. Common folk were punished by cruel whippings for the most trifling offences. For serious offences, death by torture was an ordinary penalty. And there were extraordinary penalties as savage, or almost as savage, as those established during our own medieval period: burnings and crucifixions and quarterings and boiling alive in oil. The documents regulating the life of village folk do not contain any indication of the severity of legal discipline. The Kumicho declarations that such and such conduct shall be punished suggest nothing terrible to the reader who has not made himself familiar with the ancient codes. As a matter of fact, the term punishment in a Japanese legal document might signify anything from a trifling fine up to burning alive. Some evidence of the severity used to repress quarrelling even as late as the time of Ieyasu may be found in a curious letter of Captain Saris, who visited Japan in 1613. "The 1st of July," wrote the captain, "two of our company happened to quarrel, the one with the other, and were very likely to have gone into the field, i.e. to have fought a duel, to the endangering of us all. For it is a custom here that whosoever draws a weapon in anger, although he do no harm therewith, he is presently cut in pieces, and, doing but small hurt, not only themselves are so executed, but their whole generation." The literal meaning of "cut in pieces" he explains later on, when recounting in the same letter an execution that came under his observation. In the 8th, 3 Japonians were executed, viz., 2 men and 1 woman. The cause this: the woman, none of the honestest, her husband being travelled from home, had appointed these two their several hours to repair unto her. The latter man, not knowing of the former, and coming in before the hour appointed, found the first man, and enraged thereat, he whipped out his katana, and wounded both of them very sorely, having very near hewn the chine of the man's back in two. But as well as he might he cleared himself, and recovering his katana, wounded the other. The street, taking notice of the fray, forthwith seized upon them, led them aside, and acquainted King Foin therewith, and sent to know his pleasure, for according to his will the party is executed, who presently gave order that they should cut off their heads, which done, every man that listed, as very many did, came to try the sharpness of their katanas upon the corpse, so that before they left off they had hewn them all three into pieces as small as a man's hand, and yet notwithstanding did not then give over, but, placing the pieces one upon another, would try how many of them they could strike through at a blow, and the pieces are left to the fowls to devour. Evidently the execution was in this case ordered for cause more serious than the offence of fighting, but it is true that quarrels were strictly forbidden and rigorously punished. Though privileged to cut down other than expected people of inferior rank, the military class itself had to endure a discipline even more severe than that which it maintained. The penalty for a word or a look that displeased, or for a trifling mistake in performance of duty, might be death. In most cases the samurai was permitted to be his own executioner, and the right of self-destruction was deemed a privilege. But the obligation to thrust a dagger deeply into one's belly on the left side, and then draw the blade slowly and steadily across to the right side, so as to sever all the entrails, was certainly not less cruel than the vulgar punishment of crucifixion, or rather double transfixion. Just as all matters relating to the manner of the individual's life were regulated by law, so were all matters relating to his death: the quality of his coffin, the expenses of his interment, the order of his funeral, the form of his tomb. In the 7th century laws were passed to the effect that no one should be buried with unseemly expense, and these laws fixed the cost of funerals according to rank and grade. Subsequent edicts decided the dimensions and material of coffins, and the size of graves. In the 8th century every detail of funerals, for all classes of persons from prince to peasant, was fixed by decree. Other laws and modifications of laws were made upon the subject in later centuries, but there appears to have always been a general tendency to extravagance in the matter of funerals, a tendency so strong that, in spite of centuries of sumptuary legislation, it remains today a social danger. This can easily be understood if we remember the beliefs regarding duty to the dead, and the consequent desire to honor and to please the spirit even at the risk of family impoverishment. Most of the legislation to which reference has already been made must appear to modern minds tyrannical, and some of the regulations seem to us strangely cruel. There was, moreover, no way of evading or shirking these obligations of law and custom. Whoever failed to fulfill them was doomed to perish or to become an outcast. Implicit obedience was the condition of survival. The tendency of such regulation was necessarily to suppress all mental and moral differentiation, to numb personality, to establish one uniform and unchanging type of character, and such was the actual result. To this day every Japanese mind reveals the lines of that antique mold by which the ancestral mind was compressed and limited. It is impossible to understand Japanese psychology without knowing something of the laws that helped to form it, or rather to crystallize it under pressure. Yet, on the other hand, the ethical effects of this iron discipline were unquestionably excellent. It compelled each succeeding generation to practice the frugality of the forefathers, and that compulsion was partly justified by the great poverty of the nation. It reduced the cost of living to a figure far below our Western comprehension of the necessary. It cultivated sobriety, simplicity, economy. It enforced cleanliness, courtesy, and hardihood. And, strange as the fact may seem, it did not make the people miserable. They found the world beautiful in spite of all their trouble, and the happiness of the old life was reflected in the old Japanese art, much as the joyousness of Greek life yet loves to us from the vase designs of forgotten painters. And the explanation is not difficult. We must remember that the coercion was not exercised only from without, it was really maintained from within. The discipline of the race was self-imposed. The people had gradually created their own social conditions, and therefore legislation conserving those conditions, and they believed that legislation the best possible. They believed it to be the best possible for the excellent reason that it had been founded upon their own moral experience, and they could greatly endure because they had great faith. Only religion could have enabled any people to bear such discipline without degenerating into mopes and cowards, and the Japanese never so degenerated. The traditions that compelled self-denial and obedience also cultivated courage and insisted upon cheerfulness. The power of the ruler was unlimited because the power of all the dead supported him. Laws, says Herbert Spencer, whether written or unwritten, formulate the rule of the dead over the living. In addition to that power which past generations exercise over present generations by transmitting their natures, bodily and mental, and in addition to the power they exercise over them by bequeathed habits and modes of life, there is the power they exercise through their regulations of public conduct, handed down orally or in writing. I emphasize these truths, he adds, for the purpose of showing that they imply a tacit ancestor worship. Of no other laws in the history of human civilization are these observations more true than of the laws of old Japan. Most strikingly did they formulate the rule of the dead over the living. And the hand of the dead was heavy. It is heavy upon the living even today. End of chapter 9. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 10 of Japan, an attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The introduction of Buddhism. The nature of the opposition which the ancient religion of Japan could offer to the introduction of any hostile alien creed should now be obvious. The family being founded upon ancestor worship, the commune being regulated by ancestor worship, the clan group or tribe being governed by ancestor worship, and the supreme ruler being at once the high priest and deity of an ancestral cult which united all the other cults in one common tradition, it must be evident that the promulgation of any religion essentially opposed to Shinto would have signified nothing less than an attack upon the whole system of society. Considering these circumstances, it may well seem strange that Buddhism should have succeeded, after some preliminary struggles, which included one bloody battle, in getting itself accepted as a second national faith. But although the original Buddhist doctrine was essentially in disaccord with Shinto beliefs, Buddhism had learned in India, in China, in Korea, and in diverse adjacent countries how to meet the spiritual needs of peoples maintaining a persistent ancestor worship. Intolerance of ancestor worship would have long ago resulted in the extinction of Buddhism, for its vast conquests have all been made among ancestor worshipping races. Neither in India, nor in China, nor in Korea, neither in Siam, nor Burma, nor Annam, did it attempt to extinguish ancestor worship. Everywhere it made itself accepted as an ally, nowhere as an enemy, of social custom. In Japan it adopted the same policy which had secured its progress on the continent, and in order to form any clear conception of Japanese religious conditions, this fact must be kept in mind. As the oldest extant Japanese texts, with the probable exception of some Shinto rituals, date from the 8th century, it is only possible to surmise the social conditions of that earlier epoch in which there was no form of religion but ancestor worship. Only by imagining that absence of all Chinese and Korean influences can we form some vague idea of the state of things which existed during the so-called Age of the Gods, and it is difficult to decide at what period these influences began to operate. Confucianism appears to have preceded Buddhism by a considerable interval, and its progress as an organizing power was much more rapid. Buddhism was first introduced from Korea about 552 A.D., but the mission accomplished little. By the end of the 8th century, the whole fabric of Japanese administration had been reorganized upon the Chinese plan, under Confucian influence, but it was not until well into the 9th century that Buddhism really began to spread throughout the country. Eventually it overshadowed the national life, and colored all the national thought. Yet the extraordinary conservatism of the ancient ancestor cult, its inherent power of resisting fusion, was exemplified by the readiness with which the two religions fell apart on the disestablishment of Buddhism in 1871. After having been literally overlaid by Buddhism for nearly 1,000 years, Shinto immediately resumed its archaic simplicity and re-established the unaltered forms of its earliest rites. But the attempt of Buddhism to absorb Shinto seemed at one period to have almost succeeded. The method of the absorption is said to have been devised about the year 800 by the famous founder of the Shingon sect, Kukai or Kobodaishi, as he is popularly called, who first declared the higher Shinto gods to be incarnations of various Buddhas. But in this matter, of course, Kobodaishi was merely following precedents of Buddhist policy. Under the name of Ryobu Shinto, the new compound of Shinto and Buddhism obtained imperial approval and support. Note: the term Ryobu signifies two departments or two religions. End of note. Thereafter, in hundreds of places, the two religions were domiciled within the same precinct, sometimes even within the same building. They seem to have been veritably amalgamated. And nevertheless there was no real fusion. After 10 centuries of such contact they separated again, as lightly as if they had never touched. It was only in the domestic form of the ancestor cult that Buddhism really effected permanent modifications, yet even these were neither fundamental nor universal. In certain provinces they were not made, and almost everywhere a considerable part of the population preferred to follow the Shinto form of the ancestor cult. Yet another large class of persons, converts to Buddhism, continue to profess the older creed as well, and, while practicing their ancestor worship according to the Buddhist rite, maintain separately also the domestic worship of the elder gods. In most Japanese houses today, the god shelf and the Buddhist shrine can both be found, both cults being maintained under the same roof. Note: the ancestor worship and the funeral rites are Buddhist as a general rule if the family be Buddhist, but the Shinto gods are also worshipped in most Buddhist households, except those attached to the Shin sect. Many followers of even the Shin sect, however, appear to follow the ancient religion likewise, and they have their Ujigami. But I am mentioning these facts only as illustrating the conservative vitality of Shinto, not as indicating any weakness in the Buddhist propaganda. Unquestionably, the influence which Buddhism exerted upon Japanese civilization was immense, profound, multiform, incalculable. And the only wonder is that it should not have been able to stifle Shinto forever. To state, as various writers have carelessly stated, that Buddhism became the popular religion, while Shinto remained the official religion, is altogether misleading. As a matter of fact, Buddhism became as much an official religion as Shinto itself, and influenced the lives of the highest classes not less than the lives of the poor. It made monks of emperors, and nuns of the daughters. It decided the conduct of rulers, the nature of decrees, and the administration of laws. In every community the Buddhist parish priest was a public official as well as a spiritual teacher. He kept the parish register, and made report to the authorities upon local matters of importance. By introducing the love of learning, Confucianism had partly prepared the way for Buddhism. As early even as the 1st century there were some Chinese scholars in Japan, but it was toward the close of the 3rd century that the study of Chinese literature first really became fashionable among the ruling classes. Confucianism, however, did not represent a new religion. It was a system of ethical teachings founded upon an ancestor worship, much like that of Japan. What it had to offer was a kind of social philosophy, an explanation of the eternal reason of things. It reinforced and expanded the doctrine of filial piety. It regulated and elaborated pre-existing ceremonial, and it systematized all the ethics of government. In the education of the ruling classes it became a great power, and has so remained down to the present day. Its doctrines were humane, in the best meaning of the word, and striking evidence of its humanizing effect on government policy may be found in the laws and the maxims of the wisest of Japanese rulers, Ieyasu. But the religion of the Buddha brought to Japan another and a wider humanizing influence, a new gospel of tenderness, together with a multitude of new beliefs that were able to accommodate themselves to the old, in spite of fundamental dissimilarity. In the highest meaning of the term, it was a civilizing power. Besides teaching new respect for life, the duty of kindness to animals as well as to all human beings, the consequence of present acts upon the conditions of a future existence, the duty of resignation to pain as the inevitable result of forgotten error, it actually gave to Japan the arts and the industries of China. Architecture, painting, sculpture, engraving, printing, gardening, in short, every art and industry that helped to make life beautiful, developed first in Japan under Buddhist teaching. There are many forms of Buddhism, and in modern Japan there are 12 principal Buddhist sects, but, for present purposes, it will be enough to speak in the most general way of popular Buddhism only, as distinguished from philosophical Buddhism, which I shall touch upon in a subsequent chapter. The higher Buddhism could not, at any time or in any country, have had a large popular following, and it is a mistake to suppose that its particular doctrines, such as the doctrine of Nirvana, were taught to the common people. Only such forms of doctrine were preached as could be made intelligible and attractive to very simple minds. There is a Buddhist proverb: "First observe the person, then preach the law." That is to say, adapt your instruction to the capacity of the listener. In Japan, as in China, Buddhism had to adapt its instruction to the mental capacity of large classes of people yet unaccustomed to abstract ideas. Even to this day the masses do not know so much as the meaning of the word Nirvana, Nehan. they have been taught only the simpler forms of the religion, and in dwelling upon these it will be needless to consider differences of sect and dogma. To appreciate the direct influence of Buddhist teaching upon the minds of the common people, we must remember that in Shinto there was no doctrine of metempsychosis. As I have said before, the spirits of the dead, according to ancient Japanese thinking, continued to exist in the world. They mingled somehow with the viewless forces of nature, and acted through them. Everything happened by the agency of these spirits, evil or good. Those who had been wicked in life remained wicked after death. Those who had been good in life became good gods after death. But all were to be propitiated. No idea of future reward or punishment existed before the coming of Buddhism. There was no notion of any heaven or hell. The happiness of ghosts and gods alike was supposed to depend upon the worship and the offerings of the living. With these ancient beliefs, Buddhism attempted to interfere only by expanding and expounding them, by interpreting them in a totally new light. Modifications were effected, but no suppressions. We might even say that Buddhism accepted the whole body of the old beliefs. It was true, the new teaching declared, that the dead continued to exist invisibly, and it was not wrong to suppose that they became divinities, since all of them were destined, sooner or later, to enter upon the way to Buddhahood, the divine condition. Buddhism acknowledged likewise the greater gods of Shinto, with all the attributes and dignities, declaring them incarnations of Buddhas or Bodhisattvas. Thus, the goddess of the sun was identified with Dainichi Nyorai, the Tathagata Mahavairocana. The deity Hachiman was identified with Amida, Amitabha. Nor did Buddhism deny the existence of goblins and evil gods. These were identified with the Pretas and the Merakayikas, and the Japanese popular term for goblin, Ma, today reminds us of this identification. As for wicked ghosts, they were to be thought of as Pretas only, Gaki, self-doomed by the arrows of former lives to the circle of perpetual hunger. The ancient sacrifices to the various gods of disease and pestilence, gods of fever, smallpox, dysentery, consumption, coughs, and colds, were continued with Buddhist approval. But converts were bidden to consider such maleficent beings as Pretas, and to present them with only such food offerings as are bestowed upon Pretas, not for propitiation, but for the purpose of relieving ghostly pain. In this case, as in the case of the ancestral spirits, Buddhism prescribed that the prayers to be repeated were to be said for the sake of the haunters rather than to them. The reader may be reminded of the fact that Roman Catholicism, by making a similar provision, still practically tolerates a continuance of the ancient European ancestor worship. And we cannot consider that worship extinct in any of those Western countries where the peasants still feast the dead upon the Night of All Souls. Buddhism, however, did more than tolerate the old rites. It cultivated and elaborated them. Under its teaching, a new and beautiful form of the domestic cult came into existence, and all the touching poetry of ancestor worship in modern Japan can be traced to the teaching of the Buddhist missionaries. Though ceasing to regard their dead as gods in the ancient sense, the Japanese converts were encouraged to believe in their presence, and to address them in terms of reverence and affection. It is worthy of remark that the doctrine of Pretas gave new force to the ancient fear of neglecting the domestic rites. Ghosts unloved might not become evil gods in the Shinto meaning of the term, but the malevolent Gaki was even more to be dreaded than the malevolent Kami, for Buddhism defined in appalling ways the nature of the Gaki's power to harm. In various Buddhist funeral rites, the dead are actually addressed as Gaki, beings to be pitied, but also to be feared, much needing human sympathy and succor, but able to recompense the food-giver by ghostly help. One particular attraction of Buddhist teaching was its simple and ingenious interpretation of nature. Countless matters, which Shinto had never attempted to explain, and could not have explained, Buddhism expounded in detail, with much apparent consistency. Its explanations of the mysteries of birth, life, and death were at once consoling to pure minds, and wholesomely discomforting to bad consciences. It thought that the dead were happy or unhappy, not directly because of the attention or the neglect shown them by the living, but because of their past conduct while in the body. Note: the reader will doubtless wonder how Buddhism could reconcile its doctrine of successive rebirths with the ideas of ancestor worship. If one died only to be born again, what could be the use of offering food or addressing any kind of prayer to the reincarnated spirit? This difficulty was met by the teaching that the dead were not immediately reborn in most cases, but entered into a particular condition called Chu-wu. They might remain in this disembodied condition for the time of 100 years, after which they were reincarnated. The Buddhist services for the dead are consequently limited to the time of 100 years. End of note. It did not attempt to teach the higher doctrine of successive rebirths, which the people could not possibly have understood, but the merely symbolic doctrine of transmigration, which everybody could understand. To die was not to melt back into nature, but to be reincarnated. And the character of the new body, as well as the conditions of the new existence, would depend upon the quality of one's deeds and thoughts in the present body. All states and conditions of being were the consequence of past actions. Such a man was now rich and powerful, because in previous lives he had been generous and kindly. Such another man was now sickly and poor, because in some previous existence he had been sensual and selfish. This woman was happy in her husband and her children, because in the time of a former birth she had proved herself a loving daughter and a faithful spouse. This other was wretched and childless, because in some anterior existence she had been a jealous wife and a cruel mother. To hate your enemy, the Buddhist preacher would proclaim, is foolish as well as wrong. He is now your enemy only because of some treachery that you practiced upon him in a previous life, when he desired to be your friend. Resign yourself to the injury which he now does you. Accept it as the expiation of your forgotten fault. The girl whom you hope to marry has been refused you by her parents, given away to another. But once, in another existence, she was yours by promise, and you broke the pledge then given. Painful indeed the loss of your child, but this loss is the consequence of having, in some former life, refused affection where affection was due. Maimed by mishap, you can no longer earn your living as before. Yet this mishap is really due to the fact that in some previous existence you wantonly inflicted bodily injury. Now the evil of your own act has returned upon you. Repent of your crime, and pray that its karma may be exhausted by this present suffering. All the sorrows of man were thus explained and consoled. Life was expounded as representing but one stage of a measureless journey, whose way stretched back through all the night of the past, and forward through all the mystery of the future, out of eternities forgotten, into the eternities to be. And the world itself was to be thought of only as a traveller's resting place, an inn by the roadside. Instead of preaching to the people about Nirvana, Buddhism discoursed to them of blisses to be won and pains to be avoided, the paradise of Amida, Lord of immeasurable light, the 8 hot cells called Tokwatsu, and the 8 icy hells called a Buddha. On the subject of future punishment the teaching was very horrible. I should advise no one of delicate nerves to read the Japanese, or rather the Chinese accounts of hell. But hell was the penalty for supreme wickedness only. It was not eternal, and the demons themselves would at last be saved. Heaven was to be the reward of good deeds. The reward might indeed be delayed, through many successive rebirths, by reason of lingering karma. But, on the other hand, it might be attained by virtue of a single holy act in this present life. Besides, prior to the period of supreme reward, each succeeding rebirth could be made happier than the preceding one by persistent effort in the holy way. Even as regarded conditions in this transitory world, the results of virtuous conduct were not to be despised. The beggar of today might tomorrow be reborn in the palace of a daimyo. The blind shampooer might become, in this very next life, an imperial minister. Always the recompense would be proportionate to the sum of merit. In this lower world to practice the highest virtue was difficult, and the great rewards were hard to win. But for all good deeds a recompense was sure, and there was no one who could not acquire merit. Even the Shinto doctrine of conscience, the God-given sense of right and wrong, was not denied by Buddhism. But this conscience was interpreted as the essential wisdom of the Buddha dormant in every human creature, wisdom darkened by ignorance, clogged by desire, fettered by karma, but destined sooner or later to fully awaken and to flood the mind with light. It would seem that the Buddhist teaching of the duty of kindness to all living creatures, and of pity for all suffering, had a powerful effect upon national habit and custom, long before the new religion found general acceptance. As early as the year 675 a decree was issued by the Emperor Temmu forbidding the people to eat the flesh of kine, horses, dogs, monkeys, or barn-door fowls, and prohibiting the use of traps or the making of pitfalls in catching game. Note: see Aston's translation of the Nihongi, Volume 2, page 329. End of note. The fact that all kinds of flesh meat were not forbidden is probably explained by this emperor's zeal for the maintenance of both creeds. An absolute prohibition might have interfered with Shinto usages, and would certainly have been incompatible with Shinto traditions. But, although fish never ceased to be an article of food for the laity, we may say that from about this time the mass of the nation abandoned its habits of diet and forswore the eating of meat, in accordance with Buddhist teaching. This teaching was based upon the doctrine of the unity of all sentient existence. Buddhism explained the whole visible world by its doctrine of karma, simplifying the doctrine so as to adapt it to popular comprehension. The forms of all creatures, bird, reptile or mammal, insect or fish, represented only different results of karma. The ghostly life in each was one and the same, and in even the lowest some spark of the divine existed. The frog or the serpent, the bird or the bat, the ox or the horse, all had had, at some past time, the privilege of human, perhaps even superhuman, shape. Their present conditions represented only the consequence of ancient faults. Any human being also, by reason of like faults, might hereafter be reduced to the same dumb state, might be reborn as a reptile, a fish, a bird, or a beast of burden. The consequence of wanton cruelty to any animal might cause the perpetrator of that cruelty to be reborn as an animal of the same kind, destined to suffer the same cruel treatment. Who could even be sure that the goaded ox, the overdriven horse, or the slaughtered bird had not formerly been a human being of closest kin, ancestor, parent, brother, sister, or child? Not by words only were all these things taught. It should be remembered that Shinto had no art. Its ghost houses, silent and void, were not even decorated. But Buddhism brought in its train all the arts of carving, painting, and decoration. The images of its bodhisattvas, smiling in gold, the figures of its heavenly guardians and infernal judges, its feminine angels and monstrous demons, must have startled and amazed imaginations yet unaccustomed to any kind of art. Great paintings hung in the temples, and frescoes limned upon their walls or ceilings, explained better than words the doctrine of the 6 states of existence and the dogma of future rewards and punishments. In rows of kakemono, suspended side by side, were displayed the incidents of a soul's journey to the realm of judgment, and all the horrors of the various hells. One pictured the ghosts of faithless wives, voyagers doomed to pluck with bleeding fingers the rasping bamboo grass that grows by the springs of death. Another showed the torment of the slanderer, whose tongue was torn by demon pincers. In a third appeared the spectres of lustful men, vainly seeking to flee the embraces of women of fire, or climbing in frenzied terror the slopes of the Mountain of Swords. Pictured also were the circles of the Preta world, and the pangs of the hungry ghosts, and likewise the pains of rebirth in the form of reptiles and of beasts. And the art of these early representations, many of which have been preserved, was an art of no mean order. We can hardly conceive the effect upon inexperienced imagination of the crimson frown of Emma, Yama, judge of the dead, or the vision of that weird mirror which reflected to every spirit the misdeeds of its life in the body, or the monstrous fancy of the double-faced head before the judgment seat, representing the visage of the woman Mirome, whose eyes behold all secret sin, and the vision of the man Kaguhana, who smells all odors of evil-doing. Parental affection must have been deeply touched by the painted legend of the world of children's ghosts, the little ghosts that must toil under demon surveillance in the dry bed of the River of Souls. But pictured terrors were offset by pictured consolations, by the beautiful figure of Kwannon, white goddess of mercy, by the compassionate smile of Jizo, the playmate of infant gods, by the charm also of celestial nymphs, floating on iridescent wings in light of azure. The Buddhist painter opened to simple fancy the palaces of heaven, and guided hope through gardens of jewel trees even to the shores of the lake where the souls of the blessed are reborn in lotus blossoms and tended by angel nurses. Moreover, for people accustomed only to such simple architecture as that of the Shinto-miya, the new temples erected by the Buddhist priests must have been astonishments. The colossal Chinese gates, guarded by giant statues, the lions and lanterns of bronze and stone, the enormous suspended bells, sounded by swinging beams, the swarming of dragon shapes under the caves of the vast roofs, the glimmering splendor of the altars, the ceremonial likewise, with its chanting and its incense burning and its weird Chinese music, cannot have failed to inspire the wonder-loving with delight and awe. It is a noteworthy fact that the earliest Buddhist temples in Japan still remain, even to Western eyes, the most impressive. The temple of the 4 Deva kings at Osaka, which, though more than once rebuilt, preserves the original plan, dates from 600 AD. The yet more remarkable temple, called Horyuji, near Nara, dates from about the year 607. Of course, the famous paintings and the great statues could be seen at the temples only, but the Buddhist image-makers soon began to people even the most desolate places with stone images of Buddhas and of Bodhisattvas. Then first were made those icons of Jizo, which still smile upon the traveller from every roadside, and the images of Koshin, protector of highways, with his 3 symbolic apes, and the figure of that Bato Kwannon, who protects the horses of the peasant, with other figures in whose rude but impressive art suggestions of Indian origin are yet recognizable. Gradually the graveyards became thronged with dreaming Buddhas or Bodhisattvas, holy guardians of the dead, throned upon lotus flowers of stone, and smiling with closed eyes the smile of the calm supreme. In the cities everywhere Buddhist sculptors opened shops, to furnish pious households with images of the chief divinities worshipped by the various Buddhist sects, and the makers of ihai, or Buddhist mortuary tablets, as well as the makers of household shrines, multiplied and prospered. Meanwhile the people were left free to worship their ancestors according to either creed, and if a majority eventually gave preference to the Buddhist rite, this preference was due in large measure to the peculiar emotional charm which Buddhism had infused into the cult. Except in minor details, the 2 rites differed scarcely at all, and there was no conflict whatever between the old ideas of filial piety and the Buddhist ideas attaching to the new ancestor worship. Buddhism taught that the dead might be helped and made happier by prayer, and that much ghostly comfort could be given them by food offerings. They were not to be offered flesh or wine, but it was proper to gratify them with fruits and rice and cakes and flowers and the smoke of incense. Besides, even the simplest food offerings might be transmuted, by force of prayer, into celestial nectar and ambrosia. But what especially helped the new ancestor cult to popular favor was the fact that it included many beautiful and touching customs not known to the old. Everywhere the people soon learned to kindle the 108 fires of welcome for the annual visit of their dead, to supply the spirits with little figures made of straw or made of vegetables, to serve for oxen or horses. Also to prepare the ghost ships, Shoryobune, in which the souls of the ancestors were to return over the sea to their underworld. Note: an eggplant with 4 pegs of wood stuck into it, to represent legs, usually stands for an ox, and a cucumber with 4 pegs serves for a horse. One is reminded of the fact that at some of the ancient Greek sacrifices similar substitutes for real animals were used. In the worship of Apollo at Thebes, apples, with wooden pegs stuck into them, to represent feet and horns, were offered as substitutes for sheep. End of note. Then too were instituted the Bonodori, or dances of the festival of the dead, and the custom of suspending white lanterns at graves and colored lanterns at house gates to light the coming and the going of the visiting dead. Note: the dances themselves, very curious and very attractive to witness, are much older than Buddhism, but Buddhism made them a feature of the festival referred to, which lasts for 3 days. No person who has not witnessed a Bonodori can form the least idea of what Japanese dancing means. It is something utterly different from what usually goes by the name, something indescribably archaic, weird, and nevertheless fascinating. I have repeatedly sat up all night to watch the peasants dancing. Japanese dancing girls, be it observed, do not dance. They pose. The peasants dance. But perhaps the greatest value of Buddhism to the nation was educational. The Shinto priests were not teachers. In early times they were mostly aristocrats, religious representatives of the clans, and the idea of educating the common people could not even have occurred to them. Buddhism, on the other hand, offered the boon of education to all, not merely a religious education, but an education in the arts and the learning of China. The Buddhist temples eventually became common schools, or had schools attached to them, and at each parish temple the children of the community were taught, at a merely nominal cost, the doctrines of the faith, the wisdom of the Chinese classics, calligraphy, drawing, and much besides. By degrees, the education of almost the whole nation came under Buddhist control, and the moral fact was of the best. For the military class, indeed, there was another and special system of education, but samurai scholars sought to perfect their knowledge under Buddhist teachers of renown, and the imperial household itself employed Buddhist instructors. For the common people everywhere, the Buddhist priest was the schoolmaster, and by virtue of his occupation as teacher, not less than by reason of his religious office, he ranked with the samurai. Much of what remains most attractive in Japanese character, the winning and graceful aspects of it, seems to have been developed under Buddhist training. It was natural enough that to his functions of public instructor the Buddhist priest should have added those of public registrar. Until the period of disendowment, the Buddhist clergy remained, throughout the country, public as well as religious officials. They kept the parish records, and furnished, at need, certificates of birth, death, or family descent. To give any just conception of the immense civilizing influence which Buddhism exerted in Japan would require many volumes. Even to summarize the results of that influence by stating only the most general facts is scarcely possible, for no general statement can embody the whole truth of the work accomplished. As a moral force, Buddhism strengthened authority and cultivated submission, by its capacity to inspire larger hopes and fears than the more ancient religion could create. As teacher, it educated the race, from the highest to the humblest, both in ethics and in aesthetics. All that can be classed under the name of art in Japan was either introduced or developed by Buddhism, and the same may be said regarding nearly all Japanese literature possessing real literary quality, excepting some Shinto rituals and some fragments of archaic poetry. Buddhism introduced drama, the higher forms of poetical composition, and fiction, and history, and philosophy. All the refinements of Japanese life were of Buddhist introduction, and at least a majority of its diversions and pleasures. There is even today scarcely one interesting or beautiful thing produced in the country for which the nation is not in some sort indebted to Buddhism. Perhaps the best and briefest way of stating the range of such indebtedness is simply to say that Buddhism brought the whole of Chinese civilization into Japan, and thereafter patiently modified and reshaped it to Japanese requirements. The elder civilization was not merely superimposed upon the social structure, but fitted carefully into it, combined with it so perfectly that the marks of the welding, the lines of the juncture, almost totally disappeared. End of chapter 10. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 11 of Japan, an attempted interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Higher Buddhism. Philosophical Buddhism requires some brief consideration in this place, for two reasons. The first is that misapprehension of ignorance of the subject has rendered possible the charge of atheism against the intellectual classes of Japan. The second reason is that some persons imagine the Japanese common people, that is to say, the greater part of the nation, believers in the doctrine of Nirvana as extinction, though, as a matter of fact, even the meaning of the word is unknown to the masses, and quite resigned to vanish from the face of the earth, because of that incapacity for struggle which the doctrine is supposed to create. A little serious thinking ought to convince any intelligent man that no such creed could ever have been the religion of either a savage or a civilized people. But myriads of Western minds are ready at all times to accept statements of impossibility without taking the trouble to think about them. And if I can show some of my readers how far beyond popular comprehension the doctrines of the higher Buddhism really are, something will have been accomplished for the cause of truth and common sense. And besides the reasons already given for dwelling upon the subject, there is this third and special reason, that it is one of extraordinary interest to the student of modern philosophy. Before going further, I must remind you that the metaphysics of Buddhism can be studied anywhere else quite as well as in Japan, since the more important sutras have been translated into various European languages, and most of the untranslated texts edited and published. The texts of Japanese Buddhism are Chinese, and only Chinese scholars are competent to throw light upon the minor special phases of the subject. Even to read the Chinese Buddhist canon of 7,000 volumes is commonly regarded as an impossible feat, though it has certainly been accomplished in Japan. Then there are the commentaries, the varied interpretations of different sects, the multiplications of later doctrine, to heap confusion upon confusion. The complexities of Japanese Buddhism are incalculable, and those who try to unravel them soon become, as a general rule, hopelessly lost in the maze of detail. All this has nothing to do with my present purpose. I shall have very little to say about Japanese Buddhism as distinguished from other Buddhism, and nothing at all to say about sect differences. I shall keep to general facts as regards the higher doctrine, selecting from among such facts only those most suitable for the illustration of the doctrine. And I shall not take up the subject of Nirvana in spite of its great importance, having treated it as fully as I was able in my Gleanings in Buddha Fields, but confine myself to the topic of certain analogies between the conclusions of Buddhist metaphysics and the conclusions of contemporary Western thought. In the best single volume yet produced in English on the subject of Buddhism, the late Mr. Henry Clark Warren observed, "A large part of the pleasure that I have experienced in the study of Buddhism has arisen from what I may call the strangeness of the intellectual landscape. All the ideas, the modes of argument, even the postulates assumed and not argued about, have always seemed so strange, so different from anything to which I have been accustomed, that I felt all the time as though walking in fairyland. Much of the charm that the Oriental thoughts and ideas have for me appears to be because they so seldom fit into Western categories." Note: Buddhism in Translations, by Henry Clark Warren, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1896, published by Harvard University. End of note. The serious attraction of Buddhist philosophy could not be better suggested. It is indeed the strangeness of the intellectual landscape, as of a world inside out and upside down, that has chiefly interested Western thinkers heretofore. Yet, after all, there is a class of Buddhist concepts which can be fitted, or very nearly fitted, into Western categories. The higher Buddhism is a kind of monism, and it includes doctrines that accord, in the most surprising manner, with the scientific theories of the German and the English monists. To my thinking, the most curious part of the subject, and its main interest, is represented just by these accordances, particularly in view of the fact that the Buddhist conclusions have been reached through mental processes unknown to Western thinking and unaided by any knowledge of science. I venture to call myself a student of Herbert Spencer, and it was because of my acquaintance with the synthetic philosophy that I came to find in Buddhist philosophy a more than romantic interest. For Buddhism is also a theory of evolution, though the great central idea of our scientific evolution, the law of progress from homogeneity to heterogeneity, is not correspondingly implied by Buddhist doctrine as regards the life of this world. The course of evolution, as we conceive it, according to Professor Huxley, must describe a trajectory like that of a ball fired from a mortar, and the sinking half of that course is as much a part of the general process of evolution as the rising. The highest point of the trajectory would represent what Mr. Spencer calls equilibration, the supreme point of development preceding the period of decline. But in Buddhist evolution this supreme point vanishes into Nirvana. I can best illustrate the Buddhist position by asking you to imagine the trajectory line upside down, a course descending out of the infinite, touching ground, and ascending again to mystery. Nevertheless, some Buddhist ideas do offer the most startling analogy with the evolutional ideas of our own time, and even those Buddhist concepts most remote from Western thought can be best interpreted by the help of illustrations and of language borrowed from modern science. I think that we may consider the most remarkable teachings of the higher Buddhism, excluding the doctrine of Nirvana for the reason already given, to be the following: that there is but one reality, that the consciousness is not the real self, that matter is an aggregate of phenomena created by the force of acts and thoughts, that all objective and subjective existence is made by karma, the present being the creation of the past, and the actions of the present and the past in combination determining the conditions of the future, or, in other words, that the universe of matter and the universe of conditioned mind represent in their evolution a strictly moral order. It will be worth while now to briefly consider these doctrines in their relation to modern thought, beginning with the first, which is monism. All things having form or name, Buddhas, gods, men, and all living creatures, suns, worlds, moons, the whole visible cosmos, are transitory phenomena. Assuming, with Herbert Spencer, that the test of reality is permanence, one can scarcely question this position. It differs little from the statement with which the closing chapter of the First Principles concludes. Though the relation of subject and object renders necessary to us these antithetical conceptions of spirit and matter, the one is no less than the other to be regarded as but a sign of the unknown reality which underlies both. Edition of 1894. For Buddhism, the sole reality is the Absolute. Buddha is unconditioned and infinite being. There is no other veritable existence, whether of matter or of mind. There is no real individuality or personality. The I and the not I are essentially nowise different. We are reminded of Mr. Spencer's position that it is one and the same reality which is manifested to us both subjectively and objectively. Mr. Spencer goes on to say, subject and object, as actually existing, can never be contained in the consciousness produced by the cooperation of the two, though they are necessarily implied by it, and the antithesis of subject and object, never to be transcended while consciousness lasts, renders impossible all knowledge of that ultimate reality in which subject and object are united. I do not think that a master of the higher Buddhism would dispute Mr. Spencer's doctrine of transfigured realism. Buddhism does not deny the actuality of phenomena as phenomena, but denies the permanence and the truth of the appearances which they present to our imperfect senses. Being transitory, and not what they seem, they are to be considered in the nature of illusions. impermanent manifestations of the only permanent reality. But the Buddhist position is not agnosticism. It is astonishingly different, as we shall presently see. Mr. Spencer states that we cannot know the reality so long as consciousness lasts, because, while consciousness lasts, we cannot transcend the antithesis of object and subject, and it is this very antithesis which makes consciousness possible. Very true, the Buddhist metaphysician would reply. We cannot know the sole reality while consciousness lasts, but destroy consciousness, and the reality becomes cognizable. Annihilate the illusion of mind, and the light will come. This destruction of consciousness signifies nirvana, the extinction of all that we call self. Self is blindness. Destroy it, and the reality will be revealed as infinite vision and infinite peace. We have now to ask what, according to Buddhist philosophy, is the meaning of the visible universe as phenomenon, and the nature of the consciousness that perceives. However transitory, the phenomenon makes an impression upon consciousness, and consciousness itself, though transitory, has existence, and its perceptions, however delusive, are perceptions of actual relation. Buddhism answers that both the universe and the consciousness are merely aggregates of karma, complexities incalculable, of conditions shaped by acts and thoughts through some enormous past. All substance and all conditioned mind, as distinguished from unconditioned mind, are products of acts and thoughts. By acts and thoughts, the atoms of bodies have been integrated, and the affinities of those atoms, the polarities of them, as a scientist might say, represent tendencies shaped in countless vanished lives. I may quote here from a modern Japanese treatise on the subject. The aggregate actions of all sentient beings give birth to the varieties of mountains, rivers, countries, etc. They are caused by aggregate actions, and so are called aggregate fruits. Our present life is the reflection of past actions. Men consider these reflections as their real selves. Their eyes, noses, ears, tongues, and bodies, as well as their gardens, woods, farms, residences, servants, and maids, men imagine to be their own possessions. But, in fact, they are only results endlessly produced by innumerable actions. In tracing everything back to the ultimate limits of the past, we cannot find a beginning. Hence it is said that death and birth have no beginning. Again, when seeking the ultimate limit of the future, we cannot find the end. Note: Outlines of the Mahayana Philosophy by S. Kuroda. End of note. This teaching that all things are formed by karma, whatever is good in the universe representing the results of meritorious acts or thoughts, and whatever is evil the results of evil acts or thoughts, has the approval of 5 of the great sects, and we may accept it as a leading doctrine of Japanese Buddhism. The cosmos is, then, an aggregate of karma, and the mind of man is an aggregate of karma, and the beginnings thereof are unknown, and the end cannot be imagined. There is a spiritual evolution, of which the goal is nirvana, but we have no declaration as to a final state of universal rest, when the shaping of substance and of mind will have ceased forever. Now, the synthetic philosophy assumes a very similar position as regards the evolution of phenomena. There is no beginning to evolution, nor any conceivable end. I quote from Mr. Spencer's reply to a critic in the North American Review. That absolute commencement of organic life upon the globe, which the reviewer says I cannot evade the admission of, I distinctly deny. The affirmation of universal evolution is, in itself, the negation of an absolute commencement of anything. Construed in terms of evolution, every kind of being is conceived as a product of modification wrought by insensible gradations upon a pre-existing kind of being, and this holds as fully of the supposed commencement of organic life as of all subsequent developments of organic life. That organic matter was not produced all at once, but was reached through steps, we are well warranted in believing by the experiences of chemists. Note: Principles of Biology, Volume 1, page 482. End of note. Of course, it should be understood that the Buddhist silence, as to a beginning and an end, concerns only the production of phenomena, not any particular existence of groups of phenomena. That of which no beginning or end can be predicated is simply the eternal becoming. And, like the older Indian philosophy from which it sprang, Buddhism teaches the alternate apparition and disparition of universes. At certain prodigious periods of time, the whole cosmos of 100,000 times 10 millions of worlds vanishes away, consumed by fire or otherwise destroyed, but only to be reformed again. These periods are called world cycles, and each world cycle is divided into 4 immensities. But we need not here consider the details of the doctrine. It is only the fundamental idea of evolutionary rhythm that is really interesting. I need scarcely remind the reader that the alternate disintegration and reintegration of the cosmos is also a scientific conception, and a commonly accepted article of evolutional belief. I may quote, however, for other reasons, the paragraph expressing Herbert Spencer's views upon the subject. Apparently, the universally coexistent forces of attraction and repulsion which, as we have seen, necessitate rhythm in all minor changes throughout the universe, also necessitate rhythm in the totality of changes, produce now an immeasurable period during which the attractive forces predominating cause universal concentration, and then an immeasurable period during which the repulsive forces predominating cause diffusion, alternate eras of evolution and dissolution. And thus there is suggested to us the conception of a past during which there have been successive evolutions analogous to that which is now going on, and a future during which successive other such evolutions may go on, ever the same in principle, but never the same in concrete result. First Principles, section 183. Note: This paragraph from the 4th edition has been considerably qualified in the definitive edition of 1900. End of note. Further on, Mr. Spencer has pointed out the vast logical consequence involved by this hypothesis. If, as we saw reason to think, there is an alternation of evolution and dissolution in the totality of things, if, as we are obliged to infer from the persistence of force, the arrival at either limit of this vast rhythm brings about the conditions under which a counter-movement commences, if we are hence compelled to entertain the conception of evolutions that have filled an immeasurable past, and evolutions that will fill an immeasurable future, we can no longer contemplate the visible creation as having a definitive beginning or end, or as being isolated. It becomes unified with all existence before and after, and the force which the universe presents falls into the same category with its space and time as admitting of no limitation in thought. First Principles, section 190. Note: condensed and somewhat modified in the definitive edition of 1900, but, for present purposes of illustration, the text of the fourth edition has been preferred. End of note. The foregoing Buddhist positions sufficiently imply that the human consciousness is but a temporary aggregate, not an eternal entity. There is no permanent self. There is but one eternal principle in all life, the Supreme Buddha. Modern Japanese call this absolute the essence of mind. The fire fed by faggots, writes one of these, dies when the faggots have been consumed. But the essence of fire is never destroyed. All things in the universe are mind. So stated, the position is unscientific, but as for the conclusion reached, we may remember that Mr. Wallace has stated almost exactly the same thing, and that there are not a few modern preachers of the doctrine of a universe of mind stuff. The hypothesis is unthinkable, but the most serious thinker will agree with the Buddhist assertion that the relation of all phenomena to the unknowable is merely that of waves to sea. Every feeling and thought being but transitory, says Mr. Spencer, an entire life made up of such feelings and thoughts being but transitory. Nay, the objects amid which life is passed, though less transitory, being severally in course of losing their individualities, quickly or slowly, we learn that the one thing permanent is the unknown reality hidden under all these changing shapes. Here the English and the Buddhist philosophers are in accord, but thereafter they suddenly part company. For Buddhism is not agnosticism, but Gnosticism, and professes to know the unknowable. The thinker of Mr. Spencer's school cannot make assumptions as to the nature of the sole reality, nor as to the reason of its manifestations. He must confess himself intellectually incapable of comprehending the nature of force, matter, or motion. He feels justified in accepting the hypothesis that all known elements have been evolved from one primordial, undifferentiated substance. The chemical evidence for this hypothesis being very strong. But he certainly would not call the primordial substance a substance of mind, nor attempt to explain the character of the forces that effected its integration. Again, though Mr. Spencer would probably acknowledge that we know of matter only as an aggregate of forces, and of atoms only as force centres, or knots of force, he would not declare that an atom is a force centre, and nothing else. But we find evolutionists of the German school taking a position very similar to the Buddhist position, which implies a universal sentiency, or, more strictly speaking, a universal potential sentiency. Haeckel and other German monists assume such a condition for all substance. They are not agnostics, therefore, but gnostics, and agnosticism very much resembles that of the higher Buddhism. According to Buddhism, there is no reality save Buddha. All things else are but karma. There is but one life, one self. Human individuality and personality are but phenomenal conditions of that self. Matter is karma. Mind is karma. That is to say, mind as we know it. Karma, as visibility, represents to us mass and quality. Karma, as mentality, signifies character and tendency. The primordial substance, corresponding to the protyle of our monists, is composed of 5 elements, which are mystically identified with 5 Buddhas, all of whom are really but different modes of the One. With this idea of a primordial substance, there is necessarily associated the idea of a universal sentiency. Matter is alive. Now to the German monists also matter is alive. On the phenomena of self-physiology, Haeckel claims to base his conviction that even the atom is not without rudimentary form of sensation and will, or, as it is better expressed, of feeling, aesthesis, and of inclination, tropesis, that is to say, a universal soul of the simplest kind. I may quote also from Haeckel's Riddle of the Universe the following paragraph expressing the monistic notion of substance as held by Vogt and others. The 2 fundamental forms of substance, ponderable matter and ether, are not dead and only moved by extrinsic force, but they are endowed with sensation and will, though naturally of the lowest grade. They experience an inclination for condensation, a dislike of strain. They strive after the one, and struggle against the other. Less like a revival of the dreams of the alchemists is the very probable hypothesis of Schneider, that sentiency begins with the formation of certain combinations, that feeling is evolved from the non-feeling, just as organic being has been evolved from inorganic substance. But all these monist ideas enter into surprising combination with the Buddhist teaching about matter as integrated karma, and for that reason they are well worth citing in this relation. To Buddhist conception, all matter is sentient, the sentiency varying according to condition. Even rocks and stones, a Japanese Buddhist text declares, can worship Buddha. In the German monism of Professor Haeckel's school, the particular qualities and affinities of the atom represent feeling and inclination, a soul of the simplest kind. In Buddhism, these qualities are made by karma. That is to say, they represent tendencies formed in previous states of existence. The hypotheses appear to be very similar. But there is only immense, all-important difference between the Occidental and the Oriental monism. The former would attribute the qualities of the atom merely to a sort of heredity, to the persistency of tendencies developed under chance, influences operating throughout an incalculable past. The latter declares the history of the atom to be purely moral. All matter, according to Buddhism, represents aggregated sentiency, making, by its inherent tendencies, toward conditions of pain or pleasure, evil or good. Pure actions, writes the author of Outlines of the Mahayana Philosophy, bring forth the pure lands of all the quarters of the universe, while impure deeds produce the impure lands. That is to say, the matter integrated by the force of moral acts goes to the making of blissful worlds, and the matter formed by the force of immoral acts goes to the making of miserable worlds. All substance, like all mind, has its karma. Planets, like man, are shaped by the creative power of acts and thoughts, and every atom goes to its appointed place, sooner or later, according to the moral or immoral quality of the tendencies that inform it. Your good or bad thought or deed will not only affect your next rebirth, but will likewise affect in some sort the nature of worlds yet unevolved, wherein, after innumerable cycles, you may have to live again. Of course, this tremendous idea has no counterpart in modern evolutional philosophy. Mr. Spencer's position is well known, but I must quote him for the purpose of emphasizing the contrast between Buddhist and scientific thought. We have no ethics of nebular condensation, or of sidereal movement, or of planetary evolution. The conception is not relevant to inorganic matter, nor, when we turn to organized things, do we find that it has any relation to the phenomena of plant life, though we ascribe to plants superiorities and inferiorities, leading to successes and failures in the struggle for existence. We do not associate with them praise or blame. It is only with the rise of sentiency in the animal world that the subject matter of ethics originates. Principles of Ethics, Volume 2, Section 326. On the contrary, it will be seen, Buddhism actually teaches what we may call, to borrow Mr. Spencer's phrase, the ethics of nebular condensation, though to Buddhist astronomy the scientific meaning of the term nebular condensation was never known. Of course, the hypothesis is beyond the power of human intelligence to prove or to disapprove, but it is interesting, for it proclaims a purely moral order of the cosmos, and attaches almost infinite consequence to the least of human acts. Had the old Buddhist metaphysician been acquainted with the facts of modern chemistry, they might have applied their doctrine, with appalling success, to the interpretation of those facts. They might have explained the dance of atoms, the affinities of molecules, the vibrations of ether, in the most fascinating and terrifying way by their theory of karma. Here is a universe of suggestion. Most weird suggestion, for anybody able and willing to dare the experiment of making a new religion, or, at least, a new and tremendous system of alchemy, based upon the notion of a moral order in the inorganic world. But the metaphysics of karma in the higher Buddhism include much that is harder to understand than any alchemical hypothesis of atom combinations. As taught by popular Buddhism, the doctrine of rebirth is simple enough, signifying no more than transmigration. You have lived millions of times in the past, and you are likely to live again millions of times in the future. All the conditions of each rebirth depending upon past conduct. The common notion is that after a certain period of bodiless sojourn in this world, the spirit is guided somehow to the place of its next incarnation. The people, of course, believe in souls, but there is nothing of all this in the higher doctrine, which denies transmigration, denies the existence of the soul, denies personality. There is no self to be reborn. There is no transmigration, and yet there is rebirth. There is no real I that suffers or is glad, and yet there is new suffering to be borne or new happiness to be gained. What we call the self, the personal consciousness, dissolves at the death of the body, but the karma, formed during life, then brings about the integration of a new body and a new consciousness. You suffer in this existence because of acts done in a previous existence, yet the author of those acts was not identical with your present self. Are you, then, responsible for the faults of another person? The Buddhist metaphysician would answer thus: the form of your question is wrong, because it assumes the existence of personality, and there is no personality. There is really no such individual as the you of the inquiry. The suffering is indeed the result of errors committed in some anterior existence or existences, but there is no responsibility for the acts of another person, since there is no personality. The I that was and the I that is represent in the chain of transitory being aggressions momentarily created by acts and thoughts, and the pain belongs to the aggregates as condition resulting from quality. All this sounds extremely obscure. To understand the real theory, we must put away the notion of personality, which is a very difficult thing to do. Successive births do not mean transmigration in the common sense of that word, but only the self-propagation of karma, the perpetual multiplying of certain conditions by a kind of ghostly gemmation, if I may borrow a biological term. The Buddhist illustration, however, is that of flame communicated from one lamp wick to another. 100 lamps may thus be lighted from one flame, and the 100 flames will all be different, though the origin of all was the same. Within the hollow flame of each transitory life is enclosed a part of the only reality, but this is not a soul that transmigrates. Nothing passes from birth to birth but karma, character, or condition. One will naturally ask, how can such doctrine exert any moral influence whatever? If the future being shaped by my karma is to be in no wise identical with my present self, if the future consciousness evolved by my karma is to be essentially another consciousness, how can I force myself to feel anxious about the sufferings of that unborn person? Again, your question is wrong, a Buddhist would answer. To understand the doctrine, you must get rid of the notion of individuality, and think not of persons, but of successive states of feeling and consciousness, each of which buds out of the other, a chain of existences interdependently united. I may attempt another illustration. Every individual, as we understand the term, is continually changing. All the structures of the body are constantly undergoing waste and repair, and the body that you have at this hour is not, as to substance, the same body that you had 10 years ago. Physically, you are not the same person, yet you suffer the same pains, and feel the same pleasures, and find your powers limited by the same conditions. Whatever disintegrations and reconstructions of tissue have taken place within you, you have the same physical and mental peculiarities that you had 10 years ago. Doubtless the cells of your brain have been decomposed and recomposed, yet you experience the same emotions, recall the same memories, and think the same thoughts. Everywhere the fresh substance has assumed the qualities and tendencies of the substance replaced. This persistence of condition is like karma. The transmission of tendency remains, though the aggregate is changed. These few glimpses into the fantastic world of Buddhist metaphysics will suffice, I trust, to convince any intelligent reader that the higher Buddhism, to which belongs the much discussed and little comprehended doctrine of Nirvana, could never have been the religion of millions almost incapable of forming abstract ideas, the religion of a population even yet in a comparatively early stage of religious evolution. It was never understood by the people at all, nor is it ever taught to them today. It is a religion of metaphysicians, a religion of scholars, a religion so difficult to be understood, even by persons of some philosophical training, that it might well be mistaken for a system of universal negation. Yet the reader should now be able to perceive that, because a man disbelieves in a personal God, in an immortal soul, and in any continuation of personality after death, it does not follow that we are justified in declaring him an irreligious person, especially if he happen to be an Oriental. The Japanese scholar who believes in the moral order of the universe, the ethical responsibility of the present to all the future, the immeasurable consequence of every thought and deed, the ultimate disparition of evil, and the power of attainment to conditions of infinite memory and infinite vision, cannot be termed either an atheist or a materialist, except by bigotry and ignorance. Profound as may be the difference between his religion and our own, in respect of symbols and modes of thought, the moral conclusions reached in either case are very much the same. End of chapter 11. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 12 of Japan, an attempted interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The social organization. The late Professor Fiske, in his outline of cosmic philosophy, made a very interesting remark about societies like those of China, ancient Egypt, and ancient Assyria. "I am expressing," he said, "something more than an analogy. I am describing a real homology, so far as concerns the process of development, when I say that these communities simulated modern European nations much in the same way that the tree fern of the Carboniferous period simulated the exogenous trees of the present time. So far as this is true of China, it is likewise true of Japan. The constitution of the old Japanese society was no more than an amplification of the constitution of the family, the patriarchal family of primitive times. All modern Western societies have been developed out of a like patriarchal condition. The early civilizations of Greece and Rome were similarly constructed, upon a lesser scale. But the patriarchal family in Europe was disintegrated thousands of years ago. The gens and the curia dissolved and disappeared. The originally distinct classes became fused together, and a total reorganization of society was gradually effected, everywhere resulting in the substitution of voluntary for compulsory cooperation. Industrial types of society developed, and the state religion overshadowed the ancient and exclusive local cults. But society in Japan never, till within the present era, became one coherent body, never developed beyond the clan stage. It remained a loose agglomerate of clan groups or tribes, each religiously and administratively independent of the rest. And this huge agglomerate was kept together not by voluntary cooperation, but by strong compulsion. Down to the period of Meiji, and even for some time afterward, it was liable to split and fall asunder at any moment that the central coercive power showed signs of weakness. We may call it a feudalism, but it resembled European feudalism only as a tree fern resembles a tree. Let us first briefly consider the nature of the ancient Japanese society. Its original unit was not the household, but the patriarchal family, that is to say, the gens or clan, a body of hundreds or thousands of persons claiming descent from a common ancestor, and so religiously united by a common ancestor worship, the cult of the Ujigami. As I have said before, there were two classes of these patriarchal families, the Ouji, or great clans, and the Kouji, or little clans. The lesser were branches of the greater, and subordinate to them, so that the group formed by an Ouji with its Kouji might be loosely compared with the Roman curia or Greek phratry. Large bodies of serfs or slaves appear to have been attached to the various great Uji, and the number of these, even at a very early period, seems to have exceeded that of the members of the clans proper. The different names given to these subject classes indicate different grades and kinds of servitude. One name was Tomobe, signifying bound to a place or district; another was Yakabe, signifying bound to a family; a third was Kakibe, signifying bound to a close or estate. Yet another and more general term was Tami, which anciently signified dependence, but is now used in the meaning of the English word folk. There is little doubt that the bulk of the people were in a condition of servitude, and that there were many forms of servitude. Mr. Spencer has pointed out that the general distinction between slavery and serfdom, in the sense commonly attached to each of those terms, is by no means easy to establish. The real state of a subject class, especially in early forms of society, depending much more upon the character of the master and the actual conditions of social development, than upon matters of privilege and legislation. In speaking of early Japanese institutions, the distinction is particularly hard to draw. We are still but little informed as to the condition of the subject classes in ancient times. It is safe to assert, however, that there were then really but two great classes: a ruling oligarchy, divided into many grades, and a subject population, also divided into many grades. Slaves were tattooed, either on the face or some part of the body, with a mark indicating their ownership. Until within recent years, this system of tattooing appears to have been maintained in the province of Satsuma, where the marks were put especially upon the hands, and in many other provinces the lower classes were generally marked by a tattoo on the face. Slaves were bought and sold like cattle in early times, or presented as tribute by their owners, a practice constantly referred to in the ancient records. Their unions were not recognized, a fact which reminds us of the distinction among the Romans between connubium and contubernium; and the children of a slave mother by a free father remained slaves. Note: in the year 645, the Emperor Kotoku issued the following edict on the subject: "The law of men and women shall be that the children born of a free man and a free woman shall belong to the father. If a free man takes to wife a slave woman, her children shall belong to the mother. If a free woman marries a slave man, the children shall belong to the father. If they are slaves of two houses, the children shall belong to the mother. The children of temple serfs shall follow the rule for free men. But in regard to others who become slaves, they shall be treated according to the rule for slaves." Aston's translation of the Nihongi, Volume 2, page 202. End of note. In the 7th century, however, private slaves were declared state property, and great numbers were then emancipated, including nearly all, probably all, who were artisans or followed useful callings. Gradually a large class of freed men came into existence, but until modern times the great mass of the common people appear to have remained in a condition analogous to serfdom. The greater number certainly had no family names, which is considered evidence of a former slave condition. Slaves proper were registered in the names of their owners. They do not seem to have had a cult of their own, in early times at least. But, prior to Meiji, only the aristocracy, samurai, doctors, and teachers, with, perhaps, a few other exceptions, could use a family name. Another queer bit of evidence, or the subject furnished by the late Dr. Simmons, relates to the mode of wearing the hair among the subject classes. Up to the time of the Ashikaga Shogunate, 1334 Anno Domini, all classes excepting the nobility, samurai, Shinto priests, and doctors shaved the greater part of the head and wore queues, and this fashion of wearing the hair was called yako atama or dore atama, terms signifying slave head, and indicating that the fashion originated in a period of servitude. About the origin of Japanese slavery much remains to be learned. There are evidences of successive immigrations, and it is possible that some, at least, of the earlier Japanese settlers were reduced by later invaders to the status of servitude. Again, there was a considerable immigration of Koreans and Chinese, some of whom might have voluntarily sought servitude as a refuge from worse evils. But the subject remains obscure. We know, however, that degradation to slavery was a common punishment in early times, also that debtors, unable to pay, became the slaves of their creditors, also that thieves were sentenced to become the slaves of those whom they had robbed. Note: an edict issued by the Empress Chito in 690 enacted that a father could sell his son into real slavery, but that debtors could be sold only into a kind of serfdom. The edict ran thus: if a younger brother of the common people is sold by his elder brother, he should be classed with freemen. If a child is sold by his parents, he should be classed with slaves. Persons confiscated into slavery by way of payment of interest on debts are to be classed with freemen, and their children, though born of a union with a slave, are to be all classed with freemen. Aston's Nihongi, Volume 2, page 402. End of note. Evidently, there were great differences in the conditions of servitude. The more unfortunate class of slaves were scarcely better off than domestic animals. But there were serfs who could not be bought or sold, nor employed at other than special work. These were of kin to their lords, and may have entered voluntarily into servitude for the sake of sustenance and protection. Their relation to their masters reminds us of that of the Roman client to the Roman patron. As yet it is difficult to establish any clear distinction between the freedman and the freeman of ancient Japanese society, but we know that the free population, ranking below the ruling class, consisted of two great divisions, the Kunitsuko and the Tomonotsuko. The first were farmers, descendants perhaps of the earliest Mongol invaders, and were permitted to hold their own lands independently of the central government. They were lords of their own soil, but not nobles. The Tomonotsuko were artisans, probably of Korean or Chinese descent for the most part, and numbered no less than 180 clans. They followed hereditary occupations, and their clans were attached to the imperial clans, for which they were required to furnish skilled labor. Originally each of the O-uchi and Ko-uchi had its own territory, chiefs, dependents, serfs, and slaves. The chieftainships were hereditary, descending from father to son in direct succession of the original patriarch. The chief of a great clan was lord over the chiefs of the sub-clans attached to it. His authority was both religious and military. It must not be forgotten that religion and government were considered identical. All Japanese clan families were classed under three heads: Kobetsu, Shinbetsu, and Bambetsu. The Kobetsu, imperial branch, represented the so-called imperial families, claiming descent from the Sun Goddess. The Shinbetsu, divine branch, were clans claiming descent from other deities, terrestrial or celestial. The Bambetsu, foreign branch, represented the mass of the people. Thus it would seem that by the ruling classes the common people were originally considered strangers, Japanese only by adoption. Some scholars think that the term Bambetsu was at first given to serfs or freedmen of Chinese or Korean descent, but this has not been proved. It is only certain that all society was divided into three classes, according to ancestry, that two of these classes constituted a ruling oligarchy, and that the third, or foreign, class represented the bulk of the nation, the plebs. Note: Dr. Florence accounts for the distinction between Kobetsu and Shinbetsu as due to the existence of two military ruling classes, resulting from two successive waves of invasion or immigration. The Kobetsu were the followers of Jimmu Tenno. The Shinbetsu were earlier conquerors who had settled in Yamato prior to the advent of Jimmu. These first conquerors, he thinks, were not dispossessed. End of note. There was a division also into castes, kabane or sei. I use the term castes following Dr. Florence, a leading authority on ancient Japanese civilization, who gives the meaning of sei as equivalent to that of the Sanskrit varna, signifying caste or color. Every family in the three great divisions of Japanese society belonged to some caste, and each caste represented at first some occupation or calling. Caste would not seem to have developed any very rigid structure in Japan, and there were early tendencies to a confusion of the kabane. In the 7th century the confusion became so great that the Emperor Temmu thought it necessary to reorganize the sei, and by him all the clan families were regrouped into 8 new castes. Such was the primal constitution of Japan's society, and that society was, therefore, in no true sense of the term, a fully formed nation. Nor can the title of emperor be correctly applied to its early rulers. The German scholar, Dr. Florence, was the first to establish these facts, contrary to the assumption of Japanese historians. He has shown that the heavenly sovereign of the early ages was the hereditary chief of one uji only, which uji, being the most powerful of all, exercised influence over many of the others. The authority of the heavenly sovereign did not extend over the country, but though not even a king, outside of his own large group of patriarchal families, he enjoyed 3 immense prerogatives. The first was the right of representing the different uji before the common ancestral deity, which implies the privileges and powers of a high priest. The second was the right of representing the different uji in foreign relations. That is to say, he could make peace or declare war in the name of all the clans, and therefore exercise the supreme military authority. His third prerogative included the right to settle disputes between clans, the right to nominate a clan patriarch in case that the line of direct succession to the chieftainship of any uji came to an end, the right to establish new uji, and the right to abolish an uji guilty of so acting as to endanger the welfare of the rest. He was, therefore, Supreme Pontiff, Supreme Military Commander, Supreme Arbitrator, and Supreme Magistrate. But he was not yet Supreme King. His powers were exercised only by consent of the clans. Later he was to become the Great Khan in very fact, and even much more, the priest-ruler, the God-King, the deity incarnate. But with the growth of his dominion, it became more and more difficult for him to exercise all the functions originally combined in his authority, and as a consequence of deputing those functions, his temporal sway was doomed to decline, even while his religious power continued to augment. The earliest Japanese society was not, therefore, even a feudalism in the meaning which we commonly attach to that word. It was a union of clans at first combined for defense and offense, each clan having a religion of its own. Gradually, one clan group, by power of wealth and numbers, obtained such domination that it was able to impose its cult upon all the rest, and to make its hereditary chief supreme high pontiff. The worship of the sun goddess so became a race cult, but this worship did not diminish the relative importance of the other clan cults. It only furnished them with a common tradition. Eventually a nation formed, but the clan remained the real unit of society, and not until the present era of Meiji was its disintegration effected, at least in so far as legislation could accomplish. We may call that period during which the clans became really united under one head, and the national cult was established, the first period of Japanese social evolution. However, the social organism did not develop to the limit of its type until the era of the Tokugawa shoguns, so that, in order to study it as a complete structure, we must turn to modern times. Yet it had taken on the vague outline of its destined form as early as the reign of the Emperor Temmu, whose accession is generally dated 673 Anno Domini. During that reign Buddhism appears to have become a powerful influence at court, for the emperor practically imposed a vegetarian diet upon the people, proof positive of supreme power in fact as well as in theory. Even before this time, society had been arranged into ranks and grades, each of the upper grades being distinguished by the form and quality of the official headdresses worn. But the Emperor Temmu established many new grades, and reorganized the whole administration, after the Chinese manner, in 108 departments. Japanese society then assumed, as to its upper ranks, nearly all the hierarchical forms which it presented down to the era of the Tokugawa shoguns, who consolidated the system without seriously changing its fundamental structure. We may say that from the close of the first period of its social evolution, the nation remained practically separated into two classes: the governing class, including all orders of the nobility and military, and the producing class, comprising all the rest. The chief event of the second period of social evolution was the rise of the military power, which left the imperial religious authority intact, but usurped all administrative functions. This subject will be considered in a later chapter. The society eventually crystallized by this military power was a very complex structure, outwardly resembling a huge feudalism, as we understand the term, but intrinsically different from any European feudalism that ever existed. The difference lay especially in the religious organization of the Japanese communities, each of which, retaining its particular cult and patriarchal administration, remained essentially separate from every other. The national cult was a bond of tradition, not of cohesion. There was no religious unity. Buddhism, though widely accepted, brought no real change into this order of things, for, whatever Buddhist creed a commune might profess, the real social bond remained the bond of the Ujigami, so that, even as fully developed under the Tokugawa rule, Japanese society was still but a great aggregate of clans and sub-clans, kept together by military coercion. At the head of this vast aggregate was the heavenly sovereign, the living god of the race, priest emperor and pontiff supreme, representing the oldest dynasty in the world. Next to him stood the Kuge, or ancient nobility, descendants of emperors and of gods. There were, in the time of the Tokugawa, 155 families of this high nobility. One of these, the Nakatomi, held, and still holds, the highest hereditary priesthood. The Nakatomi were, under the emperor, the chiefs of the ancestral cult. All the great clans of early Japanese history, such as the Fujiwara, the Taira, the Minamoto, were Kuge, and most of the great regents and shoguns of later history were either Kuge or descendants of Kuge. Next to the Kuge ranked the Buke, or military class, also called Unufufu, Basarau, or Samurai, according to the ancient writing of these names, with an extensive hierarchy of its own. But the difference, in most cases, between the lords and the warriors of the Buke was a difference of rank based upon income and title. All alike were samurai, and nearly all were of Kobetsu or Shinbetsu descent. In early times the head of the military class was appointed by the emperor, only as a temporary commander-in-chief. Afterwards these commanders-in-chief, by usurpation of power, made the office hereditary, and became veritable imperators in the Roman sense. Their title of shogun is well known to Western readers. The shogun ruled over between 200 and 300 lords of provinces or districts, whose powers and privileges varied according to income and grade. Under the Tokugawa shogunate there were 292 of these lords, or daimyo. Before that time each lord exercised supreme rule over his own domain, and it is not surprising that the Jesuit missionaries, as well as the early Dutch and English traders, should have called the daimyo kings. The despotism of the daimyo was first checked by the founders of the Tokugawa dynasty, Ieyasu, who so restricted their powers that they became, with some exceptions, liable to lose their estates if proved guilty of oppression and cruelty. He ranked them all in 4 great classes. First, Sanki or Go-Sanki, the 3 exalted families, those from whom a successor to the shogunate might be chosen in case of need. Second, Kokushu, lords of provinces. Third, Tozama, outside lords. Fourth, Fudai, successful families, a name given to those families promoted to lordship or otherwise rewarded for fealty to Ieyasu. Of the Sanke there were 3 clans or families, of the Kokushu 18, of the Tozama 86, and of the Fudai 176. The income of the least of these daimyo was 10,000 koku of rice. We may say about 10,000 pounds, though the value of the koku differed greatly at different periods. And the income of the greatest, the lord of Kaga, was estimated at 1,027,000 koku. The great daimyo had their greater and lesser vassals, and each of these, again, had his force of trained samurai or fighting gentry. There was also a particular class of soldier farmers called goshi, some of whom possessed privileges and powers exceeding those of the lesser daimyo. These goshi, who were independent landowners for the most part, formed a kind of yeomanry. But there were many points of difference between the social position of the goshi and that of the English yeoman. Besides reorganizing the military class, Ieyasu created several new subclasses. The more important of these were the Hatamoto and the Gokenin. The Hatamoto, whose appellation signifies banner supporters, numbered about 2,000, and the Gokenin about 5,000. These 2 bodies of samurai formed the special military force of the shogun, the hatamoto being greater vassals, with large incomes, and the gokenin, lesser vassals, with small incomes, who ranked above other common samurai only because of being directly attached to the shogun's service. The total number of samurai of all grades was about 2,000,000. They were exempted from taxation and privileged to wear 2 swords. Such, in brief outline, was the general ordination of those noble and military classes by whom the nation was ruled with great severity. The bulk of the common people were divided into 3 classes. We might even say castes, but for Indian ideas long associated with the term: farmers, artisans, and merchants. Of these 3 classes, the farmers, hyakusho, were the highest, ranking immediately after the samurai. Indeed, it is hard to draw a line between the samurai class and the farming class, because many samurai were farmers also, and because some farmers held a rank considerably above that of ordinary samurai. Perhaps we should limit the term hyakusho, farmers or peasantry, to those tillers of the soil who lived only by agriculture, and were neither of Kobetsu or Shinbetsu descent. At all events, the occupation of the peasant was considered honorable. A farmer's daughter might become a servant in the imperial household itself, though she could occupy only a humble position in the service. Certain farmers were privileged to wear swords. It appears that in the early ages of Japanese society there was no distinction between farmers and warriors. All able-bodied farmers were then trained fighting men, ready for war at any moment, a condition paralleled in old Scandinavian society. After a special military class had been evolved, the distinction between farmer and samurai still remained vague in certain parts of the country. In Satsuma and in Tosa, for example, the samurai continued to farm down to the present era. The best of the Kyushu samurai were nearly all farmers, and their superior stature and strength were commonly attributed to their rustic occupations. In other parts of the country, as in Izumo, farming was forbidden to samurai. They were not even allowed to hold rice land, though they might own forest land. But in various provinces they were permitted to farm, even while strictly forbidden to follow any other occupation, any trade or craft. At no time did any degradation attach to the pursuit of agriculture. Some of the early emperors took a personal interest in farming, and in the grounds of the imperial palace at Akasaka may even now be seen a little rice field. By religious tradition, immemorially old, the first sheaf of rice grown within the imperial grounds should be reaped and offered by the imperial hand to the divine ancestors as a harvest offering, on the occasion of the 9th festival, Shintoism. Note: at this festival the first new silk of the year, as well as the first of the new rice crop, is still offered to the sun goddess by the emperor in person. End of note. Below the peasantry ranked the artisan class, shokunin, including smiths, carpenters, weavers, potters, all crafts in short. Highest among these were reckoned, as we might expect, the swordsmiths. Swordsmiths not infrequently rose to dignities far beyond their class. Some had conferred upon them the high title of kami, written with the same character used in the title of a daimyo, who was usually termed the kami of his province or district. Naturally, they enjoyed the patronage of the highest, emperors and kuge. The Emperor Go-Toba is known to have worked at sword-making in a smithy of his own. Religious rites were practiced during the forging of a blade down to modern times. All the principal crafts had guilds, and, as a general rule, trades were hereditary. There are good historical grounds for supposing that the ancestors of the shokunin were mostly Koreans and Chinese. The commercial class, akindo, including bankers, merchants, shopkeepers, and traders of all kinds, was the lowest officially recognized. The business of money-making was held in contempt by the superior classes, and all methods of profiting by the purchase and resale of the produce of labor were regarded as dishonorable. A military aristocracy would naturally look down upon the trading classes, and there is generally, in militant societies, small respect for the common forms of labor. But in old Japan, the occupations of the farmer and the artisan were not despised. Trade alone appears to have been considered degrading, and the discrimination may have been partly a moral one. The relegation of the mercantile class to the lowest place in the social scale must have produced some curious results. However rich, for example, a rice dealer might be, he ranked below the carpenters or potters or boat builders whom he might employ, unless it happened that his family originally belonged to another class. In later times the akindo included many persons of other than akindo descent, and the class thus virtually retrieved itself. Of the four great classes of the nation, samurai, farmers, artisans, and merchants, the shino-kosho, as they were briefly called, after the initial characters of the Chinese terms used to designate them, the last three were counted together under the general appellation of heimin, common folk. Heimin were subject to the samurai, any samurai being privileged to kill the heimin showing him disrespect. But the heimin were actually the nation. They alone created the wealth of the country, produced the revenues, paid the taxes, supported the nobility and military and clergy. As for the clergy, the Buddhists, like the Shinto priests, though forming a class apart, ranked with the samurai, not with the heimin. Outside of the three classes of commoners, and hopelessly below the lowest of them, large classes of persons existed who were not reckoned as Japanese, and scarcely accounted human beings. Officially they were mentioned generically as chori, and were counted with the peculiar numerals used in counting animals, ippiki, nihiki, sambiki, etc. Even today they are commonly referred to not as persons, hito, but as things, mono. To English readers, chiefly through Mr. Mitford's yet unrivalled Tales of Old Japan, they are known as eta, but their appellations varied according to their callings. They were pariah people. Japanese writers have denied, upon apparently good grounds, that the chori belong to the Japanese race. Various tribes of these outcasts followed occupations in the monopoly of which they were legally confirmed. They were well diggers, garden sweepers, straw workers, sandal makers, according to local privileges. One class was employed officially in the capacity of torturers and executioners, another was employed as night watchmen, a third as grave makers. But most of the eta followed the business of tanners and leather dressers. They alone had the right to slaughter and flay animals, to prepare various kinds of leather, and to manufacture leather sandals, stirrup straps, and drumheads. The making of drumheads being a lucrative occupation in a country where drums were used in 100,000 temples. The eta had their own laws and their own chiefs, who exercised powers of life and death. They lived always in the suburbs or immediate neighbourhood of towns, but only in separate settlements of their own. They could enter the town to sell their wares or to make purchases, but they could not enter any shop except the shop of a dealer in footgear. Note: this is still the rule in certain parts of the country. End of note. As professional singers they were tolerated, but they were forbidden to enter any house, so they could perform the music or sing their songs only in the street or in a garden. Any occupations other than their hereditary callings were strictly forbidden to them. Between the lowest of the commercial classes and the Eta, the barrier was impassable as any created by caste tradition in India, and never was Ghetto more separated from the rest of a European city by walls and gates than an Eta settlement from the rest of a Japanese town by social prejudice. No Japanese would dream of entering an Eta settlement unless obliged to do so in some official capacity. At the pretty little seaport of Mionoseki I saw an Eta settlement, forming one termination of the crescent of streets extending round the bay. Mionoseki is certainly one of the most ancient towns in Japan, and the Eta village attached to it must be very old. Even today no Japanese habitant of Mionoseki would think of walking through that settlement. Though its streets are continuations of the other streets, children never pass the unmarked boundary, and the very dogs will not cross the prejudice line. For all that, the settlement is clean, well built, with gardens, baths, and temples of its own. It looks like any well-kept Japanese village, but for perhaps 1,000 years there has been no fellowship between the people of those contiguous communities. Nobody can now tell the history of these outcast folk. The cause of their social excommunication has long been forgotten. Besides the Eta proper, there were pariahs called hinin, a name signifying not human beings. Under this appellation were included professional mendicants, wandering minstrels, actors, certain classes of prostitutes, and persons outlawed by society. The hinin had their own chiefs and their own laws. Any person expelled from a Japanese community might join the hinin, but that signified good-bye to the rest of humanity. The government was too shrewd to persecute the hinin. Their gypsy existence saved the world of trouble. It was unnecessary to keep petty offenders in jail, or to provide for people incapable of earning an honest living, so long as these could be driven into the hinin class. There the incorrigible, the vagrant, the beggar, would be kept under discipline of a sort, and would practically disappear from official cognizance. The killing of a hinin was not considered murder, and was punished only by a fine. The reader should now be able to form an approximately correct idea of the character of the old Japanese society. But the ordination of that society was much more complex than I have been able to indicate, so complex that volumes would be required to treat the subject in detail. Once fully evolved, what we may still call feudal Japan, for want of a better name, presented most of the features of a doubly compound society of the militant type, with certain marked approaches toward the trebly compound type. A striking peculiarity, of course, is the absence of a true ecclesiastical hierarchy, due to the fact that government never became dissociated from religion. There was at one time a tendency on the part of Buddhism to establish a religious hierarchy independent of central authority, but there were two fatal obstacles in the way of such a development. The first was the condition of Buddhism itself, divided into a number of sects, some bitterly opposed to others. The second obstacle was the implacable hostility of the military clans, jealous of any religious power capable of interfering, either directly or indirectly, with their policy. So soon as the foreign religion began to prove itself formidable in the world of action, ruthless measures were decided, and the frightful massacres of priests by Nobunaga in the 16th century ended the political aspirations of Buddhism in Japan. Otherwise, the regimentation of society resembled that of all antique civilizations of the militant type, all action being both positively and negatively regulated. The household ruled the person, the five-family group the household, the community the group, the lord of the soil the community, the shogun the lord. Over the whole body of the producing classes 2,000,000 samurai had power of life and death. Over these samurai the daimyo held a like power, and the daimyo were subject to the shogun. Nominally the shogun was subject to the emperor, but not in fact. Military usurpation disturbed and shifted the natural order of the higher responsibility. However, from the nobility downwards, the regulative discipline was much reinforced by this change in government. Among the producing classes there were countless combinations, guilds of all sorts, but these were only despotisms within despotisms, despotisms of the communistic order, each member being governed by the will of the rest, and enterprise, whether commercial or industrial, being impossible outside of some cooperation. We have already seen that the individual was bound to the commune, could not leave it without a permit, could not marry out of it. We have seen also that a stranger was a stranger in the old Greek and Roman sense, that is to say, an enemy, a hostis, and could enter another community only by being religiously adopted into it. As regards exclusiveness, therefore, the social conditions were like those of the early European communities, but the militant conditions resembled rather those of the great Asiatic empires. Of course, such a society had nothing in common with any modern form of Occidental civilization. It was a huge mass of clan groups, loosely united under a duarchy, in which the military head was omnipotent, and the religious head only an object of worship, the living symbol of a cult. However, this organization might outwardly resemble what we are accustomed to call feudalism. Its structure was rather like that of ancient Egyptian or Peruvian society, minus the priestly hierarchy. The supreme figure is not an emperor in our meaning of the word, not a king of kings and vice-regent of heaven, but a god incarnate, a race divinity, an Inca descended from the sun. About his sacred person we see the tribes ranged in obeisance, each tribe nevertheless maintaining its own ancestral cult, and the clans forming these tribes, and the communities forming these clans, and the households forming these communities, have all their separate cults. And out of the mass of these cults have been derived the customs and the laws. Yet everywhere the customs and the laws differ more or less, because of the variety of their origins. They have this only in common, that they exact the most humble and implicit obedience, and regulate every detail of private and public life. Personality is wholly suppressed by coercion, and the coercion is chiefly from within, not from without. The life of every individual being so ordered by the will of the rest as to render free action, free speaking, or free thinking out of the question. This means something incomparably harsher than the socialistic tyranny of early Greek society. It means religious communism doubled with a military despotism of the most terrible kind. The individual did not legally exist, except for punishment, and from the whole of the producing classes, whether serfs or freemen, the most servile submission was ruthlessly exacted. It is difficult to believe that any intelligent man of modern times could endure such conditions and live, except under the protection of some powerful ruler, as in the case of the English pilot Will Adams, created a samurai by Ieyasu. The incessant and multiform constraint upon mental and moral life would of itself be enough to kill. Those who write today about the extraordinary capacity of the Japanese for organization, and about the democratic spirit of the people as natural proof of their fitness for representative government in the Western sense, mistake appearances for realities. The truth is that the extraordinary capacity of the Japanese for communal organization is the strongest possible evidence of their unfitness for any modern democratic form of government. Superficially, the difference between Japanese social organization and local self-government, in the modern American or the English colonial meaning of the term, appears slight, and we may justly admire the perfect self-discipline of a Japanese community. But the real difference between the two is fundamental, prodigious, measurable only by thousands of years. It is the difference between compulsory and free cooperation, the difference between the most despotic form of communism, founded upon the most ancient form of religion, and the most highly evolved form of industrial union, with unlimited individual right of competition. There exists a popular error to the effect that what we call communism and socialism in Western civilization are modern growths, representing aspiration toward some perfect form of democracy. As a matter of fact, these movements represent reversion towards the primitive conditions of human society. Under every form of ancient despotism we find exactly the same capacity of self-government among the people. It was manifested by the old Egyptians and Peruvians as well as by the early Greeks and Romans. It is exhibited today by Hindu and Chinese communities. It may be studied in Siamese or Annamese villages quite as well as in Japan. It means a religious communistic despotism, a supreme social tyranny suppressing personality, forbidding enterprise, and making competition a public offense. Such self-government also has its advantages. It was perfectly adapted to the requirements of Japanese life, so long as the nation could remain isolated from the rest of the world. Yet it must be obvious that any society whose ethical traditions forbid the individual to profit at the cost of his fellow men will be placed at an enormous disadvantage when forced into the industrial struggle for existence against communities whose self-government permits of the greatest possible personal freedom and the widest range of competitive enterprise. We might suppose that perpetual and universal coercion, moral and physical, would have brought about a state of universal sameness, a dismal uniformity and monotony in all life's manifestations. But such monotony existed only as to the life of the commune, not as to that of the race. The most wonderful variety characterized this quaint civilization, as it also characterized the old Greek civilization, and for precisely the same reasons. In every patriarchal civilization ruled by ancestor worship, all tendency to absolute sameness, to general uniformity, is prevented by the character of the aggregate itself, which never becomes homogeneous and plastic. Every unit of that aggregate, each one of the multitude of petty despotisms composing it most jealously guards its own particular traditions and customs, and remains self-sufficing. Hence results, sooner or later, incomparable variety of detail, small detail, artistic, industrial, architectural, mechanical. In Japan, such differentiation and specialization was thus maintained, that you will hardly find in the whole country even 2 villages where the customs, industries, and methods of production are exactly the same. The customs of the fishing villages will, perhaps, best illustrate what I mean. In every coast district the various fishing settlements have their own traditional ways of constructing nets and boats, and their own particular methods of handling them. Now, in the time of the great tidal wave of 1896, when 30,000 people perished and scores of coast villages were wrecked, large sums of money were collected in Kobe and elsewhere for the benefit of the survivors, and well-meaning foreigners attempted to supply the want of boats and fishing implements by purchasing quantities of locally made nets and boats, and sending them to the afflicted districts. But it was found that these presents were of no use to the men of the northern provinces, who had been accustomed to boats and nets of a totally different kind, and it was further discovered that every fishing hamlet had special requirements of its own in this regard. Now the differentiations of habit and custom thus exhibited in the life of the fishing communities is paralleled in many crafts and callings. The way of building houses and of roofing them differs in almost every province, also the methods of agriculture and of horticulture, the manner of making wells, the methods of weaving and lacquering and pottery making and tile baking. Nearly every town and village of importance boasts of some special production bearing the name of the place, and unlike anything made elsewhere. No doubt the ancestral cults helped to conserve and to develop such local specialization of industries. The craft ancestors, the patron gods of the guild, were supposed to desire that the work of their descendants and worshippers should maintain a particular character of its own, though individual enterprise was checked by communal regulation. The specialization of local production was encouraged by difference of cults. Family conservatism or guild conservatism would tolerate small improvements or modifications suggested by local experience, but would be wary, perhaps superstitious likewise, about accepting the results of strange experience. Still, for the Japanese themselves, not the least pleasure of travel in Japan is the pleasure of studying the curious variety in local production, the pleasure of finding the novel, the unexpected, the unimagined. Even those arts or industries of old Japan, primarily borrowed from Korea or from China, appear to have developed and conserved innumerable queer forms under the influence of the numberless local cults. End of chapter 12. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 13 of Japan, an attempted interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The rise of the military power. Almost the whole of authentic Japanese history is comprised in one vast episode, the rise and fall of the military power. It has been customary to speak of Japanese history as beginning with the accession of Jimmu Tenno, alleged to have reigned from 660 to 585 BC, and to have lived for 127 years. Before the time of the Emperor Jimmu was the Age of the Gods, the period of mythology. But trustworthy history does not begin for 1,000 years after the accession of Jimmu Tenno, and the chronicles of those 1,000 years must be regarded as little better than fairy tales. They contain records of fact, but fact and myth are so interwoven that it is difficult to distinguish the one from the other. We have legends, for example, of an alleged conquest of Korea in the year 202 A.D. by the Empress Jingo, and it has been tolerably well proved that no such conquest took place. Note: see Aston's paper, Early Japanese History, in the translations of the Asiatic Society of Japan. End of note. The latter records are somewhat less mythical than the earlier. We have traditions apparently founded on fact, of Korean immigration in the time of the 15th ruler, the Emperor Ojin. Then later traditions, also founded on fact, of early Chinese studies in Japan. Then some vague accounts of a disturbed state of society which appears to have continued through the whole of the 5th century. Buddhism was introduced in the middle of the century following, and we have record of the fierce opposition offered to the new creed by a Shinto faction, and of a miraculous victory won by the help of the 4 Deva kings, at the prayer of Shotoku Taishi, the great founder of Buddhism, and regent of the Empress Suiko. With the firm establishment of Buddhism in the reign of that Empress, 593 to 628 A.D., we reach the period of authentic history and of the 33rd Japanese sovereign counting from Jimmu Tenno. But although everything prior to the 7th century remains obscured for us by the mists of fable, much can be inferred even from the half-mythical records concerning social conditions during the reigns of the first 33 emperors and empresses. It appears that the early Mikado lived very simply, scarcely better indeed than their subjects. The Shinto scholar Mabuchi tells us that they dwelt in huts with mud walls and roofs of shingle, that they wore hempen clothes, that they carried their swords in simple wooden scabbards, bound round with the tendrils of a wild vine, that they walked about freely among the people, that they carried their own bows and arrows when they went to hunt. But as society developed wealth and power, this early simplicity disappeared, and the gradual introduction of Chinese customs and etiquette effected great changes. The Empress Suiko introduced Chinese court ceremonies, and first established among the nobility the Chinese grades of rank. Chinese luxury, as well as Chinese learning, soon made its appearance at court, and thereafter the imperial authority appears to have been less and less directly exerted. The new ceremonialism must have rendered the personal exercise of the multiform imperial functions more difficult than before, and it is probable that the temptation to act more or less by deputy would have been strong even in the case of an energetic ruler. At all events, we find that the real administration of government began about this time to pass into the hands of deputies, all of whom were members of the great Kuge clan of the Fujiwara. This clan, which included the highest hereditary priesthood, represented a majority of the ancient nobility, claiming divine descent. 95 out of the total 155 families of Kuge belonged to it, including the 5 families Goseke, from which alone the emperor was by tradition allowed to choose his empress. Its historic name dates only from the reign of the Emperor Kwammu, 782 to 806 A.D., who bestowed it as an honor upon Nakatomi no Kamatari, but the clan had long previously held the highest positions at court. By the close of the 7th century most of the executive power had passed into its hands. Later, the office of Kwambaku, or regent, was established, and remained hereditary in the house down to modern times, ages after all real power had been taken from the descendants of Nakatomi no Kamatari. But during almost 5 centuries the Fujiwara remained the veritable regents of the country, and took every possible advantage of their position. All the civil offices were in the hands of Fujiwara men; all the wives and favourites of the emperors were Fujiwara women. The whole power of government was thus kept in the hands of the clan, and the political authority of the emperor ceased to exist. Moreover, the succession was regulated entirely by the Fujiwara, and even the duration of each reign was made to depend upon their policy. It was deemed advisable to compel emperors to abdicate at an early age, and after abdicating to become Buddhist monks, the successor chosen being often a mere child. There is record of an emperor ascending the throne at the age of 2, and abdicating at the age of 4. Another Mikado was appointed at the age of 5, several at the age of 10. Yet the religious dignity of the throne remained undiminished, or rather continued to grow. The more the Mikado was withdrawn from public view by policy and ceremonial, the more did his seclusion and inaccessibility serve to deepen the awe of the divine legend. Like the Lama of Tibet, the living deity was made invisible to the multitude, and gradually the belief arose that to look upon his face was death. It is said that the Fujiwara were not satisfied even with these despotic means of assuring their own domination, and that luxurious forms of corruption were maintained within the palace for the purpose of weakening the character of young emperors who might otherwise have found the energy to assert the ancient rights of the throne. Perhaps this usurpation, which prepared the way for the rise of the military power, has never been rightly interpreted. The history of all the patriarchal societies of ancient Europe will be found to illustrate the same phase of social evolution. At a certain period in the development of each we find the same thing happening: the withdrawal of all political authority from the priest king, who is suffered, nevertheless, to retain the religious dignity. It may be a mistake to judge the policy of the Fujiwara as a policy of mere ambition and usurpation. The Fujiwara were a religious aristocracy, claiming divine origin, clan chiefs of a society in which religion and government were identical, and holding to that society much the same relation as that of the Eupatridae to the ancient Attic society. The Mikado had originally become supreme magistrate, military commander, and religious head by consent of a majority of the clan chiefs, each of whom represented to his own following what the heavenly sovereign represented to the social aggregate. But as the power of the ruler extended with the growth of the nation, those who had formerly united to maintain that power began to find it dangerous. They decided to deprive the heavenly sovereign of all political and legal authority, without disturbing in any way his religious supremacy. At Athens, at Sparta, at Rome, and elsewhere in ancient Europe, the same policy was carried out, for the same reasons, by religious senates. The history of the early kings of Rome, as interpreted by M. de Coulanges, best illustrates the nature of the antagonism developed between the priest ruler and the religious aristocracy. But the same thing took place in all the Greek communities, with about the same result. Everywhere political power was taken away from the early kings, but they were mostly left in possession of the religious dignities and privileges. They remained supreme priests, after having ceased to be rulers. This was the case also in Japan, and I imagine that future Japanese historians will be able to give us an entirely new interpretation of the Fujiwara episode, as reviewed in the light of modern sociology. At all events, there can be little doubt that, in curtailing the powers of the heavenly sovereign, the religious aristocracy must have been actuated by conservative precaution as well as by ambition. There had been various emperors who made changes in the laws and customs, changes which could scarcely have been viewed with favour by many of the ancient nobility. There had been an emperor whose diversions can to-day be written off only in Latin. There had even been an emperor, Kotoko, who, though God incarnate and chief of the ancient faith, despised the way of the gods, and cut down the holy grove of the shrine of Ikoku-ni-dama. Kotoko, for all his Buddhist piety, perhaps indeed because of it, was one of the wisest and best of rulers, but the example of a heavenly sovereign, despising the way of the gods, must have given the priestly clan matter for serious reflection. Besides, there is another important fact to be noticed. The imperial household proper had become in the course of centuries entirely detached from the Uji, and the omnipotence of this unit, independent of all other units, constituted in itself a grave danger to aristocratic privileges and established institutions. Too much might depend upon the personal character and will of an omnipotent god-king, capable of breaking with all clan custom and of abrogating clan privileges. On the other hand, there was safety for all alike under the patriarchal rule of the clan, which could check every tendency on the part of any of its members to exert predominant influence at the expense of the rest. But for obvious reasons, the imperial cult, traditional source of all authority and privilege, could not be touched. It was only by maintaining and reinforcing it that the religious nobility could expect to keep the real power in their hands. They actually kept it for nearly 5 centuries. The history of all the Japanese regencies, however, amply illustrates the general rule that inherited authority is ever and everywhere liable to find itself supplanted by deputed authority. The Fujiwara appear to have eventually become the victims of that luxury which they had themselves, for reasons of policy, introduced and maintained. Degenerating into a mere court nobility, they made little effort to exert any direct authority in other than civil directions, entrusting military matters almost wholly to the Buke. In the 8th century the distinction between military and civil organization had been made upon the Chinese plan. The great military class then came into existence, and began to extend its power rapidly. Of the military clans proper, the most powerful were the Minamoto and the Taira. By deputing to these clans the conduct of all important matters relating to war, the Fujiwara eventually lost their high position and influence. As soon as the Buke found themselves strong enough to lay hands upon the reins of government, which happened about the middle of the 11th century, the Fujiwara supremacy became a thing of the past, although members of the clan continued for centuries to occupy positions of importance under various regents. But the Buke could not realize their ambition without a bitter struggle among themselves, the longest and fiercest war in Japanese history. The Minamoto and the Taira were both Kuge. Both claimed imperial descent. In the early part of the contest the Taira carried all before them, and it seemed that no power could hinder them from exterminating the rival clan. But fortune turned at last in favor of the Minamoto, and at the famous sea fight of Dan no Ura in 1185, the Taira were themselves exterminated. Then began the reign of the Minamoto regents, or rather shogun. I have elsewhere said that the title shogun originally signified, as did the Roman military term imperator, only a commander-in-chief. It now became the title of the supreme ruler de facto, in his double capacity of civil and military sovereign, the King of Kings. From the accession of the Minamoto to power, the history of the shogunate, the long history of the military supremacy, really begins. Japan thereafter, down to the present era of Meiji, having really two emperors, the heavenly sovereign, or deity incarnate, representing the religion of the race, and the veritable imperator who wielded all the powers of the administration. No one sought to occupy by force the throne of the son's succession, whence all authority was at least supposed to be derived. Regent or shogun bowed down before it. Divinity could not be usurped. Yet peace did not follow upon the battle of Dan no Ura. The clan wars initiated by the great struggle of the Minamoto and the Taira continued at irregular intervals for 5 centuries more, and the nation remained disintegrated. Nor did the Minamoto long keep the supremacy which they had so dearly won. Deputing their powers to the Hojo family, they were supplanted by the Hojo, just as the Fujiwara had been supplanted by the Taira. 3 only of the Minamoto shogun really exercised rule. During the whole of the 13th century, and for some time afterwards, the Hojo continued to govern the country, and it is noteworthy that these regents never assumed the title of shogun, but professed to be merely shogunal deputies. Thus a tribal head government appeared to exist, for the Minamoto kept up a kind of court at Kamakura, but they faded into mere shadows, and are yet remembered by the significant appellation of Shadow Shogun or Puppet Shogun. There was nothing shadowy, however, about the administration of the Hojo, men of immense energy and ability. By them emperor or shogun could be deposed and banished without scruple, and the helplessness of the shogunate can be inferred from the fact that the 7th Hojo regent, before deposing the 7th shogun, sent him home in a palanquin, head downwards and heels upwards. Nevertheless, the Hojo suffered the phantom shogunate to linger on until 1333. Though unscrupulous in their methods, these regents were capable rulers, and proved themselves able to save the country in a great emergency, the famous invasion attempted by Kublai Khan in 1281. Aided by a fortunate typhoon, which is said to have destroyed the hostile fleet in answer to prayer offered up at the national shrines, the Hojo could repel this invasion. They were less successful in dealing with certain domestic disorders, especially those fomented by the turbulent Buddhist priesthood. During the 13th century, Buddhism had developed into a great military power, strangely like that church militant of the European Middle Ages, the period of soldier priests and fighting bishops. The Buddhist monasteries had been converted into fortresses filled with men-at-arms. Buddhist menace had more than once carried terror into the sacred seclusion of the imperial court. At an early day, Yoritomo, the far-seeing founder of the Minamoto dynasty, had observed a militant tendency in Buddhism and had attempted to check it by forbidding all priests and monks either to bear arms or to maintain armed retainers. But his successors had been careless about enforcing these prohibitions, and the Buddhist military power developed in consequence so rapidly that the shrewdest Hojo were doubtful of their ability to cope with it. Eventually this power proved capable of giving them serious trouble. The 96th Mikado, Go-Daigo, found courage to revolt against the tyranny of the Hojo, and the Buddhist soldiery took part with him. He was promptly defeated and banished to the islands of Oki, but his cause was soon espoused by powerful lords who had long chafed under the despotism of the regency. These assembled their forces, restored the banished emperor, and combined in a desperate attack upon the region's capital, Kamakura. The city was stormed and burned, and the last of the Hojo rulers, after a brave but vain defense, performed harakiri. Thus shogunate and regency vanished together in 1333. For the moment the whole power of administration had been restored to the Mikado. Unfortunately for himself and for the country, Go-Daigo was too feeble of character to avail himself of this great opportunity. He revived the dead shogunate by appointing his own son shogun. He weakly ignored the services of those whose loyalty and courage had restored him, and he foolishly strengthened the hands of those whom he had every reason to fear. As a consequence, there happened the most serious political catastrophe in the history of Japan, a division of the imperial house against itself. The unscrupulous despotism of the Hojo regents had prepared the possibility of such an event. During the last years of the 13th century there were living at the same time in Kyoto, besides the reigning Mikado, no less than 3 deposed emperors. To bring about a contest for the succession was, therefore, an easy matter, and this was soon accomplished by the treacherous General Ashikaga Takeuchi, to whom Go-Daigo had unwisely shown a special favour. Ashikaga had betrayed the Hojo in order to help the restoration of Go-Daigo. He subsequently would have betrayed the trust of Go-Daigo in order to seize the administrative power. The Emperor discovered this treasonable purpose when too late, and sent against Ashikaga an army which was defeated. After some further contest Ashikaga mastered the capital, drove Go-Daigo a second time into exile, set up a rival emperor, and established a new shogunate. Now for the first time 2 branches of the imperial family, each supported by powerful lords, contended for the right of succession. That of which Go-Daigo remained the acting representative is known in history as the southern branch, Nancho, and by Japanese historians is held to be the only legitimate branch. The other was called the northern branch, Hokucho, and was maintained at Kyoto by the power of the Ashikaga clan, while Go-Daigo, finding refuge in a Buddhist monastery, retained the insignia of empire. Thereafter, for a period of 56 years, Japan continued to have 2 Mikado, and the resulting disorder was such as to imperil the national integrity. It would have been no easy matter for the people to decide which emperor possessed the better claim. Hitherto the imperial presence had represented the national divinity, and the imperial palace had been regarded as the temple of the national religion. The division maintained by the Ashikaga usurpers therefore signified nothing less than the breaking up of the whole tradition upon which existing society had been built. The confusion became greater and greater, the danger increased more and more, until the Ashikaga themselves took alarm. They managed then to end the trouble by persuading the 5th Mikado of the Southern Dynasty, Go Kameyama, to surrender his insignia to the reigning Mikado of the Northern Dynasty, Go Komatsu. This having been done in 1392, Go Kameyama was honored with the title of retired emperor, and Go Komatsu was nationally acknowledged as legitimate emperor. But the names of the other 4 emperors of the Northern Dynasty are still excluded from the official list. The Ashikaga shogunate thus averted the supreme peril, but the period of this military domination, which endured until 1573, was destined to remain the darkest in Japanese history. The Ashikaga gave the country 15 rulers, several of whom were men of great ability. They tried to encourage industry, they cultivated literature and the arts, but they could not give peace. Fresh disputes arose, and lords whom the shogunate could not subdue made war upon each other. To such a condition of terror was the capital reduced, that the court nobility fled from it to take refuge with daimyo powerful enough to afford them protection. Robbery became rife throughout the land, and piracy terrorized the seas. The shogunate itself was reduced to the humiliation of paying tribute to China. Agriculture and industry at last ceased to exist outside of the domains of certain powerful lords. Provinces became waste, and famine, earthquake, and pestilence added their horror to the misery of ceaseless war. The poverty prevailing may be best imagined from the fact that when the emperor known to history as Go-Tsuchi Mikado, 102nd of the Sun's succession, died in the year 1500, his corpse had to be kept at the gates of the palace 40 days, because the expenses of the funeral could not be defrayed. Until 1573 the misery continued, and the shogunate meanwhile degenerated into insignificance. Then a strong captain arose and ended the house of Ashikaga, and seized the reins of power. This usurper was Oda Nobunaga, and the usurpation was amply provoked. Had it not occurred, Japan might never have entered upon an era of peace. For there had been no peace since the 5th century. No emperor or regent or shogun had ever been able to impose his rule firmly upon the whole country. Somewhere or other there were always wars of clan with clan. By the time of the 16th century, personal safety could be found only under the protection of some military leader able to exact his own terms for the favor of such protection. The question of the imperial succession, which had almost wrecked the empire during the 14th century, might be raised again at any time by some reckless faction, with the probable result of ruining civilization and forcing the nation back to its primitive state of barbarism. Never did the future of Japan appear so dark as at the moment when Oda Nobunaga suddenly found himself the strongest man in the empire, and leader of the most formidable Japanese army that had ever obeyed a single head. This man, a descendant of Shinto priests, was above all things a patriot. He did not seek the title of shogun, and never received it. His hope was to save the country, and he saw that this could be done only by centralizing all feudal power under one control, and strenuously enforcing law. Looking about him for the ways and means of effecting this centralization, he perceived that one of the very first obstacles to be removed was that created by the power of Buddhism militant. The feudal Buddhism developed under the Hojo regency, and especially represented by the great Shin and Tendai sects. As both had already given aid to his enemies, it was easy to find a cause for quarrel, and he first proceeded against the Tendai. The campaign was conducted with ferocious vigor. The monastery fortresses of Hiei-san were stormed and razed, and all the priests with all their adherents put to the sword, no mercy being shown even to women and children. By nature Nobunaga was not cruel, but his policy was ruthless, and he knew when and why to strike hard. The power of the Tendai sect before this massacre may be imagined from the fact that 3,000 monastery buildings were burned at Hiei-san. The Shin sect of the Hongwanji, with headquarters at Osaka, was scarcely less powerful, and its monastery, occupying the site of the present Osaka castle, was one of the strongest fortresses in the country. Nobunaga waited several years, merely to prepare for the attack. The soldier priests defended themselves well. Upwards of 50,000 lives are said to have been lost in the siege, yet only the personal intervention of the emperor prevented the storming of the stronghold, and the slaughter of every being within its walls. Through respect for the emperor, Nobunaga agreed to spare the lives of the Shin priests. They were only dispossessed and scattered, and their power forever broken. Buddhism having been thus effectually crippled, Nobunaga was able to turn his attention to the warring clans. Supported by the greatest generals that the nation ever produced, Hideyoshi and Ieyasu, he proceeded to enforce pacification and order, and his grand purpose would probably have been soon accomplished but for the revengeful treachery of a subordinate, who brought about his death in 1583. Nobunaga, with Taira blood in his veins, had been essentially an aristocrat, inheriting all the aptitudes of his great race for administration, and versed in all the traditions of diplomacy. His avenger and successor, Hideyoshi, was a totally different type of soldier, a son of peasants, an untrained genius who had won his way to high command by shrewdness and courage, natural skill of arms, and immense inborn capacity for all the chess-play of war. With the great purpose of Nobunaga he had always been in sympathy, and he actually carried it out, subduing the entire country from north to south in the name of the Emperor, by whom he was appointed regent, Gwambaku. Thus universal peace was temporarily established. But the vast military powers which Hideyoshi had collected and disciplined threatened to become refractory. He found employment for them by declaring unprovoked war against Korea, whence he hoped to effect the conquest of China. The war with Korea opened in 1592 and dragged on unsatisfactorily until 1598, when Hideyoshi died. He had proved himself one of the greatest soldiers ever born, but not one of the best among rulers. Perhaps the issue of the war in Korea would have been more fortunate if he could have ventured to conduct it himself. As a matter of fact, it merely exhausted the force of both countries, and Japan had little to show for her dearly bought victories abroad except the Mimitsuka or ear monument at Nara, marking the spot where 30,000 pairs of foreign ears, cut from the pickled heads of slain, were buried in the grounds of the temple of Daibutsu. Into the vacant place of power then stepped the most remarkable man that Japan ever produced, Tokugawa Ieyasu. Ieyasu was of Minamoto descent, and an aristocrat to the marrow of his bones. As a soldier he was scarcely inferior to Hideyoshi, whom he once defeated, but he was much more than a soldier, a far-sighted statesman, an incomparable diplomat, and something of a scholar. Cool, cautious, secretive, distrustful yet generous, stern yet humane, by the range and the versatility of his genius he might be not unfavorably contrasted with Julius Caesar. All that Nobunaga and Hideyoshi had wished to do, and failed to do, Ieyasu speedily accomplished. After fulfilling Hideyoshi's dying injunction not to leave the troops in Korea to become ghosts haunting a foreign land, that is to say, in the condition of spirits without a cult, Ieyasu had to face a formidable league of lords resolved to dispute his claim to rule. The terrific battle of Sekigahara left him master of the country, and he at once took measures to consolidate his power, and to perfect, even to the least detail, all the machinery of military government. As shogun, he reorganized the daimyates, redistributed a majority of fiefs among those whom he could trust, created new military grades, and ordered and so balanced the powers of the greater daimyo as to make it next to impossible for them to dare a revolt. Later on the daimyo were even required to furnish security for their good behavior. They were obliged to pass a certain time of the year in the shogun's capital, leaving their families as hostages during the rest of the year. Note: the period of obligatory residence in Yedo was not the same for all daimyo. In some cases the obligation seems to have extended to 6 months. In others the requirement was to pass every alternate year in the capital. End of note. The entire administration was readjusted upon a simple and sagacious plan, and the laws of Ieyasu prove him to have been an excellent legislator. For the first time in Japanese history the nation was integrated at least in so far as the peculiar nature of the social unit rendered possible. The counsels of the founder of Yedo were followed by his successors, and the Tokugawa shogunate, which lasted until 1867, gave the country 15 military sovereigns. Under these, Japan enjoyed both peace and prosperity for the time of 250 years, and her society was thus enabled to evolve to the full limit of its peculiar type. Industries and arts developed in new and wonderful ways. Literature found august patronage. The national cult was carefully maintained, and all precautions were taken to prevent the occurrence of another such contest for the imperial succession as had nearly ruined the country in the 14th century. We have seen that the history of military rule in Japan embraces nearly a whole period of authentic history down to modern times, and closes with the second period of national integration. The first period had been reached when the clans first accepted the leadership of the chief of the greatest clan, thereafter revered as the heavenly sovereign, supreme pontiff, supreme arbiter, supreme commander, and supreme magistrate. How long a time was required for this primal integration under patriarchal monarchy we cannot know, but we have learned that the later integration under duarchy occupied considerably more than 1,000 years. Now the extraordinary fact to note is that during all those centuries the imperial cult was carefully maintained by even the enemies of the Mikado, the only legitimate ruler being, in national belief, the Tenshi, son of heaven, the Tenno, heavenly king. Through every period of disorder the offspring of the sun was the object of national worship, and his palace the temple of the national faith. Great captains might coerce the imperial will, but they styled themselves, none the less, the worshippers and slaves of the incarnate deity, and they would no more have thought of trying to occupy his throne than they would have thought of trying to abolish all religion by decree. Once only, by the arbitrary folly of the Ashikaga shogun, the imperial cult had been seriously interfered with, and the social earthquake consequent upon that division of the imperial house apprised the usurpers of the enormity of their blunder. Only the integrity of the imperial succession, the uninterrupted maintenance of the imperial worship, made it possible even for Ieyasu to clamp together the indissoluble units of society. Herbert Spencer has taught a student of sociology to recognize that religious dynasties have extraordinary powers of longevity, because they possess extraordinary power to resist change, whereas military dynasties, depending for their perpetuity upon the individual character of the sovereigns, are particularly liable to disintegration. The immense duration of the Japanese imperial dynasty, as contrasted with the history of the various shogunates and regencies, representing a merely military domination, illustrates this teaching in a most remarkable way. Back through 2,500 years we can follow the line of the imperial succession, till it vanishes out of sight into the mystery of the past. Here we have evidence of that extreme power of resisting all changes which is inherently characteristic of religious conservatism. On the other hand, the history of shogunates and regencies proves the tendency to disintegration of institutions having no religious foundation, and therefore no religious power of cohesion. The remarkable duration of the Fujiwara rule, as compared with others, may perhaps be accounted for by the fact that the Fujiwara represented a religious rather than a military aristocracy. Even the marvelous military structure devised by Ieyasu had begun to decay before alien aggression precipitated its inevitable collapse. End of chapter 13. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 14 of Japan, an attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The religion of loyalty. Militant societies, says the author of the Principles of Sociology, must have a patriotism which regards the triumph of their society as the supreme end of action. They must possess the loyalty whence flows obedience to authority, and, that they may be obedient, they must have abundant faith. The history of the Japanese people strongly exemplifies these truths. Among no other people has loyalty ever assumed more impressive and extraordinary forms, and among no other people has obedience ever been nourished by a more abundant faith, that faith derived from the cult of the ancestors. The reader will understand how filial piety, the domestic religion of obedience, widens in range with social evolution, and eventually differentiates both into that political obedience required by the community and that military obedience exacted by the warlord, obedience implying not only submission but affectionate submission, not merely the sense of obligation, but the sentiment of duty. In its origin, such dutiful obedience is essentially religious, and, as expressed in loyalty, it retains the religious character, becomes the constant manifestation of a religion of self-sacrifice. Loyalty is developed early in the history of a militant people, and we find touching examples of it in the earliest Japanese chronicles. We find also terrible ones, stories of self-immolation. To his divinely descended lord, the retainer owed everything, in fact not less than in theory: goods, household, liberty, and life. Any or all of these he was expected to yield up without a murmur, on demand, for the sake of the lord. And duty to the lord, like the duty to the family ancestor, did not cease with death. As the ghosts of parents were to be supplied with food by their living children, so the spirit of the lord was to be worshipfully served by those who, during his lifetime, owed him direct obedience. It could not be permitted that the spirit of the ruler should enter unattended into the world of shadows. Some, at least, of those who served him living were bound to follow him in death. Thus in early societies arose the custom of human sacrifices, sacrifices at first obligatory, afterwards voluntary. In Japan, as stated in a former chapter, they remained an indispensable feature of great funerals up to the 1st century, when images of baked clay were first substituted for the official victims. I have already mentioned how, after this abolition of obligatory junshi, or following of one's lord in death, the practice of voluntary junshi continued up to the 16th century, when it actually became a military fashion. At the death of a daimyo, it was then common for 15 or 20 of his retainers to disembowel themselves. Ieyasu determined to put an end to this custom of suicide, which is thus considered in the 76th article of his celebrated legacy. Although it is undoubtedly the ancient custom for a vassal to follow his lord in death, there is not the slightest reason in the practice. Confucius has ridiculed the making of yo, effigies buried with the dead. These practices are strictly forbidden, more especially to primary retainers, but to secondary retainers likewise, even of the lowest rank. He is the reverse of a faithful servant who disregards this prohibition. His posterity shall be impoverished by the confiscation of his property, as a warning for those who disobey the laws. Ieyasu's command ended the practice of junshi among his own vassals, but it continued or revived again after his death. In 1664 the shogunate issued an edict proclaiming that the family of any person performing junshi should be punished, and the shogunate was in earnest. When this edict was disobeyed by one Uyemon no Hyoge, who disemboweled himself at the death of his lord Okudaira Tadamasa, the government promptly confiscated the lands of the family of the suicide, executed 2 of his sons, and sent the rest of the household into exile. Though Cases of junshi have occurred even within this present era of Meiji. The determined attitude of the Tokugawa government so far checked the practice that even the most fervid loyalty latterly made its sacrifices through religion as a rule. Instead of performing harakiri, the retainer shaved his head at the death of his lord, and became a Buddhist monk. The custom of junshi represents but one aspect of Japanese loyalty. There were other customs equally, if not even more, significant. For example, the custom of military suicide, not as junshi, but as self-inflicted penalty exacted by the traditions of samurai discipline. Against harakiri as punitive suicide there was no legislative enactment, for obvious reasons. It would seem that this form of self-destruction was not known to the Japanese in early ages. It may have been introduced from China with other military customs. The ancient Japanese usually performed suicide by strangulation, as the Nihongi bears witness. It was the military class that established the harakiri as a custom and privilege. Previously, the chiefs of a routed army or the defenders of a castle taken by storm would thus end themselves to avoid falling into their enemy's hands, a custom which continued into the present era. About the close of the 15th century, the military custom of permitting any samurai to perform harakiri, instead of subjecting him to the shame of execution, appears to have been generally established. Afterwards, it became the recognized duty of a samurai to kill himself at the word of command. All samurai were subject to this disciplinary law, even lords of provinces. And in samurai families, children of both sexes were trained how to perform suicide whenever personal honor or the will of the liege lord might require it. Women, I should observe, did not perform harakiri, but jigai, that is to say, piercing the throat with a dagger so as to sever the arteries by a single thrust and cut movement. The particulars of the harakiri ceremony have become so well known through Mitford's translation of Japanese texts on the subject that I need not touch upon them. The important fact to remember is that honor and loyalty required the samurai man or woman to be ready at any moment to perform self-destruction by the sword. As for the warrior, any breach of trust, voluntary or involuntary, failure to execute a difficult mission, a clumsy mistake, and even a look of displeasure from one's liege, were sufficient reasons for harakiri, or, as the aristocrats preferred to call it by the Chinese term, seppuku. Among the highest class of retainers, it was also a duty to make protest against misconduct on the part of their lord by performing seppuku, when all other means of bringing him to reason had failed, which heroic custom has been made the subject of several popular dramas founded upon fact. In the case of married women of the samurai class, directly responsible to their husbands, not to the lord, jigai was resorted to most often as a means of preserving honor in time of war, though it was sometimes performed merely as a sacrifice of loyalty to the spirit of the husband after his untimely death. Note: the Japanese moralist Yakan wrote, "A woman has no feudal lord. She must reverence and obey her husband." End of note. In the case of girls, it was not uncommon for other reasons. Samurai maidens often entering into the service of noble households, where the cruelty of intrigue might easily bring about a suicide, or where loyalty to the wife of the lord might exact it. For the samurai maiden in service was bound by loyalty to her mistress not less closely than the warrior to the lord, and the heroines of Japanese feudalism were many. In the early ages it appears to have been the custom for the wives of officials condemned to death to kill themselves. The ancient chronicles are full of examples. But this custom is perhaps to be partly accounted for by the ancient law, which held the household of the offender equally responsible with him for the offence, independently of the facts in the case. However, it was certainly also common enough for a bereaved wife to perform suicide, not through despair, but through the wish to follow her husband into the other world, and there to wait upon him as in life. Instances of female suicide, representing the old ideal of duty to a dead husband, have occurred in recent times. Such suicides are usually performed according to the feudal rules, the woman robing herself in white for the occasion. At the time of the late war with China, there occurred in Tokyo one remarkable suicide of this kind, the victim being the wife of Lieutenant Asada, who had fallen in battle. She was only 21. On hearing of her husband's death, she at once began to make preparations for her own, writing letters of farewell to her relatives, putting her affairs in order, and carefully cleaning the house, according to old-time rule. Thereafter she donned her death-robe, laid mattings down opposite to the alcove in the guest-room, placed her husband's portrait in the alcove, and set offerings before it. When everything had been arranged, she seated herself before the portrait, took up her dagger, and, with a single, skilful thrust, divided the arteries of her throat. Besides the duty of suicide for the sake of preserving honor, there was also, for the samurai woman, the duty of suicide as a moral protest. I have already said that among the highest class of retainers it was thought a moral duty to perform harakiri as a remonstrance against shameless conduct on the part of one's lord, when all other means of persuasion had been tried in vain. Among samurai women, taught to consider their husbands as their lords, in the feudal meaning of the term, it was held a moral obligation to perform jigai by way of protest against disgraceful behavior upon the part of a husband who would not listen to advice or reproof. The ideal of wifely duty which impelled such sacrifice still survives, and more than one recent example might be cited of a generous life thus laid down in rebuke of some moral wrong. Perhaps the most touching instance occurred in 1892, at the time of the district elections in Nagano Prefecture. A rich voter named Ishijima, after having publicly pledged himself to aid in the election of a certain candidate, transferred his support to the rival candidate. On learning of this breach of promise, the wife of Ishijima robed herself in white and performed jigai after the old samurai manner. The grave of this brave woman is still decorated with flowers by the people of the district, and incense is burned before her tomb. To kill oneself at command, a duty which no loyal samurai would have dreamed of calling in question, appears to us much less difficult than another duty, also fully accepted, the sacrifice of children, wife, and household for the sake of the lord. Much of Japanese popular tragedy is devoted to incidents of such sacrifice made by retainers or dependents of daimyo, men or women who gave their children to death in order to save the children of their masters. Note. See, for a good example, the translation of the drama Terakoya, published with admirable illustrations by T. Hasegawa, Tokyo. End of note. Nor have we any reason to suppose that the facts have been exaggerated in these dramatic compositions, most of which are based upon feudal history. The incidents, of course, have been rearranged and expanded to meet theatrical requirements, but the general pictures thus given of the ancient society are probably even less grim than the vanished reality. The people still love these tragedies, and the foreign critic of their dramatic literature is wont to point out only the blood spots, and to comment upon them as evidence of a public taste for gory spectacles, as proof of some innate ferocity in the race. Rather, I think, is this love of the old tragedy proof of what foreign critics try always to ignore as much as possible, the deeply religious character of the people. These plays continue to give delight, not because of their horror, but because of their moral teaching, because of the exposition of the duty of sacrifice and courage, the religion of loyalty. They represent the martyrdoms of feudal society for its noblest ideals. All down through that society, in varying forms, this same spirit of loyalty had its manifestations. As the samurai to his liege lord, so the apprentice was bound to the patron, and the clerk to the merchant. Everywhere there was trust, because everywhere there existed the like sentiment of mutual duty between servant and master. Each industry and occupation had its religion of loyalty, requiring, on the one side, absolute obedience and sacrifice at need, and on the other, kindliness and aid. And the rule of the dead was over all. Not less ancient than the duty of dying for parent or lord was the social obligation to avenge the killing of either. Even before the beginnings of settled society, this duty is recognized. The oldest chronicles of Japan teem with instances of obligatory vengeance. Confucian ethics more than affirmed the obligation, forbidding a man to live under the same heaven with the slayer of his lord, or parent, or brother, and fixing all the degrees of kinship or other relationship within which the duty of vengeance was to be considered imperative. Confucian ethics, it will be remembered, became at an early date the ethics of the Japanese ruling classes, and so remained down to recent times. The whole Confucian system, as I have remarked elsewhere, was founded upon ancestor worship, and represented scarcely more than an amplification and elaboration of filial piety. It was therefore in complete accord with Japanese moral experience. As the military power developed in Japan, the Chinese code of vengeance became universally accepted, and it was sustained by law as well as by custom in later ages. Ieyasu himself maintained it, exacting only that preliminary notice of an intended vendetta should be given in writing to the district criminal court. The text of his article on the subject is interesting. In respect to avenging injury done to master or father, it is acknowledged by the wise and virtuous Confucius that you and the injurer cannot live together under the canopy of heaven. A person harboring such vengeance shall give notice in writing to the criminal court, and although no check or hindrance may be offered to the carrying out of his design within the period allowed for that purpose, it is forbidden that the chastisement of an enemy be attended with riot. Fellows who neglect to give notice of their intended revenge are like wolves of pretext, or hypocritical wolves, that is to say, brutal murderers seeking to excuse their crime on the pretext justifiable vengeance. The translation is by Lauder. Their punishment or pardon should depend upon the circumstances of the case. Kindred as well as parents, teachers as well as lords, were to be revenged. A considerable proportion of popular romance and drama is devoted to the subject of vengeance taken by women, and, as a matter of fact, women, and even children, sometimes became avengers when there were no men of a wronged family left to perform the duty. Apprentices avenged their masters, and even sworn friends were bound to avenge each other. Why the duty of vengeance was not confined to the circle of natural kinship is explicable, of course, by the peculiar organization of society. We have seen that the patriarchal family was a religious corporation, and that the family bond was not the bond of natural affection, but the bond of the cult. We have also seen that the relation of the household to the community, and of the community to the clan, and of the clan to the tribe, was equally a religious relation. As a necessary consequence, the earlier customs of vengeance were regulated by the bond of the family, communal or tribal cult, as well as by the bond of blood. And with the introduction of Chinese ethics and the development of militant conditions, the idea of revenge as duty took a wider range. The son or the brother by adoption was in respect of obligation the same as the son or brother by blood, and the teacher stood to his pupil in the relation of father to child. To strike one's natural parent was a crime punishable by death. To strike one's teacher was, before the law, an equal offence. This notion of the teacher's claim to filial reverence was of Chinese importation, an extension of the duty of filial piety to the father of the mind. There were other such extensions, and the origin of all, Chinese or Japanese, may be traced alike to ancestor worship. Now, what has never been properly insisted upon in any of the books treating of ancient Japanese customs is the originally religious significance of the kataki uchi. That a religious origin can be found for all customs of vendetta established in early societies is, of course, well known, but a peculiar interest attaches to the Japanese vendetta in view of the fact that it conserved its religious character unchanged down to the present era. The kataki uchi was essentially an act of propitiation, as is proved by the rite with which it terminated, the placing of the enemy's head upon the tomb of the person avenged, as an offering of atonement. And one of the most impressive features of this rite, as formerly practiced, was the delivery of an address to the ghost of the person avenged. Sometimes the address was only spoken, sometimes it was also written, and the manuscript left upon the tomb. There is probably none of my readers unacquainted with Mitford's ever delightful Tales of Old Japan, and his translation of the true story of the 47 Ronins. But I doubt whether many persons have noticed the significance of the washing of Kira Kotsuke no Suke's severed head, or the significance of the address inscribed to the dead lord by the brave man who had so long waited and watched for the chance to avenge him. This address, of which I quote Mitford's translation, was laid upon the tomb of the Lord Asano. It is still preserved at a temple called Sengakuchi. The 15th year of Genroku, the 12th month, the 15th day. We have come this day to do homage here. 47 men in all, from Oishi Kuranosuke down to the foot soldier, Terasaka Kichiemon, all cheerfully about to lay down our lives on your behalf. We reverently announce this to the honored spirit of our dead master. On the 14th day of the 3rd month of last year, our honored master was pleased to attack Kira Kotsuke no Suke, for what reason we know not. Our honored master put an end to his own life, but Kira Kotsuke no Suke lived. Although we fear that after the decree issued by the government, this plot of ours will be displeasing to our honored master, still we, who have eaten of your food, could not without blushing repeat the verse, "Thou shalt not live under the same heaven, nor tread the same earth with the enemy of thy Father, O Lord." Nor could we have dared to leave hell, Hades, and present ourselves before you in paradise, unless we had carried out the vengeance which you began. Every day that we waited seemed as 3 autumns to us. Verily, we have trodden the snow for 1 day, nay, for 2 days, and have tasted food but once. The old and decrepit, the sick and the ailing, have come forth gladly to lay down their lives. Men might laugh at us, as at grasshoppers trusting in the strength of their arms, and thus shame our honored lord. But we could not halt in our deed of vengeance. Having taken counsel together last night, we have escorted my lord Kotsuke no Suke hither to your tomb. This dirk, by which our honored lord set great store last year, and entrusted to our care, we now bring back. If your noble spirit be now present before this tomb, we pray you, as a sign, to take the dirk, and striking the head of your enemy with it a second time, to dispel your hatred forever. This is the respectful statement of 47 men. It will be observed that the Lord Asano is addressed as if he were present and visible. The head of the enemy has been carefully washed, according to the rule concerning the presentation of heads to a living superior. It is laid upon the tomb together with the 9-inch sword or dagger, originally used by the Lord Asano in performing harakiri at government command, and afterwards used by Oishi Kuranosuke in cutting off the head of Kira Kotsuke no Suke. And the spirit of the Lord Asano is requested to take up the weapon and to strike the head, so that the pain of ghostly anger may be dissipated forever. Then, having been themselves all sentenced to perform harakiri, the 47 retainers join the lord in death, and are buried in front of his tomb. Before their graves the smoke of incense offered by admiring visitors has been ascending daily for 200 years. Note: it has been long the custom also for visitors to leave their cards upon the tombs of the 47 ronin. When I last visited Sengakuji, the ground about the tomb was white with visiting cards. End of note. One must have lived in Japan and have been able to feel the true spirit of the old Japanese life in order to comprehend the whole of this romance of loyalty, but I think that whoever carefully reads Mr. Mitford's version of it, and his translation of the authentic documents relating to it, will confess himself moved. That address especially touches, because of the affection and the faith to which it testifies, and the sense of duty beyond this life. However, much revenge must be condemned by our modern ethics. There is a noble side to many of the old Japanese stories of loyal vengeance, and these stories affect us by the expression of what has nothing to do with vulgar revenge, by their exposition of gratitude, self-denial, courage in facing death, and faith in the unseen. And this means, of course, that we are, consciously or unconsciously, impressed by their religious quality. Mere individual revenge, the postponed retaliation for some personal injury, repels our moral feeling. We have learned to regard the emotion inspiring such revenge as simply brutal, something shared by men with lower forms of animal life. But in the story of a homicide exacted by the sentiment of duty or gratitude to a dead master, there may be circumstances which can make appeal to our higher moral sympathies, to our sense of the force and beauty of unselfishness, unswerving fidelity, unchanging affection. And the story of the 47 ronin is one of this class. Yet it must be borne in mind that the old Japanese religion of loyalty, which found its supreme manifestation in those 3 terrible customs of junji, harakiri, and kataki uchi, was narrow in its range. It was limited by the very constitution of society. Though the nation was ruled, through all its groups, by notions of duty everywhere similar in character, the circle of that duty for each individual did not extend beyond the clan group to which he belonged. For his own lord the retainer was always ready to die, but he did not feel equally bound to sacrifice himself for the military government, unless he happened to belong to the special military following of the shogun. His fatherland, his country, his world, extended only to the boundary of his chief's domain. Outside of that domain he could be only a wanderer, a ronin, or waveman, as the masterless samurai was termed. Under such conditions that larger loyalty which identifies itself with love of king and country, which is patriotism in the modern, not in the narrow antique sense, could not fully evolve. Some common peril, some danger to the whole race, such as the attempted Tartar conquest of Japan, might temporarily arouse the true sentiment of patriotism, but otherwise that sentiment had little opportunity for development. The Ise cult represented, indeed, the religion of the nation as distinguished from the clan or tribal worship, but each man had been taught to believe that his first duty was to his lord. One cannot efficiently serve two masters, and feudal government practically suppressed any tendencies in that direction. The lordship so completely owned the individual, body and soul, that the idea of any duty to the nation outside of the duty to the chief had neither time nor chance to define itself in the mind of the vassal. To the ordinary samurai, for example, an imperial order would not have been law. He recognized no law above the law of his daimyo. As for the daimyo, he might either disobey or obey an imperial command, according to circumstances. His direct superior was the shogun, and he was obliged to make for himself a politic distinction between the heavenly sovereign as deity and the heavenly sovereign as a human personality. Before the ultimate centralization of the military power, there were many instances of lords sacrificing themselves for their emperor, but there were even more cases of open rebellion by lords against the imperial will. Under the Tokugawa rule, the question of obeying or resisting an imperial command would have depended upon the attitude of the shogun, and no daimyo would have risked such obedience to the court at Kyoto as might have signified disobedience to the court at Yedo. Not at least until the shogunate had fallen into decay. In Iemitsu's time the daimyo were strictly forbidden to approach the imperial palace on their way to Yedo, even in response to an imperial command, and they were also forbidden to make any direct appeal to the Mikado. The policy of the shogunate was to prevent all direct communication between the Kyoto court and the daimyo. This policy paralyzed intrigue for 200 years, but it prevented the development of patriotism. And for that very reason, when Japan at last found herself face to face with the unexpected peril of Western aggression, the abolition of the daimyates was felt to be a matter of paramount importance. The supreme danger required that the social units should be fused into one coherent mass, capable of uniform action, that the clan and tribal groupings should be permanently dissolved, that all authority should immediately be centered in the representative of the national religion, that the duty of obedience to the heavenly sovereign should replace, at once and forever, the feudal duty of obedience to the territorial lord. The religion of loyalty, evolved by 1,000 years of war, could not be cast away. Properly utilized, it would prove a national heritage of incalculable worth, a moral power capable of miracles, if directed by one wise will to a single wise end. Destroyed by reconstruction it could not be, but it could be diverted and transformed. Diverted, therefore, to nobler ends, expanded to larger needs, it became the new national sentiment of trust and duty, the modern sense of patriotism. What wonders it has wrought! Within the space of 30 years, the world is now obliged to confess. What more it may be able to accomplish remains to be seen. One thing, at least, is certain, that the future of Japan must depend upon the maintenance of this new religion of loyalty evolved through the old, from the ancient religion of the dead. End of chapter 14. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 15 of Japan, an attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Jesuit Peril, Part 1. The second half of the 16th century is the most interesting period in Japanese history for three reasons. First, because it witnessed the apparition of those mighty captains, Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu, types of men that the race seems to evolve for supreme emergencies only, types requiring for their production not merely the highest aptitudes of numberless generations, but likewise an extraordinary combination of circumstances. Secondly, this period is all important because it saw the first complete integration of the ancient social system, the definitive union of all the clan lordships under a central military government. And lastly, the period is of special interest because the incident of the first attempt to Christianize Japan, the story of the rise and fall of the Jesuit power, properly belongs to it. The sociological significance of this episode is instructive, excepting, perhaps, the division of the imperial house against itself in the 12th century. The greatest danger that ever threatened Japanese national integrity was the introduction of Christianity by the Portuguese Jesuits. The nation saved itself only by ruthless measures, at the cost of incalculable suffering and of myriads of lives. It was during the period of great disorder preceding Nobunaga's effort to centralize authority that this unfamiliar disturbing factor was introduced by Xavier and his followers. Xavier landed at Kagoshima in 1549, and by 1581 the Jesuits had upwards of 200 churches in the country. This fact alone sufficiently indicates the rapidity with which the new religion spread, and it seemed destined to extend over the entire empire. In 1585 a Japanese religious embassy was received at Rome, and by that date no less than 11 daimyo, or kings, as the Jesuits not inaptly termed them, had become converted. Among these were several very powerful lords. The new creed had made rapid way among the common people also. It was becoming popular, in the strict meaning of the word. When Nobunaga rose to power, he favored the Jesuits in many ways, not because of any sympathy with their creed, for he never dreamed of becoming a Christian, but because he thought that their influence would be of service to him in his campaign against Buddhism. Like the Jesuits themselves, Nobunaga had no scruple about means in his pursuit of ends. More ruthless than William the Conqueror, he did not hesitate to put to death his own brother and his own father-in-law, when they dared to oppose his will. The aid and protection which he extended to the foreign priests, for merely political reasons, enabled them to develop their power to a degree which soon gave him cause for repentance. Mr. Gubbins, in his Review of the Introduction of Christianity into China and Japan, quotes from a Japanese work called Ibuki Mogusa, an interesting extract on the subject. Nobunaga now began to regret his previous policy in permitting the introduction of Christianity. He accordingly assembled his retainers and said to them, "The conduct of these missionaries in persuading people to join them by giving money does not please me. How would it be, think you, if we were to demolish Nambanji?" Note: the temple of the southern savages, so the Portuguese church was called. End of note. To this Maeda Tokusenin replied, "It is now too late to demolish the temple of the Namban. To endeavor to arrest the power of this religion now is like trying to arrest the current of the ocean. Nobles, both great and small, have become adherents of it. If you would exterminate this religion now, there is fear that disturbance should be created among your own retainers. I am therefore of opinion that you should abandon your intention of destroying Nambanji." Nobunaga in consequence regretted exceedingly his previous action in regard to the Christian religion, and set about thinking how he could root it out. The assassination of Nobunaga in 1586 may have prolonged the period of toleration. His successor Hideyoshi, who judged the influence of the foreign priests dangerous, was for the moment occupied with the great problem of centralizing the military power, so as to give peace to the country. But the furious intolerance of the Jesuits in the southern provinces had already made them many enemies, eager to avenge the cruelties of the new creed. You read in the histories of the missions about converted daimyo burning thousands of Buddhist temples, destroying countless works of art, and slaughtering Buddhist priests. And we find the Jesuit writers praising these crusades as evidence of holy zeal. At first the foreign faith had been only persuasive. Afterwards, gathering power under Nobunaga's encouragement, it became coercive and ferocious. A reaction against it set in about a year after Nobunaga's death. In 1587 Hideyoshi destroyed the mission churches in Kyoto, Osaka, and Sakai, and drove the Jesuits from the capital. And in the following year he ordered them to assemble at the port of Hirado and prepare to leave the country. They felt themselves strong enough to disobey. Instead of leaving Japan, they scattered through the country, placing themselves under the protection of various Christian daimyo. Hideyoshi probably thought it impolitic to push matters further. The priests kept quiet and ceased to preach publicly, and their self-effacement served them well until 1591. In that year, the advent of certain Spanish Franciscans changed the state of affairs. These Franciscans arrived in the train of an embassy from the Philippines, and obtained leave to stay in the country on condition that they were not to preach Christianity. They broke their pledge, abandoned all prudence, and aroused the wrath of Hideyoshi. He resolved to make an example, and in 1597 he had 6 Franciscans, 3 Jesuits, and several other Christians taken to Nagasaki and there crucified. The attitude of the great Taiko towards the foreign creed had the effect of quickening the reaction against it, a reaction which had already begun to show itself in various provinces. But Hideyoshi's death in 1598 enabled the Jesuits to hope for better fortune. His successor, the cold and cautious Ieyasu, allowed them to hope, and even to re-establish themselves in Kyoto, Osaka, and elsewhere. He was preparing for the great contest which was to be decided by the battle of Sekigahara. He knew that the Christian element was divided, some of its leaders being on his own side, and some on the side of his enemies, and the time would have been ill chosen for any repressive policy. But in 1606, after having solidly established his power, Ieyasu for the first time showed himself decidedly opposed to Christianity by issuing an edict forbidding further mission work, and proclaiming that those who had adopted the foreign religion must abandon it. Nevertheless, the propaganda went on, conducted no longer by Jesuits only, but also by Dominicans and Franciscans. The number of Christians then in the empire is said, with gross exaggeration, to have been nearly 2 millions. But Ieyasu neither took, nor caused to be taken, any severe measures of repression until 1614, from which date the great persecution may be said to have begun. Previously there had been local persecutions only, conducted by independent daimyo, not by the central government. The local persecutions in Kyushu, for example, would seem to have been natural consequences of the intolerance of the Jesuits in the days of their power, when converted daimyo burned Buddhist temples and massacred Buddhist priests. And these persecutions were most pitiless in those very districts, such as Bungo, Omura, and Higo, where the native religion had been most fiercely persecuted at Jesuit instigation. But from 1614, at which date there remained only 8 out of the total 64 provinces of Japan, into which Christianity had not been introduced, the suppression of the foreign creed became a government matter, and the persecution was conducted systematically and uninterruptedly until every outward trace of Christianity had disappeared. The fate of the missions, therefore, was really settled by Ieyasu and his immediate successors. and it is the part taken by Ieyasu that especially demands attention. Of the three great captains, all had, sooner or later, become suspicious of the foreign propaganda. But only Ieyasu could find both the time and the ability to deal with the social problem which it had aroused. Even Hideyoshi had been afraid to complicate existing political troubles by any rigorous measures of an extensive character. Ieyasu long hesitated. The reasons for his hesitation were doubtless complex and chiefly diplomatic. He was the last of men to act hastily, or suffer himself to be influenced by prejudice of any sort, and to suppose him timid would be contrary to all that we know of his character. He must have recognized, of course, that to extirpate a religion which could claim, even in exaggeration, more than 1,000,000 of adherents was no light undertaking, and would involve an immense amount of suffering. To cause needless misery was not in his nature. He had always proved himself humane and a friend of the common people. But he was first of all a statesman and patriot, and the main question for him must have been the probable relation of the foreign creed to political and social conditions in Japan. This question required long and patient investigation, and he appears to have given it all possible attention. At last he decided that Roman Christianity constituted a grave political danger, and that its extirpation would be an unavoidable necessity. The fact that the severe measures which he and his successors enforced against Christianity, measures steadily maintained for upwards of 200 years, failed to completely eradicate the creed, proves how deeply the roots had struck. Superficially, all trace of Christianity vanished to Japanese eyes. But in 1865 there were discovered near Nagasaki some communities which had secretly preserved among themselves traditions of the Roman forms of worship, and still made use of Portuguese and Latin words relating to religious matters. To rightly estimate the decision of Ieyasu, one of the shrewdest and also one of the most humane statesmen that ever lived, it is necessary to consider, from a Japanese point of view, the nature of the evidence upon which he was impelled to act. Of Jesuit intrigues in Japan he must have had ample knowledge, several of them having been directed against himself, but he would have been more likely to consider the ultimate object and probable result of such intrigues than the mere fact of their occurrence. Religious intrigues were common among the Buddhists, and would scarcely attract the notice of the military government, except when they interfered with state policy or public order. But religious intrigues, having for their object the overthrow of government, and a sectarian domination of the country, would be gravely considered. Nobunaga had taught Buddhism a severe lesson about the danger of such intriguing. Ieyasu decided that the Jesuit intrigues had a political object of the most ambitious kind, but he was more patient than Nobunaga. By 1603 he had every district of Japan under his yoke, but he did not issue his final edict until 11 years later. It plainly declared that the foreign priests were plotting to get control of the government, and to obtain possession of the country. The Kiristan band have come to Japan, not only sending their merchant vessels to exchange commodities, but also longing to disseminate an evil law, to overthrow right doctrine, so that they may change the government of the country and obtain possession of the land. This is the germ of great disaster, and must be crushed. Japan is the country of the gods and of the Buddha. It honors the gods and reveres the Buddha. The faction of the Bataran disbelieve in the way of the gods and blaspheme the true law. Note: Bataran, a corruption of the Portuguese padre, is still the term used for Roman Catholic priests of any denomination. End of note. Violate right-doing and injure the good. They truly are the enemies of the gods and of the Buddha. If this be not speedily prohibited, the safety of the state will assuredly hereafter be imperilled, and if those who are charged with ordering its affairs do not put a stop to the evil, they will expose themselves to heaven's rebuke. These missionaries must be instantly swept out, so that not an inch of soil remains to them in Japan on which to plant their feet. And if they refuse to obey this command, they shall suffer the penalty. Let heaven and the four seas hear this. Obey. Note: the entire proclamation, which is of considerable length, has been translated by Sato, and may be found in Volume 6, Part 1 of the Transactions of the Asiatic Society of Japan. End of note. It will be observed that there are two distinct charges made against the Bataran in this document: that of political conspiracy under the guise of religion, with a view to getting possession of the government, and that of intolerance towards both the Shinto and the Buddhist forms of native worship. The intolerance is sufficiently proved by the writings of the Jesuits themselves. The charge of conspiracy was less easy to prove, but who could reasonably have doubted that, where opportunity offered, the Roman Catholic orders would attempt to control the general government, precisely as they had been able to control local government already in the lordships of converted daimyo? Besides, we may be sure that by the time at which the edict was issued, Ieyasu must have heard of many matters likely to give him a most evil opinion of Roman Catholicism. The story of the Spanish conquest in America, and the extermination of the West Indian race, the story of the persecutions in the Netherlands, and of the work of the Inquisition elsewhere, the story of the attempt of Philip II to conquer England, and of the loss of the two great armadas. The edict was issued in 1614, and Ieyasu had found opportunity to inform himself about some of these matters as early as 1600. In that year the English pilot, Will Adams, had arrived at Japan in charge of a Dutch ship. Adams had started on his eventful voyage in the year 1598, that is to say, just 10 years after the defeat of the first Spanish Armada, and 1 year after the ruin of the second. He had seen the spacious times of great Elizabeth, who was yet alive. He had very probably seen Howard and Seymour and Drake and Hawkins and Frobisher and Sir Richard Grenville, the hero of 1591. For this Will Adams was a Kentish man, who had Sir Root for master and pilot in Her Majesty's ship. The Dutch vessel was seized immediately upon her arrival at Kyushu, and Adams and his shipmates were taken into custody by the daimyo of Bungo, who reported the fact to Ieyasu. The advent of these Protestant sailors was considered an important event by the Portuguese Jesuits, who had their own reasons for dreading the results of an interview between such heretics and the ruler of Japan. But Ieyasu also happened to think the event an important one, and he ordered that Adams should be sent to him at Osaka. The malevolent anxiety of the Jesuits about the matter had not escaped Ieyasu's penetrating observation. They endeavored again and again to have the sailors killed, according to the written statement of Adams himself, who was certainly no liar. And they had been able, in Bungo, to frighten 2 scoundrels of the ship's company into giving false testimony. Note: daily, more and more, the Portugals incensed the justices and the people against us, and 2 of our men, as traitors, gave themselves in service to the king, daimyo, being all in all with the Portugals, having by them their lives warranted. The one was called Gilbert de Conning, whose mother dwelleth at Middleborough, who gave himself out to be merchant of all the goods in the ship. The other was called Loben Abelson van Overter. These traitors sought all manner of ways to get the goods into their hands, and made known unto them all the things that had passed in our voyage. 9 days after our arrival, the great king of the land, Ieyasu, sent for me to come unto him. Letter of Will Adams to his wife. End of note. The Jesuits and the Portingals, wrote Adams, gave many evidences against me and the rest to the Emperor Ieyasu, that we were thieves and robbers of all nations, and that, were we suffered to live, it should be against the profit of His Highness and the land. But Ieyasu was perhaps all the more favorably inclined towards Adams by the eagerness of the Jesuits to have him killed. crossed, crucified, as Adams called it, the custom of justice in Japan as hanging is in our land. He gave them answer, says Adams, that we had as yet not done to him nor to none of his land any harm or damage, therefore against reason and justice to put us to death. And there came to pass precisely what the Jesuits had most feared, what they had vainly endeavored by intimidation, by slander, by all possible intrigue to prevent, an interview between Iyeyasu and the heretic Adams. So that as soon as I came before him, wrote Adams, he demanded of me of what country we were. So I had answered him in all points, for there was nothing that he demanded not, both concerning war and peace between country and country, so that the particulars here to write would be too tedious. And for that time I was commanded to prison, being well used, with one of our mariners that came with me to serve me. From another letter of Adams it would seem that this interview lasted far into the night, and that Iyeyasu's questions referred especially to politics and religion. He asked, says Adams, whether our country had wars. I answered him yea, with the Spaniards and Portugals, being in peace with all other nations. Further, he asked me in what I did believe. I said, in God, that made heaven and earth. He asked me divers other questions of things of religion, and many other things, as what way we came to the country. Having a chart of the whole world, I shewed him through the Strait of Magellan, at which he wondered, and thought me to lie. Thus, from one thing to another, I abode with him till midnight. The two men liked each other at sight, it appears. Of Iyeyasu Adams significantly observes, he viewed me well, and seemed to be wonderful favourable. 2 days later Iyeyasu again sent for Adams, and cross-questioned him just about those matters which the Jesuits wanted to remain in the dark. He demanded also as concerning the wars between the Spaniard or Portingal and our country, and the reasons, the which I gave him to understand of all things, which he was glad to hear, as it seemed to me. In the end I was commanded to prison again, but my lodging was bettered. Adams did not see Iyeyasu again for nearly 6 weeks. Then he was sent for and cross-questioned a third time. The result was liberty and favour. Thereafter, at intervals, Iyeyasu used to send for him, and presently we hear of him teaching the great statesman some points of geometry, and understanding of the art of mathematics, with other things. Iyeyasu gave him many presents, as well as a good living, and commissioned him to build some ships for deep-sea sailing. Eventually the poor pilot was created a samurai, and given an estate. Being employed in the Emperor's service, he wrote, he hath given me a living, like unto a lordship in England, with 80 or 90 husbandmen, that be as my slaves or servants, the which or the like precedent was never herebefore given to any stranger. Witness to the influence of Adams with Iyeyasu is furnished by the correspondence of Captain Cook of the English factory, who thus wrote home about him in 1614. The truth is, the Emperor esteemeth him much, and he may go in and speak with him at all times, when kings and princes are kept out. Note: it has blessed God to bring things to pass so as in ye eyes of ye world must seem strange. For the Spaniard and Portingal have been my bitter enemies to death, and now they must seek to me, to unworthy wretch. For the Spaniard, as well as the Portingal, must have all the negotiations go through my hand. Letter of Adams, dated January 12, 1613. End of note. It was through his influence that the English were allowed to establish their factory at Hirado. There is no stranger 17th-century romance than that of this plain English pilot, with only his simple honesty and common sense to help him, rising to such extraordinary favour with the greatest and shrewdest of all Japanese rulers. Adams was never allowed, however, to return to England, perhaps because his services were deemed too precious to lose. He says himself in his letters that Ieyasu never refused him anything that he asked for, note, even favors for the people who had sought to bring about his death. I pleased him so, wrote Adams, that what I said he would not contrary, at which my former enemies did wonder, and at this time must entreat me to do them a friendship, which to both Spaniards and Portingals have I done, recompensing them good for evil. So to pass my time to get my living, I hath cost me great labour and trouble at the first, but God hath blessed my labour. Except the privilege of revisiting England. When he asked that, once too often, the old emperor remained silent. The correspondence of Adams proves that Ieyasu disdained no means of obtaining direct information about foreign affairs in regard to religion and politics. As for affairs in Japan, he had at his disposal the most perfect system of espionage ever established, and he knew all that was going on. Yet he waited, as we have seen, 14 years before he issued his edict. Hideyoshi's edict was, indeed, renewed by him in 1606, but that referred particularly to the public preaching of Christianity, and while the missionaries outwardly conformed to the law, he continued to suffer them within his own dominions. Persecutions were being carried on elsewhere, but the secret propaganda was also being carried on, and the missionaries could still hope. Yet there was menace in the air, like the heaviness preceding storms. Captain Saris, writing from Japan in 1613, records a pathetic incident which is very suggestive. "I gave leave," he says, "to divers women of the better sort to come into my cabin, where the picture of Venus with her son Cupid did hang somewhat wantonly set out in a large frame. They, thinking it to be Our Lady and her son, fell down and worshipped it with shews of great devotion, telling me in a whispering manner that some of their own companions which were not so might not hear, that they were Christianos, whereby we perceived them to be Christians converted by the Portugal Jesuits." When Ieyasu first took strong measures, they were directed not against the Jesuits, but against a more imprudent order, as we know from Adams' correspondence. "In the year 1612," he says, "is put down all the sects of the Franciscans. The Jesuits have what privilege, their being in Nagasaki, in which place only may be so many as will of all sects, in other places not so many permitted." Roman Catholicism was given 2 more years' grace after the Franciscan episode. Why Ieyasu should have termed it a false and corrupt religion, both in his legacy and elsewhere, remains to be considered. From the Far Eastern point of view he could scarcely have judged it otherwise, after an impartial investigation. It was essentially opposed to all the beliefs and traditions upon which Japanese society had been founded. The Japanese state was an aggregate of religious communities, with a god king at its head. The customs of all these communities had the force of religious laws, and ethics were identified with obedience to custom. Filial piety was the basis of social order, and loyalty itself was derived from filial piety. But this Western creed, which taught that the husband should leave his parents and cleave to his wife, held filial piety to be at best an inferior virtue. It proclaimed that duty to parents, lords, and rulers remained duty only when obedience involved no action opposed to Roman teaching, and that the supreme duty of obedience was not to the heavenly sovereign at Kyoto, but to the Pope at Rome. Had not the gods and the Buddhas been called devils by these missionaries from Portugal and Spain? Assuredly such doctrines were subversive, no matter how astutely they might be interpreted by their apologists. Besides, the worth of a creed as a social force might be judged from its fruits. This creed in Europe had been a ceaseless cause of disorders, wars, persecutions, atrocious cruelties. This greed in Japan had fomented great disturbances, had instigated political intrigues, had wrought almost immeasurable mischief. In the event of future political trouble, it would justify the disobedience of children to parents, of wives to husbands, of subjects to lords, of lords to shogun. The paramount duty of government was now to compel social order, and to maintain those conditions of peace and security without which the nation could never recover from the exhaustion of 1,000 years of strife. But so long as this foreign religion was suffered to attack and to sap the foundations of order, there never could be peace. Convictions like these must have been well established in the mind of Ieyasu when he issued his famous edict. The only wonder is that he should have waited so long. Very possibly, Ieyasu, who never did anything by halves, was waiting until Christianity should find itself without one Japanese leader of ability. In 1611 he had information of a Christian conspiracy in the island of Sado, a convict mining district, whose governor, Okubo, had been induced to adopt Christianity, and was to be made ruler of the country if the plot proved successful. But still Ieyasu waited. By 1614 Christianity had scarcely even an Okubo to lead the forlorn hope. The daimyo converted in the 16th century were dead or dispossessed or in banishment. The great Christian generals had been executed. The few remaining converts of importance had been placed under surveillance, and were practically helpless. The foreign priests and native catechists were not cruelly treated immediately after the proclamation of 1614. Some 300 of them were put into ships and sent out of the country, together with various Japanese suspected of religious political intrigues, such as Takayama, former daimyo of Akashi, who was called Justo Ukondono by the Jesuit writers, and who had been dispossessed and degraded by Hideyoshi for the same reasons. Ieyasu set no example of unnecessary severity, but harsher measures followed upon an event which took place in 1615, the very year after the issuing of the edict. End of chapter 15. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 16. Of Japan, an attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Jesuit Peril. Part 2. Hideyori, the son of Hideyoshi, had been supplanted, fortunately for Japan, by Ieyasu, to whose tutelage the young man had been confided. Ieyasu took all care of him, but had no intention of suffering him to direct the government of the country, a task scarcely within the capacity of a lad of 23. In spite of various political intrigues in which Hideyori was known to have taken part, Ieyasu had left him in possession of large revenues and of the strongest fortress in Japan, that mighty castle of Osaka, which Hideyoshi's genius had rendered almost impregnable. Hideyori, unlike his father, favored the Jesuits, and he made the castle a refuge for adherents of the false and corrupt sect. Informed by government spies of a dangerous intrigue they are preparing, Ieyasu resolved to strike, and he struck hard. In spite of a desperate defense, the great fortress was stormed and burned, Hideyori perishing in the conflagration. 100,000 lives are said to have been lost in this siege. Adams wrote thus quaintly of Hideyori's fate and the results of his conspiracy: "He made wars with the emperor, also by the Jesuits and friars, which made believe he should be favored with miracles and wonders. But in fine it proved the contrary, for the old emperor against him presently maketh his forces ready by sea and land, and compasseth his castle that he was in. Although with loss of multitudes on both sides, yet in the end razeth the castle walls, setteth it on fire, and burneth him in it. Thus ended the wars. Now the Emperor, hearing of these Jesuits and friars being in the castle with his enemies, and still from time to time against him, commandeth all Romische sorte of men to depart out of his country, their churches pulled down and burned. This followed in the old Emperor's days. Now this year, 1616, the old Emperor he died. His son reigneth in his place, and he is more hot against the Romish religion than his father was, for he hath forbidden thorough all his dominions, on pain of death, none of his subjects to be Romish Christian, which Romish sect to prevent every ways, and that he hath forbidden that no stranger merchant shall abide in any of the great cities. The son here referred to was Hidetada, who in 1617 issued an ordinance sentencing to death every Roman priest or friar discovered in Japan, an ordinance provoked by the fact that many priests expelled from the country had secretly returned, and that others had remained to carry on their propaganda under various disguises. Meanwhile, in every city, town, village, and hamlet throughout the empire, measures had been taken for the extirpation of Roman Christianity. Every community was made responsible for the existence in it of any person belonging to the foreign creed, and special magistrates or inquisitors were appointed, called Kirishitan Bugyo, to seek out and punish members of the prohibited religion. Note: it should be borne in mind that none of these edicts were directed against Protestant Christianity. The Dutch were not considered Christians in the sense of the ordinances, nor were the English. The following extract from a typical village kumicho, or code of communal regulations, shows the responsibility imposed upon all communities regarding the presence in their midst of Roman Catholic converts or believers. Every year, between the 1st and the 3rd month, we will renew our Shumon-jo. If we know of any person who belongs to a prohibited sect, we will immediately inform the daikwan. Servants and laborers shall give to their masters a certificate declaring that they are not Christians. In regard to persons who have been Christians, but have recanted, if such persons come to or leave the village, we promise to report it. See Professor Wigmore's notes on land tenure and local institutions in Old Japan. End of note. Christians who freely recanted were not punished, but only kept under surveillance. Those who refused to recant, even after torture, were degraded to the condition of slaves, or else put to death. In some parts of the country, extraordinary cruelty was practiced, and every form of torture used to compel recantation. But it is tolerably certain that the more atrocious episodes of the persecution were due to the individual ferocity of local governors or magistrates, as in the case of Takenaka Uneme no Kami, who was compelled by the government to perform harakiri for abusing his powers at Nagasaki and making persecution a means of extorting money. Be that as it may, the persecution at last either provoked or helped to bring about a Christian rebellion in the daimyate of Arima, historically remembered as the Shimabara Revolt. In 1636, a host of peasants, driven to desperation by the tyranny of their lords, the daimyo of Arima and the daimyo of Karatsu, convert districts, rose in arms, burned all the Japanese temples in their vicinity, and proclaimed religious war. Their banner bore a cross. Their leaders were converted samurai. They were soon joined by Christian refugees from every part of the country, until the numbers swelled to 30 or 40,000. On the coast of the Shimabara Peninsula, they seized an abandoned castle at a place called Hara, and there fortified themselves. The local authorities could not cope with the uprising, and the rebels more than held their own until government forces, aggregating over 160,000 men, were dispatched against them. After a brave defense of 102 days, the castle was stormed in 1638, and its defenders, together with their women and children, put to the sword. Officially the occurrence was treated as a peasant revolt, and the persons considered responsible for it were severely punished. The lord of Shimabara, Arima, was further sentenced to perform harakiri. Japanese historians state that the rising was first planned and led by Christians who designed to seize Nagasaki, subdue Kyushu, invite foreign military help, and compel a change of government. The Jesuit writers would have us believe there was no plot. One thing certain is that the revolutionary appeal was made to the Christian element, and was largely responded to with alarming consequences. A strong castle on the Kyushu coast, held by 30 or 40,000 Christians, constituted a serious danger, a point of vantage from which a Spanish invasion of the country might have been attempted with some chance of success. The government seemed to have recognized this danger, and to have dispatched in consequence an overwhelming force to Shimabara. If foreign help could have been sent to the rebels, the result might have been a prolonged civil war. As for the wholesale slaughter, it represented no more than the enforcement of Japanese law, the punishment of the peasant revolting against his lord, under any circumstances whatever, being death. So far as concerns the policy of such massacre, it may be remembered that, with less provocation, Nobunaga exterminated the Tendai Buddhists at Hiesan. We have every reason to pity the brave men who perished at Shimabara, and to sympathize with their revolt against the atrocious cruelty of their rulers. But it is necessary, as a simple matter of justice, to consider the whole event from the Japanese political point of view. The Dutch have been denounced for helping to crush the rebellion with ships and cannon. They fired, by their own acknowledgment, 426 shot into the castle. However, the extant correspondence of the Dutch factory at Hirado proves beyond question that they were forced, under menace, to thus act. In any event, it would be difficult to discover a good reason for the merely religious denunciations of their conduct, although that conduct would be open to criticism from the humane point of view. Dutchmen could not reasonably have refused to assist the Japanese authorities in suppressing a revolt, merely because a large proportion of the rebels happened to profess the religion which had been burning alive as heretics the men and women of the Netherlands. Very possibly, not a few persons of kin to those very Dutch had suffered in the days of Alva. What would have happened to all the English and Dutch in Japan if the Portuguese and Spanish clergy could have got full control of government, ought to be obvious. With the massacre of Shimabara ends the real history of the Portuguese and Spanish missions. After that event, Christianity was slowly, steadily, implacably stamped out of visible existence. It had been tolerated, or half tolerated, for only 65 years. The entire history of its propagation and destruction occupies a period of scarcely 90 years. People of nearly every rank, from prince to pauper, suffered for it. Thousands endured tortures for its sake, tortures so frightful that even 3 of those Jesuits who sent multitudes to useless martyrdom were forced to deny their faith under the infliction. Note: Francisco Casola, Pedro Marquez, and Giuseppe Chiara. 2 of these, probably under compulsion, married Japanese women. For their after history, see a paper by Sato in the Transactions of the Asiatic Society of Japan, Volume 6, Part 1. End of note. And tender women, sentenced to the stake, carried their little ones with them into the fire, rather than utter the words that would have saved both mother and child. Yet this religion, for which thousands vainly died, had brought to Japan nothing but evil disorders, persecutions, revolts, political troubles, and war. Even those virtues of the people which had been evolved at unutterable cost of the protection and conservation of society, their self-denial, their faith, Their loyalty, their constancy and courage were by this black creed distorted, diverted, and transformed into forces directed to the destruction of that society. Could that destruction have been accomplished and a new Roman Catholic Empire have been founded upon the ruins, the forces of that empire would have been used for the further extension of priestly tyranny, the spread of the Inquisition, the perpetual Jesuit warfare against freedom of conscience and human progress. Well, may we pity the victims of this pitiless faith, and justly admire their useless courage. Yet who can regret that their cause was lost? Viewed from another standpoint than that of religious bias, and simply judged by its results, the Jesuit effort to Christianize Japan must be regarded as a crime against humanity, a labor of devastation, a calamity comparable only, by reason of the misery and destruction which it wrought, to an earthquake, a tidal wave, a volcanic eruption. The policy of isolation, of shutting off Japan from the rest of the world, as adopted by Hidetada, and maintained by his successors, sufficiently indicates the fear that religious intrigues had inspired. Not only were all foreigners, excepting the Dutch traders, expelled from the country, all half-breed children of Portuguese or Spanish blood were also expatriated, Japanese families being forbidden to adopt or conceal any of them, under penalties to be visited upon all the members of the household disobeying. In 1636 287 half-breed children were shipped to Macao. It is possible that the capacity of half-breed children to act as interpreters was particularly dreaded, but there can be little doubt that, at the time when this ordinance was issued, race-hatred had been fully aroused by religious antagonism. After the Shimabara episode, all Western foreigners, without exception, were regarded with unconcealed distrust. Note: the Chinese traders, however, were allowed much more liberty than the Dutch. End of note. The Portuguese and Spanish traders were replaced by the Dutch, the English factory having been closed some years previously. But even in the case of these, extraordinary precautions were taken. They were compelled to abandon their good quarters at Hirado and transfer their factory to Deshima, a tiny island only 600 feet long by 240 feet wide. There they were kept under constant guard, like prisoners. They were not permitted to go among the people. No man could visit them without permission, and no woman, except a prostitute, was allowed to enter the reservation under any circumstances. But they had a monopoly of the trade of the country, and Dutch patients endured these conditions, for the profit's sake, during more than 200 years. Other commerce with foreign countries than that maintained by the Dutch factory and by the Chinese was entirely suppressed. For any Japanese to leave Japan was a capital offense, and anyone who might succeed in leaving the country by stealth was to be put to death upon his return. The purpose of this law was to prevent Japanese, sent abroad by the Jesuits for missionary training, from returning to Japan in the disguise of laymen. It was forbidden also to construct ships capable of long voyages, and all ships exceeding a dimension fixed by the government were broken up. Lookouts were established along the coast to watch for strange vessels, and any European ships entering a Japanese port, excepting the ships of the Dutch company, were to be attacked and destroyed. The great success at first achieved by the Portuguese missions remains to be considered. In our present comparative ignorance of Japanese social history, it is not easy to understand the whole of the Christian episode. There are plenty of Jesuit missionary records, but the Japanese contemporary chronicles yield us scanty information about the missions. Probably for the reason that an edict was issued in the 17th century interdicting not only all books on the subject of Christianity, but any book containing the words Christian or foreign. What the Jesuit books do not explain, and what we should rather have expected Japanese historians to explain, had they been allowed, is how a society founded on ancestor worship, and apparently possessing immense capacity for resistance to outward assault, could have been so quickly penetrated and partly dissolved by Jesuit energy. The question of all questions that I should like to see answered by Japanese evidence is this: to what extent did the missionaries interfere with the ancestor cult? It is an important question. In China, the Jesuits were quick to perceive that the power of resistance to proselytism lay in ancestor worship, and they shrewdly endeavoured to tolerate it, somewhat as Buddhism before them had been obliged to do. Had the papacy supported their policy, the Jesuits might have changed the history of China. But other religious orders fiercely opposed the compromise, and the chance was lost. How far the ancestor cult was tolerated by the Portuguese missionaries in Japan is a matter of much sociological interest for investigation. The supreme cult was, of course, left alone, for obvious reasons. It is difficult to suppose that the domestic cult was attacked then as implacably as it is attacked now by Protestant and Roman Catholic missionaries alike. It is difficult to suppose, for example, that converts were compelled to cast away or to destroy the ancestral tablets. On the other hand, we are yet in doubt as to whether many of the poorer converts, servants and other common folk, possessed the domestic ancestor cult. The outcast classes, among whom many converts were made, need not be considered, of course, in this relation. Before the matter can be fairly judged, much remains to be learned about the religious condition of the heimin during the 16th century. Anyhow, whatever methods were followed, the early success of the missions was astonishing. Their work, owing to the particular character of the social organization, necessarily began from the top. The subject could change his creed only by permission of his lord. From the outset, this permission was freely granted. In some cases the people were officially notified that they were at liberty to adopt the new religion. In other cases converted lords ordered them to do so. It would seem that the foreign faith was at first mistaken for a new kind of Buddhism, and in the extant official grant of land at Yamaguchi to the Portuguese mission in 1552, the Japanese text plainly states that the grant, which appears to have included a temple called Daidoji, was made to the strangers that they might preach the law of Buddha. Buppu Shoryo no Tame. The original document is thus translated by Sir Ernest Satow, who reproduced it in facsimile. With respect to Daidoji in Yamaguchi Agata, Yoshiki Department, Province of Suwo, this deed witnesses that I have given permission to the priests who have come to this country from the western regions, in accordance with their request and desire, that they may found and erect a monastery and house in order to develop the law of Buddha. The 28th day of the 8th month of the 21st year of Tembun. Suwonosuke, August seal. Note: in the Latin and Portuguese translations, or rather pretended translations of this document, there is nothing about preaching the law of Buddha, and there are many things added which do not exist in the Japanese text at all. See Transactions of the Asiatic Society of Japan, Volume 8, Part 2, for Satow's comment on this document and the false translation made of it. End of note. If this error, or deception, could have occurred at Yamaguchi, it is reasonable to suppose that it also occurred in other places. Exteriorly, the Roman rites resembled those of popular Buddhism. The people would have observed but little that was unfamiliar to them in the forms of the service, the vestments, the beads, the prostrations, the images, the bells, and the incense. The virgins and the saints would have been found to resemble the aureoled bodhisattvas and Buddhas. The angels and the demons would have been at once identified with the tennin and the oni. All that pleased popular imagination in the Buddhist ceremonial could be witnessed, under a slightly different form, in those temples which had been handed over to the Jesuits, and consecrated by them as churches or chapels. The fathomless abyss really separating the two faiths could not have been perceived by the common mind, but the outward resemblances were immediately observable. There were, furthermore, some attractive novelties. It appears, for example, that the Jesuits used to have miracle plays performed in their churches for the purpose of attracting popular attention. But outward attractions of whatever sort, or outward resemblances to Buddhism, could only assist the spread of the new religion. They could not explain the rapid progress of the propaganda. Coercion might partly explain it, coercion exercised by converted daimyo upon their subjects. Populations of provinces are known to have followed, under strong compulsion, the religion of their converted lords, and hundreds, perhaps thousands, of persons must have done the same thing through mere habit of loyalty. In these cases it is worth while to consider what sort of persuasion was used upon the daimyo. We know that one great help to the missionary work was found in Portuguese commerce, especially the trade in firearms and ammunition. In the disturbed state of the country preceding the advent to power of Hideyoshi, this trade was a powerful bribe in religious negotiation with provincial lords. The daimyo able to use firearms would necessarily possess some advantage over a rival lord having no such weapons, and those lords able to monopolize the trade could increase their power at the expense of their neighbors. Now this trade was actually offered for the privilege of preaching, and sometimes much more than that privilege was demanded and obtained. In 1572 the Portuguese presumed to ask for the whole town of Nagasaki as a gift to their church, with power of jurisdiction over the same, threatening, in case of refusal, to establish themselves elsewhere. The daimyo Omura at first demurred, but eventually yielded, and Nagasaki then became Christian territory, directly governed by the Church. Very soon the Fathers began to prove the character of their creed by furious attacks upon the local religion. They set fire to the great Buddhist temple Jinguji and attributed the fire to the wrath of God, after which act, by the zeal of their converts, some 80 other temples in or about Nagasaki were burned. Within Nagasaki territory Buddhism was totally suppressed, its priests being persecuted and driven away. In the province of Bungo the Jesuit persecution of Buddhism was far more violent, and conducted upon an extensive scale. Otomo Sorin Munechika, the reigning daimyo, not only destroyed all the Buddhist temples in his dominion, to the number, it is said, of 3,000, but had many of the Buddhist priests put to death. For the destruction of the great temple of Hikosan, whose priests were reported to have prayed for the tyrant's death, he is said to have maliciously chosen the 6th day of the 5th month, 1576, the festival of the birthday of the Buddha. Coercion, exercised by the lords upon a docile people trained to implicit obedience, would explain something of the initial success of the missions. But it would leave many other matters unexplained: the later success of the secret propaganda, the fervour and courage of the converts under persecution, the long-continued indifference of the chiefs of the ancestor cult to the progress of the hostile faith. When Christianity first began to spread through the Roman Empire, the ancestral religion had fallen into decay, the structure of society had lost its original form, and there was no religious conservatism really capable of successful resistance. But in the Japan of the 16th and 17th century, the religion of the ancestors was very much alive, and society was only entering upon the second period of its yet imperfect integration. The Jesuit conversions were not made among a people already losing their ancient faith, but in one of the most intensely religious and conservative societies that ever existed. Christianity of any sort could not have been introduced into such a society without effecting structural disintegrations, disintegrations at least of a local character. How far these integrations extended and penetrated we do not know, and we have yet no adequate explanation of the long inertia of the native religious instinct in the face of danger. But there are certain historical facts which appear to throw at least a sidelight upon the subject. The early Jesuit policy in China, as established by Ricci, had been to leave converts free to practice the ancestral rites. So long as this policy was followed, the missions prospered. When, in consequence of this compromise, dissensions arose, the matter was referred to Rome. Pope Innocent X decided for intolerance by a bull issued in 1645, and the Jesuit missions were thereby practically ruined in China. Pope Innocent's decision was indeed reversed the very next year by a bull of Pope Alexander VIII. But again and again contests were raised by the religious bodies over this question of ancestor worship, until in 1693 Pope Clement XI definitively prohibited converts from practicing the ancestral rites under any form whatsoever. All the efforts of all the missions in the Far East have ever since then failed to advance the cause of Christianity. The sociological reason is plain. We have seen, then, that up to the year 1645 the ancestor cult had been tolerated by the Jesuits in China, with promising results, and it is probable that an identical policy of tolerance was maintained in Japan during the second half of the 16th century. The Japanese missions began in 1549, and their history ends with the Shimabara slaughter in 1638, about 7 years before the first papal decision against the tolerance of ancestor worship. The Jesuit mission work seems to have prospered steadily, in spite of all opposition, until it was interfered with by less cautious and more uncompromising zealots, by a bull issued in 1585 by Gregory XIII, and confirmed in 1600 by Clement III. The Jesuits alone were authorized to do missionary work in Japan, and it was not until after their privileges had been ignored by Franciscan zeal that trouble with the government began. We have seen that in 1593 Hideyoshi had 6 Franciscans executed. Then the issue of a new papal bull in 1608 by Paul V, allowing Roman Catholic missionaries of all orders to work in Japan, probably ruined the Jesuits' interests. It will be remembered that the Ieyasu suppressed the Franciscans in 1612, a proof that their experience with Hideyoshi had profited them little. On the whole, it appears more than likely that both Dominicans and Franciscans recklessly meddled with matters which the Jesuits, whom they accused of timidity, had been wise enough to leave alone, and that this interference hastened the inevitable ruin of the missions. We may reasonably doubt whether there were 1,000,000 Christians in Japan at the beginning of the 17th century. The more probable claim of 600,000 can be accepted. In this era of toleration, the efforts of all the foreign missionary bodies combined, and the yearly expenditure of immense sums in support of the work, have enabled them to achieve barely 1/5 of the success attributed to their Portuguese predecessors, upon a not incredible estimate. The 16th century Jesuits were indeed able to exercise, through various lords, the most forcible sort of coercion upon whole populations of provinces, but the modern missions certainly enjoy advantages educational, financial, and legislative, much outweighing the doubtful value of the power of coerce, and the smallness of the results which they have achieved seems to require explanation. The explanation is not difficult. Needless attacks upon the ancestor cult are necessarily attacks upon the constitution of society, and Japanese society instinctively resists these assaults upon its ethical basis. For it is an error to suppose that this Japanese society has yet arrived even at such a condition as Roman society presented in the 2nd or 3rd century of our era. Rather, it remains at a stage resembling that of a Greek or Latin society many centuries before Christ. The introduction of railroads, telegraphs, modern arms of precision, modern applied science of all kinds, has not yet sufficed to change the fundamental order of things. Superficial disintegrations are rapidly proceeding, new structures are forming, but the social condition still remains much like that which, in Southern Europe, long preceded the introduction of Christianity. Though every form of religion holds something of undying truth, the evolutionist must classify religions. He must regard a monotheistic faith as representing, in the progress of human thought, a very considerable advance upon any polytheistic creed. Monotheism signifying the fusion and expansion of countless ghostly beliefs into one vast concept of unseen omnipotent power. And, from the standpoint of psychological evolution, he must of course consider pantheism as an advance upon monotheism, and must further regard agnosticism as an advance upon both. But the value of a creed is necessarily relative, and the question of its worth is to be decided, not by its adaptability to the intellectual developments of a single cultural class, but by its larger emotional relation to the whole society of which it embodies the moral experience. Its value to any other society must depend upon its power of self-adaptation to the ethical experience of that society. We may grant that Roman Catholicism was, by sole virtue of its monotheistic conception, a stage in advance of the primitive ancestor worship, but it was adapted only to a form of society at which neither Chinese nor Japanese civilization had arrived, a form of society in which the ancient family had been dissolved, and the religion of filial piety forgotten. Unlike the subtler and incomparably more humane creed of India, which had learned the secret of missionary success 1,000 years before Loyola, the religion of the Jesuits could never have adapted itself to the social conditions of Japan, and by the fact of its incapacity the fate of the missions was really decided in advance. The intolerance, the intrigues, the savage persecutions carried on, all the treacheries and cruelties of the Jesuits, may simply be considered as the manifestations of such incapacity, while the repressive measures taken by Ieyasu and his successors signify sociologically no more than the national perception of supreme danger. It was recognized that the triumph of the foreign religion would involve the total disintegration of society, and the subjection of the empire to foreign domination. Neither the artist nor the sociologist, at least, can regret the failure of the missions. The extirpation which enabled Japanese society to evolve to its type limit preserved or modernized the marvelous world of Japanese art, and the yet more marvelous world of its traditions, beliefs, and customs. Roman Catholicism, triumphant, would have swept all this out of existence. The natural antagonism of the artist to the missionary may be found in the fact that the latter is always, and must be, an unsparing destroyer. Everywhere the developments of art are associated in some sort with religion, and by so much as the art of a people reflects their beliefs, that art will be hateful to the enemies of those beliefs. Japanese art, of Buddhist origin, is especially an art of religious suggestion, not merely as regards painting and sculpture, but likewise as regards decoration and almost every product of aesthetic taste. There is something of religious feeling associated even with the Japanese delight in trees and flowers, the charm of gardens, the love of nature and of nature's voices, with all the poetry of existence, in short. Most assuredly, the Jesuits and their allies would have ended all this, every detail of it, without the slightest qualm. Even could they have understood and felt the meaning of that world of strange beauty, result of a race experience never to be repeated or replaced, they would not have hesitated a moment in the work of obliteration and effacement. Today, indeed, that wonderful art world is being surely and irretrievably destroyed by Western industrialism. But industrial influence, though pitiless, is not fanatic, and the destruction is not being carried on with such ferocious rapidity but that the fading story of beauty can be recorded for the future benefit of human civilization. End of chapter 16. Recording by Julia Niedermaier.